There we go. Well, welcome everybody to the first chapter ever virtual meeting from all over the world. We got some Ghana in here, we got some Philly, we got the Brooklyn, we got the Bronx, and we got, yeah, I know Sister Joanne Bass, she's in Brooklyn. So I want to welcome you all. We got a whole lot to talk about. I want to hear from you guys. You always hear me blab all the time. And so this is like, I'm going to school today. So I'll put my little stuff in between as we proceed throughout the day, but I really want to hear from you guys. And the whole world want to hear about what you guys are up to and what you're doing. Okay, so Baba Shem's been with us for years and years and years, always recording all of our events and our programs. And I love you, as one of the elders of the group, I wanted him to do the libation as we have lost Dr. Africa and Runoko Rashidi and Dr. Goss and Walter Canty. Like, we just really lost some cornerstones of the chapter. And even Okira Ross I. We lost him several years ago, but he was well into the Soul Sweat with Queen Afua and Baba Paor and them. I think we never had a time where we can acknowledge him transitioning, at least as a collective. So I guess we'll just take this opportunity to, acknowledge all the ancestors and of course the ones who just crossed over as well. So I have nothing further to say. I'm going to let Baba Shem carry on.
At your pool, I hope everyone is in good cheer and good spirit for this first virtual meeting of the chapter. Our African custom is to remember our ancestors because the ancestors are the ones we stand upon. Any ancestor, known, we want to call for. The ancestor to Ashe, which means you are the power. The ancestor we call for first is South Africa. The ancestor to Ashe. I don't think they can hear me.
It's breaking up some.
Paul Bass, Ashe.
To Ashe.
Ashe.
This is not a solo job, so you don't have to call for your own ancestors. Don't leave it up to me.
Okay.
Any ancestor, Marcus Garvey.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Baba Budu, Mama Budu Tweet.
Baba Budu, yes, Ashe.
Ashe.
Sister Stephanie Austin Nero.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Joyce Piper.
Ashe.
Rebecca Bass.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Lorraine Hankins.
Ashe.
Marvin Adams.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Walter Canty.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Dr. Runoko Rashidi.
Ashe.
Okay.
Ali Salahuddin.
Ashe. Malcolm X.
Ashe.
Queen Mother Moore.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Mama Christ Wesley.
Ashe.
Hey, Harriet Tubman.
Dr. Ben.
Ashe.
Dr. Claude.
Ashe.
Asa Hilliard.
Ashe.
Dr. Francis Cress Welsing.
Ashe.
Jacqueline Nefer KaRaa.
Ashe.
Dr. Clarita Smiling.
Ashe.
Dr. Patricia Newton.
Yebo.
Ashe.
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 Ashe. Mhm. Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Dr. Sabi.
Ashe.
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 Rashid Handy.
Ashe.
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 Anna Shishabi.
Ashe.
Ashe.
So many quotes. Mama Koshua Ali.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Marcus Garvey, Harriet Tubman.
Ashe. Ida B. Wells.
Oh, Ashe.
Mary Church Terrell.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Sister Clara Muhammad.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Amy Jock Scobby.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Both Amy's.
Elvis Leah.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Ami Clark Cabral.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Dr. Ashaka Musa Berla Shango.
Oh,
Ashe.
Ashe.
Kwame Nkrumah.
Ashe.
Magufuli. President Magufuli.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Nelson Mandela.
Ashe.
John Lewis.
Ashe.
Dr. Chazelle.
Ashe.
So many people left us just this weekend for all those souls.
Rest.
Rest in peace.
All those ancestors of the Middle Passage.
Oh, yeah, God.
Ashe.
And all who have perished in the
Okay.
drug wars and
I could call forth the ancestors, the ancient Canaanites. I say, call forth all those who were not called upon. I say,
Ashe. Ashe.
give thanks and praise.
yeah, God.
We give thanks and praise for
Ashe.
Yeah, God.
Sorry.
Oh,
Times, Marley's times.
Any more ancestors on the call? We definitely needed their help in the chapter this year. Sure.
lineages of everyone on this call. The great ancestors, of everyone on this call.
Yeah,
It's the honored Chip Suit.
yes,
Dr. Henry Clark.
Ashe.
Mhm.
Hey, Miss Wilson.
Ashe.
Dr. Galati.
Ashe.
Mm.
Ashe.
Dr. Sabri Ali.
Ashe. And all the many others whose shoulders we stand upon and continue their work, our collective work as we continue to grow forward. We continue to call out all their names
All their names, yes, indeed, all their names.
and honor them in the work that we do to continue all that they've sacrificed as we continue to collectively work together to help heal and empower our community in so many ways. We give thanks, and together collectively we say, Ashe, Yebo, Asana,
One time.
Wad.
Thank you, Dr. Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. It's one time.
Dr. Shani.
Okay. All right. How are we ready to proceed? Yes.
Yes.
Baba, is it okay for us to proceed? Okay. I stepped away. Okay, so let's proceed. Our first speaker's not here until 12:30, so I'll just be in your ears for a minute. I don't see anybody who's brand new except Nicole. Anybody else that's brand new to chat other than Johnny, but I
Brand
mean,
new.
you're in terms of, being in a chapter meeting.
Oh, I see.
So what I'm going to do, lovey-dovey's, I'm going to share my screen. Most of you have seen the video of our first chapter meeting, right? Where we went over the history, our mission, all that kind of stuff. You've seen that video already, right? Because what I don't want to do is just re-talk that again. I want to just kind of talk on the new stuff that we added since then. Okay, so let me see. Like I said, bear with me. So I can figure out how to use all of these things here. Okay, let me just go open it and then I'll share it. I didn't open it yet. Okay, this time here. So Dr. Koo is keeping her eyes open because I'm sure she's in another time zone from us. I guess while I'm doing this, I would love to hear feedback about the street from everybody.
About the what?
Repeat.
Those who were able to do the African Street Festival, we always like to debrief to see how everybody did or didn't do, what we need to do better. Is there anything interesting that happened there that you want to share? Any issues that you were having there or even in your practice? So this is the time that you kind of introduce yourself, especially if you're new. Tell us what you enjoyed the Street Fest, if you didn't enjoy the Street Fest, if you weren't at the Street Fest, but you're having issues in other part of your business and you want us as a collective to give you advice. This is the time to throw your hat in the ring. And so we can, as a collective of seasoned practitioners, we can be of service. So John, do you want to start?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah. Greetings to everybody that's joined the call and just been devoted to the chapter. My name's John Gray. For those of you who are not familiar with me, I'm originally from Shreveport, Louisiana, and actually moving from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, planning on being in the New York area in Queens to attend all of the chapter functions and contribute, greatly to the drive for for greater health and wellness. I have a background in fine arts, and I do a lot of chair massage and table massage. I'm an instructor as well. So I'll be teaching the technique, the Tai Chi chair technique. That focuses on pain-free, energetic massage, addressing muscle tissue issues, as well as pain issues that people may have. I did attend the Street Fest, and just as Sista Shai had told me, she told me that Street Fest is probably one of the best ones around. However, I did come in on the 2 rainy days, and then that final day, it was exactly as she said it was. I think that one of the things that I need to work on most is being able to address or announce a lot of the programs that I'll be putting forward. So I'll need you guys' help, being that you're familiar with each other's services, on getting proper pricing, the kind of pricing that would be fair and equitable for anyone that's seeking the caliber of services that I'll be presenting. I think, some of the pricing that I've actually started with were fair enough to get people into the sampling of the services, but I'm looking forward to providing more robust services and coursework. So if anybody's really versed at that, I'd be happy to get any advice and any pointers that you may have.
Okay, Nicole, you're next, girl, right?
Hi, everybody. My name is Nicole Kendall. I am from Baltimore, Maryland, originally, and right now I live in Philadelphia. I've lived here since 2015. And the reason I moved here was to start being more focused on my entrepreneurial focuses, which is Reiki, crystal Reiki, massage, essential oils, law of attraction, and metaphysical practices in general. I did attend the Street Fest. It was my first event. I really liked it. What I enjoyed most was the camaraderie. It was I don't want to say for the first time, but for one of the best times, a place where I felt a sense of belonging and partnership and support. And the one thing that I am working on is like web design and things that pertain to like technical support, like Facebook page, graphics, things like that. That's one area that I'm trying to work on as far as the business. But I was at the Street Fest, and despite the days that it was a little cloudy, I still would rather been nowhere else. It was a good experience. It was a backbreaking experience, but it was a good experience, and I enjoyed that. And I enjoyed the event at Harlem, which was a 2-day event. Another backbreaking experience, but wouldn't have traded it for the world, and wouldn't have traded for the people I got a chance to meet and the new friends that I have, like John, Sista Shai, Brother G, Daud, and a host of others that Zakiyyah, and a host of others that I haven't met. So really happy to be here.
I think that's all our new people. Okay, you seasoned veterans. Do you want me to start with my list first? Okay, my ongoing issue, of course, is volunteers. We still haven't figured that out. So I did register with York College. They had a volunteer program, and Queens College, they had a volunteer program. So that's one of our ongoing issues. When we had Brother Daud helping us at the street festival, and we could just keep working on feet and not have to worry about writing up receipts and explaining what chlorophyll is, and he was there to do that. Oh man, wasn't it good? You have and that was just one. And then we also had Sister Deb Boglin. She was amazing. She took my booth and turned it into Taj Mahal, because that was her gift. She loves to decorate. She does a lot of trade shows. And I will just throw it together as long as it works. But it was good to have that extra flair that she was able to bring to it. So like I said, my ongoing issue is volunteers. Of course, with COVID, we're still trying to get some corporate events, but you know, it's probably not going to happen right now due to the variant that's going around right now. So that's still one of the issues right now. Currently, I'm trying to get the chapter minority woman-owned business owner status so that we can go for the $1 million contracts that comes through the city. You know, they may need, maybe they're having an event at, let's say at like a casino or something like that, and they want to just hire out chair massage or holistic services for that day. And if we're part of their system and that's what we do, then they'll send it to us to put a bid on it. And if we win it, let's say it's maybe 30 grand or something like that, then, you know, we be able to, for once, be able to really pay the practitioners what I think we should have. Not $1 a minute, $1,000 each. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what my head is. I'm really trying to get us paid. $1 a minute is cute and it's nice, but there's more money out there that I want us to get. So that's something I submitted all my paperwork for the MWBE certification, which is New York City level. And then there's the state level. And if you're a veteran, you get even more. So John, you're a veteran, so we got to get you that level. So, because veterans get even more priority in terms of getting government and state contracts. They always get the veterans priority. Right on. So that's kind of like what I'm working on. So let me just let you guys talk about issues that you guys are having that you need some help with.
Oh, yeah, Nicole's that veteran too.
Oh, that's right. She's a veteran, so we got her. Got 2 veterans. So we need to get that reparations. Sometimes reparations come in the form of a government contract. You know what I'm saying? It may not be waiting for Congress to dump $1 billion on us. We can just get these contracts, so we can silently get our reparations without protesting or anything. Money's there. There's a lot of grants that we can go get. So I'm trying to get some more. True. Some more grants for the chapter too. So. Come on, guys. Don't be so.
I'll go first.
Go ahead, Mama.
All right.
Just jump in. So I'm Niamo, and my website is thehealmobile.com. And sometimes I introduce myself as Niamo the Healmobile. Always healing, always mobile. This is what's in every cell, every quark. And now they just found something new called Move something. I don't know. As small as it gets, as large as it gets, the energy is there. And so I'm an energy. And I just love teaching people about energy. And what I've noticed is that because I'm also a landlord and have to deal with landlord issues, what I noticed is that I'm really taking not a backseat, how do you do it? I'm really striving to flow more with what life has given me as my rhythm, rather than stepping into something that is like what other people do, you know? So I'm going to be continuing to teach people one-on-one Reiki, and my next group class, or what I put out there as a class, is September 19th. And what I notice is that because I've been gifted in so many ways, that the focusing of the energy is something that I'm always bumping up against, how to focus the energy. And that's why I like teaching people how to do that. It's because it's something that I'm always striving to do in every moment. And so what I can say about the achievements recently is that because I'm a writer too, and I've been writing and writing about different aspects of energy. And my blog contains information about energy and oils and how people treat other people and relationships. Now I've ventured into writing more news. But anyway, the bottom line is almost 400, about 400 articles up there. And so I had somebody on Fiverr actually put my blog posts into book form. And so I'm getting ready to do my next book by having the energy and the oils information put together. And so I'll be spending some time writing. And you may know, I've always, talked about my book, The Light on Reiki and Neo-African Mysticism. And because I have this like quirky energy, what I notice about myself, and I am always seeking to get help with from my sisters and brothers, is that I'm very satisfied just having that burst of energy. And people need a lot more. And for me, what the Creator has shown me about my life is that my energy is best expressed. I always get in the back of my head, the still small voice always says to me, just right, just right. So whenever I get caught in like, okay, which project is really the next project? Just right comes up. And then I say, oh yeah, that's right. Just let me get back to the books. Let me get back to producing. Let me get back to sharing. And so that's what's happening too, that I'm writing as well as sharing, as well as managing property. And I don't want to pile it on too much because it's already with this, with Ida, I had 4 inches in the basement.
Oh, wow.
Roof. I have to get a new water heater. And I know that in other parts of the country, like there in Texas, Dr. Akua, maybe you all have had stuff happening all along that hasn't affected us up here. And so, we're seeing it up here in ways that we haven't since I was maybe a child, a long time ago. So that's my update. I didn't make it to the Street Fest this year. I've been taking a back seat. That word comes up to me because I want to say no to more things. And I even thought about saying no to this meeting. And I said, I'm gonna join my sisters and brothers. This is not gonna be the no over here.
Right on. Healthy boundaries. Yes.
So I'm very happy to be here and absorbing as well as emitting the light and energy that we all have and that we've been given as a gift of living and life. So I'm loving living. That's the name of one of my books, 9 Principles for Loving Living. So, anything I can do to help anybody, I'm an OG and I'm taking my time. And I just want to keep up with y'all.
Mommy, can you post your link so people can, maybe they want to look at your book or whatever, you could post it in the chat and people can go and.
Sure.
Or if you want to talk to her, even while we're talking, you can chat to her directly now if you have more questions. Okay, who else? Zakiyyah, what's up with the book, Ma? Oh, she's talking. Okay. No worries. Who wants to jump in?
I'll jump in behind my sister Naima.
Okay.
Whose energy she says is quirky, and I think her energy is just totally fascinating. It is creative. And I mean, quirky people are creative people. And they're filled with energy. And Naima, ever since I've known her for a long time, she's always been filled with energy, positive energy. And I love her for that. I'm Ayo Handy-Kendi, and I'm known as the Breath Sekou. And I'm blessed to be a chapter member. I guess this is going on my 3rd or 4th year. I'm forgetting now. I didn't get to the street festival, so I didn't know if I should chime in. But I would like to chime in now because I don't know if I can stay on. And Sista Shai, you may need to let me know how you rearrange the schedule to be able to come in.
Yeah, I have you doing your spiel at 2 o'clock.
Oh, perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah, but this is just, issuing like where you need help and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I may have to step off and then come back because
That's fine.
gotta do some work. I'm very blessed to be working also with energy. And our energy that we work with is emotional energy and mental health and stress and trauma and working with subconscious memory, which all create powerful, energetic responses. For me, my research has shown me that the challenge of our stress, our trauma, the fact that we have had stresses and traumas that are not just current, but are intergenerationally passed on, along with subconscious awarenesses and unconscious awarenesses that many of us are operating from. With the current stress of this world, combination of those past issues that were never dealt with have created enormous blockages in our subconscious, which many of us are still very much operating from, reeling from, showing behavior that we question and showing emotional distress that we're wondering how to come from such powerful, challenged emotions. And so we encourage people to look at the holistic reality that we are all at this current moment, the sum total of not only our present, but also our past. Our challenge with our past is that our people didn't get a chance to scream and cry and kick to the degree that they needed to move blockages of trauma and stressful energy. So I'm like Naima, I've been working on a book that's about to come out any second now. It's called Stolen. I couldn't send this to you, but this is the cover of it. And it chronicles the women who were brought out of West Africa and brought to the States, to Virginia. And the first women who were brought, there's now a lot of research that's been going on to chronicle what happened when they got here. And I was blessed to be one of the people who went to the 400-year anniversary of the crossing of our ancestors who were taken and brought here. And I heard the voices of one of the sisters who said, "Tell my story." And I was being channeled and I felt used. And during the ceremony, I started crying and I could really feel their pain. And I recognized that I'm the product also of trauma and drama and how that affected my current life. And I felt really moved to be able to write this story. And so my book, Stolen, is actually from the perspective of that is a novel in one sense based on fact. Mm-hmm. It's a novel in one sense based on the emotions that I'm feeling of those sisters and helping to give them voice to be able to now kick and cry and scream and maybe shout and release some of that trauma. I am so blessed as a breathologist. I get to see that whenever we do the work. And whenever we do the work, we see that this energy that we move through touch and we move through voice and we move through the actual physical movement, and we move it in many, many ways. I've been very blessed to have learned how to move it through our breathing alone. Mm-hmm. And we have added the other movements of energy now along with it in a course that we teach called Transcendence Breathwork. It also enables sessions. And so we have been breathing with people all on Zoom this COVID time to help them release their stresses and their traumas that we don't want to get stuck further. We want people to be able to breathe through this very traumatic time for many of us. So we've been using Zoom to the advantage. We have had people crying, kicking and screaming and letting go. We've started a monthly breath circle that now we've seen people come on it that is international from Mexico and from the Caribbean, and we're really excited about that. And we're encouraging that breath circle to allow us to have an intentional focus on the breath, but also to move with the movement. My husband will demonstrate that later with the drumming and shaking and releasing. We're also doing more with breath in the vagus nerve. We've done a whole lot. Thank you, Naima. I've also certified over 182 breathologists, of which Naima is one of them. And we have another course coming up. We have changed Naima. We have been teaching people to relearn how to breathe, because with COVID, the big issue with this lung health is not just the viral aspect, but my research, I'm getting calls every day about somebody with COVID and doing lots of research. But my research has shown me that the people who are crossing over have very, very compromised immune systems, with the lungs being the focal point of the immune system. There were people who were already compromised immunology-wise, and that it's no surprise that they are letting go of life. Some of them are choosing to let go of life. The trauma and drama for many people is, I don't want to be here. And so many people are saying, I'm willing to cross over. And as soon as we have any issue with our lungs, the lungs represent life. And so if there is an issue with the lungs, there is an issue usually with your life force. And so as people are being filled with this fluid and this congestion and this inflammation, most of them were already filled with this fluid and congestion and inflammation, and the virus itself is actually exacerbating that. And so we have been teaching people to relearn how to breathe, millions of people anyway, but now we have increased that now at a practitioner's level. And so that will be a September the 11th course where we're helping the world relearn how to breathe, the simple, most fundamental, most easiest thing we could do to affect the spirit, mind, and body. And we're affirming that that will be the stepping stone to the second level, which is Optimal Life Breathology, which is a certification program, which is 3 days. And now we are also working on Transcendence Breathwork, which is level 3, which will be actually a longer training. And we've been working on our website. I highly recommend Weebly, because it's a drop-in website. If anybody's looking at an easy website that they can manipulate themselves, especially if they do a lot of events and activities and they need to change them. I've just turned 70 years young, and I've been working on my own website for the last couple of years. I feel kind of good about that I'm still in social media and still able to do websites. So it's all about my mindset that won't allow me to think that I can't do this technology, but Weebly makes it really easy. So those are just some of the things that we're doing. We've been able to now pre-film some of our breathing sessions, which we're posting up so people can breathe with us in the middle of the night. So I don't have to be available. That was my goal, to have several of the work, up so that you have that anxiety attack and you can't call me, or, I'm not able to encourage you to get to one of the breathologists who's there in this community, breathologists in 9 different states and also around the world. So we can encourage people to get to those breathologists. Now they can go on the website and get support and help. And so I think that's all. It's probably more, but we've been very blessed. We have also been connecting with corporations, Sista Shai, and nonprofits. We have done all kinds of workshops in the last year and a half, and it's been a real blessing because we were blessed, Sister, with having the technology to be able to not have to shut down. We've still been able to do the work. And so I'm just grateful to be here. I saw everybody 2 years ago, or was it 3 years ago? And so grateful to see you all again. Oh, and the last thing, in January, we are having a huge conference for the power of the breath for melanated people. And we're looking for all people who are working with breath, who are melanated. A lot of Europeans, I end up being in their company because they are real focused on the breath. But we know that the breath started in Kemet and transcended into India, and that we are the original breathologists. And we want to have as many melanated breathologist practitioners in every form and fashion. And so we're starting that, and we'll be mentioning a date probably in about another week. So I give thanks and praise. I'll be glad to put my website up and my connections. And I look forward to being able to breathe with you all later.
Awesome.
Thank you.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Who else? Who wants to go next?
I'll go
Okay.
next.
Okay,
Can you hear me all
Ariola.
right? Yes.
Yes.
And it's Oriola with an O.
You know, I always mess it up, Ma. Go ahead.
And Oriola, come on screen. Can you come on screen, Oriola?
No, I cannot. Like, between the technical difficulties and what I'm doing, you know, in my space right now, no. So I apologies for not having, you know, visual image at the moment. Okay. Accepted, apology accepted?
Maybe. We're thinking about it.
I'm sorry.
We have to take you out the raffle. How about that?
Oh, no. You're not right, sis. You're not right. Oh,
Torture.
but yes. Anyhow, I'm Oriola, and my mission has shifted through the years. I've been in and out and dancing around, you know, the chapter for, I guess, the last 15 years, because I'm thinking of where I've been living. I've been here in the home of Life Spring Rejuvenation Center for 15 years. So yeah, I guess 15 years.
Mhm.
Wow, do you believe that, Sonny? 15
Yeah,
years.
man. It's forever.
Yeah. Yes. When I started out, I started with doing stonework, you know, crystals and, you know, hot and cold stones, aromatherapy, pranic work, work like that. And through the years, it shifted. And instead of giving you the whole long journey, I'll just fast forward to where I'm at now. My mission, as I said, is shifting. I'll share with you, looking toward relocating in the U.S. Virgin Islands and the island of St. Croix. I'm feeling that I'm being called to go back there and do work there. I used to live there in the early 80s to the early 90s, and my mission shifted to New York, which I never thought I'd be in Babylon, but you know, I've been here for the last 28 years, you know, and Spirit is calling, and I just see how everything is shifting, and it's pulling me to go there and do work there, possibly in between worlds here in New York City, you know, in the States and in the Virgin Islands, not just St. Croix, but St. Thomas, St. John, you know, different parts of the USVI and the surrounding islands of the Caribbean. And the work that I'm being called to do there, which is some of the work I've been doing here, but it's morphing to do hospice work and, you know, deal with people who are transitioning from this realm to the next realm. And, you know, midwifing. In the past, when I lived on St. Croix, I was a lay midwife. I was called to do that. Never thought that I would be ever doing that, but it just happened that way that, you know, God delivers, and I caught a few babies, circumstances. And so now I'm being called, as I said, to midwife those who are transitioning out, you know, to help them with that journey. And among doing other things in the community there, some of the same work that I've been doing, my healing work has been in a lot of different forms, working in different agencies that go into public schools, like marginal, you know, communities, going into facilities, you know, group homes, mental institutions, dealing with incarcerated individuals, youth and adults. And while I've been doing that, using art as a vehicle and tool to, you know, help people help themselves with their emotional, mental, and physical healing. And through that journey, I've evolved as far as my spiritual, how do I put it? Psychic abilities. I don't really like that word psychic because people get all these different connotations. We're all psychic. I'd like to say we're all psychic. It's a matter of just like how some of us have, we come into this incarnation with affinities, let's say play an instrument or to dance, and it's there, but it's a matter of developing and bringing it out. Like, you know, all of us can move in some way, but unless we develop it and we have that mission to do in this lifetime, you know, that determines whether or not we further that capacity. So my calling has been to develop that ability. So I've been doing a lot of quote unquote readings. I don't, like, again, for lack of words, you know, counseling sessions where sometimes I can see into the body and see certain ailments that are going on, certain imbalances. Sometimes I can see the aura. Sometimes it's channeling people's ancestors or different aspects of their being, like, you know, their soul self, or sometimes even aspects that are from previous lifetimes. Like sometimes people think, oh, there's a ghost in my house, like, you know, something's haunting me, I got a spirit on me. And it's like, nah, yeah, you're haunting your own darn self. You know, it's you know, which has been an interesting you know, thing to discover, like, wow, we can actually do that. Like, you know, we can have remnants from past lives that actually can interfere or assist us in this life, and that's because we're a multi-dimensional being. So there's no past, present, or future. So it's just, you can imagine that, you know, it's just ourself as our guide, or, you know, partnership with that, or sometimes, like I said, it's something that clings. It may be emotions that we didn't release from past lives. And dealing with a lot of people, I've learned a lot and been able to assist people. I've learned a lot in terms of, like, yeah, how we're our own ancestors. You know, it's like, you know, because we have incarnated many times and lived, you know, many existences. So some of the help when we do libations and all like that to our ancestors and our physical lineage as well as our spiritual lineage, they're aspects of our own being too, because we've had those incarnations. So, you know, and so what else? Yeah, that's been very interesting work. So as I said, I do individual counseling sessions. People have called on me to, you know, help them in that way. And I just say, yeah, okay, I'll rise to that mission. And as I said, I've been educated and trained how to bring that gift forward. It's something that I came here innately with, but the Most High put specific teachers and auspicious times in my life to help me along the journey in the physical, you know, 3D, you know, world, as well as, you know, other planes of existence. And that's all I can think of in the moment. I'm looking forward to when I'm, you know, in the VI, that come on down. You know, and, you know, we can do some work. You know, there's a whole network of people that I know there who do similar work than what the chapter is doing, you know, different modalities and so forth. And, you know, they have council of elders, you know, in the Black community. It's a, you know, beautiful place. And when I say come on down, you know, I'm serious about that, you know, as far as developing, retreats that we can offer people who are living there and in the surrounding community, as well as inviting people from the states who need to change their environment, because that environment, the frequency of that area is really intense, and the whole environment is very healing. I mean, it has its issues, it has its problems, there's crime there, there's drugs there, and all like that, but it's not, because it's a smaller place, it's not on the level as here, and there's still a lot of the culture, like, you can get live, fresh food. And I was just there a week and a half ago. I was there for 2 weeks, and I met up with a friend of mine who actually is my first husband and mentor, and we're still very good friends. We're family, and we met up, and I didn't get to eat breakfast. He was on a different wavelength. He called me psychically, and he forgot to put his finger on the phone, and I said, "Wow, I need to have some fruit." So I'll we'll pick up some fruit along the way. And I'm thinking the supermarket, and what we did was, we went up into the rainforest, and there's these plums. They call them golden plums, and we started eating some plums, and then we went to another part and we had some mangoes, and then we went to another part that had star fruit, and I said, wow, we did pick up some fresh fruit. and it's live. I mean, it's straight from the earth, which is a whole different vibration when you're having food that not even that someone cultivated, because it's one thing, it's good when people are planting and, they have their Saturday market and people come out with their wares and all like that. Saturday morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. If you're 8 o'clock, you're late. People are there like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. But it's a different vibration when you're getting food from a tree that is just free and natural and wild, like, the enzymes and the amount of fortification in your body is intense. The colors there, the ocean, well, the sea, the Caribbean Sea, it's clear, it's healing. I don't see how anybody could have COVID there if they, went to the sea, and just baked in the sun and got some salt water up their nose, It's such a healing environment, and it's chilled. It's not like how it is here, like fast in New York. Like, one of the things when I lived there, people said, why do you walk so fast? And I didn't even realize I was walking fast. Why don't you, you pass people without saying good morning, and which is a whole different vibe, because in New York, you get in an elevator with someone, it's just the two of you, and you're not supposed to say good day. But there, if you don't say good day, it's like rude, like, what's the matter with you? Like, don't you I was told when I first got there, don't you have any upbringing? Don't you speak? So it's a whole different energy, as I said, there are things happening, but then there's still room for, like, sometimes people don't lock everything up. My friend was even saying, she says, when you lock everything up, people think that you have something to steal. Like, like what you hiding. You protect yourself, but you be wise, but then you don't have to have that, like here. So, I'm telling you all that to say, because as I'm speaking about it, it's solidifying it more and more, because I'm like, partly, like, really, am I really, going there? It's like, yes. So I'm affirming it in the ethers, and when I finish everything that I need to do, wrap up, I'm going to be, over there. And as I said, I'll be, you'll be seeing me too. And here in New York, because I still have family, children here and responsibilities. But as I said, hey, come on down. All right. So I think I'm complete for the moment. And that's it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Right. Wow. That was huge.
I don't think it was. I heard some huge stories preceding me. I was like, wow, awesome. Listen to these people. Oh my gosh, look at what they're doing, where they've been. With, like, yeah, we're all huge. Yeah. Oh, and I just wanted to remember the sister who said she's an OG. I would just say, you're a seasoned G. Okay.
Seasoned. Mm-hmm.
Seasoned G. Seasoned G.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Welcome.
Okay.
Who else is ready?
Shai Marie. Okay.
Go ahead, Mama.
I think I can say that I am a seasoned G also. I've been around helping people for the last 20 years, mainly as a raw food chef doing different festivals and working with people, nutritional counseling, which is something that is even needed more so today because people are going through a lot of emotional trauma with the change that's going on in the world. So I had told Shai the last 2 years that I am retiring from doing the festivals with raw food. So I'm putting it out there for younger people to come in, and I'm passing the torch on that. Spirit has taken me in a different direction in terms of working with people more intensely with the counseling, doing scanning, and using some of my other gifts as far as my energy work even more so, and working with people with the aromatherapy, bringing them up on a higher vibration to be able to go through what we're going through right now. So I'll be concentrating more on that and using some of my skills as far as hypnosis, taking people back into past regression, because a lot of the trouble that I'm finding out that people are going through is that things that have are affecting them now that has happened in the past. So in order for us to go forward, we need to clean up the energy field that we've gone through the trauma. So Spirit is telling me I need to. So that's what I will be focusing on more. Also, I have a book, 2 books that I've been working on for the last couple of years. I want to put the energy in that and complete it, where I can put my whole life program into the books and all the recipes that I've been doing over the years into the books so that they will have what I've been giving them live. They will be able to take that into their own homes and develop those recipes and therapy and everything. It'll be right there for them. I'm also working on a series of 6 videos that will give them hands-on lessons in how to prepare healthy raw foods. And one other thing that I've been doing recently, I've been introduced to a wealth building organizations. I've been working on that since December, really building wealth that I would like to share with anybody that might be interested, not on this call, but you can get in contact with me. The wealth is allowing me to be able to do less, but experiencing life more. One of my goals with that is to be able to travel and find a location where I can do retreats and bring people out of the country into some place where they can relax, an environment where they can begin to heal on a cellular level. And I've been the last 3 years, I don't know if everybody knows Gary Knoll on BAI. I've been doing his retreats as a raw food chef and looking at the way that people are coming down there, mainly our people are coming down for healing. I'm doing the foods, I'm feeding people. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, we need to have this for ourselves. So that is one of my goals, to be able to find a perfect location so that I can do retreats for our family in the future. So it's a lot going on, but Spirit is saying this is the path that I need to be on.
Wow. Wow, Marcus.
Yeah, we definitely need to get away. Yeah.
Yes.
Healing times.
Sister Shai, can Sister from the Virgin Islands please put her name in the chat? Because that might be the place where she
You can go.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
No, I would definitely be willing to speak to you on that.
Right.
Yes.
You too, Marie. Put your stuff in the chat if you can.
Sister Nancy, please
Okay.
put out in the chat, you know. Yeah.
I'm on my phone, so I cannot see it. So, you know, you can always reach out to me through Messenger,
Okay.
you know, by phone. Okay.
Give him your phone
Okay.
number, mommy. Give him your phone number now.
Right.
917.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me write it down. Okay.
Oh.
917.
917-353-5735. Viola.
And give me your name again, sis.
Yeah, ORIOLLA.
Okay.
Right?
And I'll contact you.
And I think Mut Nefer has a space too, upstate New York as well, for events. I guess Zakiyyah could speak more about that too, if that's still available.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Who's next?
Thank you.
I'll share. This is Mut Nefer KaRaa. I've been a licensed clinical social worker for over 40 years. A great deal of that time working with the New York City public school system, working with our children and their families. It became very apparent to me very quickly that straight counseling by itself was just really talk. And throughout the past 40 years, I've done trainings in different types of energy work, such as polarity, Reiki, pranic healing. I've also done hypnotherapy, NLP, which is neuralistic programming. I've also studied culturally with Mfudisi and a few others, as well as traveling to the continent several times, because our children look at what you do, not what you say, to help them get a sense of pride in our true culture, but also realizing, and as I worked in the school system and just from my own experience, that we have been edited out and misrepresented, because they know that the way that we are portrayed is how our children and us as adults will absorb our sense of self. So have done a lot around bringing to our youth and families the attention that a lot of what's given credit to other people were actually started with us. I would say is cultural dyslexia. They blame us for all the stuff that they did and take credit for the things that we did. During this pandemic, like many others, I have used this time through Zoom, actually begin to connect with other people in the cultural field as well as the clinical field throughout the country. And one of the things that I find encouraging is the fact that we're finally, a lot of people of color in the clinical field is beginning to acknowledge the fact that the foundation that we use counseling is not culturally relevant, and that we need to infuse more of our own cultural richness in the way of our being and providing counseling in our communities. And that a lot of the reasons that a lot of our community tends to shy away is because it's not culturally aware, whether you look like us or not. When Mama Ayo was sharing, she brought up very good points in terms of the way that we hold trauma within our lungs. Emotionally, that's also where we hold grief. And we have been grieving on so many levels, our personal grieving, our community grieving. When you see George Floyd and so many others being massacred and the impact that it has on us, subconsciously as well as consciously, that yes, many of us end up transitioning because there's such a sense of hopelessness and fear, and the grieving on so many different levels. The fact that also intergenerationally, when we do cultural rites of passage, they'll tell you that when we are traumatized, not only are our eggs traumatized, but the eggs of the unborn for several generations back are also traumatized, and that needs to be looked at. That's why during times of slavery, and even now, when there's some type of an atrocity, they make sure that all of us in the community, so that way that trauma is from, they'll tell you how back in enslavement times, when they caught someone who had escaped, that they had the pregnant women, the children, everybody there for that purpose so that trauma did go by. I was a child during the civil rights. And when you think about it, every year they would replay the assassinations of John F. Kennedy, of Malcolm X, of everything. And it wasn't until, these past few years realizing we thought it was to give homage to, but it was really to reinforce that trauma of just be quiet. If you stand out there, if you give voice to, you're going to be next in some shape or form. And in our communities, we still have a propensity, unlike other communities, to allow those who treated us as objects and commodities to educate our children. There was a period of time where we had independent schools, but they then got co-opted when the government started giving them money, so therefore could redefine how and what they spoke. And we need to go back to, whether be it through community centers or supporting each other, to, even if they're in the school system, so you know what your enemies are doing, to also educate them correctly within ours, culturally based, and to do that collectively. We also do a lot of divide and conquer. Back in the day, you had the Caribbean people versus the South. But even within that, which state are you from mattered, which Caribbean island mattered, light skin versus dark skin, Christians versus, we've all had these isms. The most dangerous lately is male versus females. I would tell parents all the time, if you're trying to out male, the father of your children, they're now an orphan because now they don't have a mother or a father, because you'll never be a man. And now they don't have the mother energy along with the male energy, and how we're different for a reason, but we have to learn to collaborate versus compete with each other. Because if you don't have a solid family setting, then what else can you do? The fact that in my undergraduate, I was at Johns Hopkins University. And of course, they didn't really like any people of color there. I couldn't wonder why they even let any of us there. But there was a training that I took called industrial psych back in the 70s. I'm not sure what it's called now, but it is coming back to roost, because during that time, it showed the power of mind control. And they did it through the media. And back there, they didn't even have computers, but through the billboard advertisements, the TV commercials, and you see it now where they plant thoughts in your head. They do it with, catchy little alliterations, as they call it, like a Mac attack. Now they have the anti-vaxxers versus the pro-vaxxers. All of this is to confuse you. So that way it's like, oh, you pro or against, not the fact that you can use your mind and think and ask intelligent questions. They do that by inferring fear. So you're no longer thinking, but you're doing your reptilian brain of fight or flight. And a book that I started reading for another presentation I have called My Grandmother's Hands, I'll put the title in it. It talks a lot about what Mama Ayo was sharing in terms of how much trauma is also in our body, not just our mind, and how when we're doing energy work, body work, breathing work, any type of holistic work, it's the fact that it's not just what's in your brain, but also how it's internalized within our bodies, and how the healing needs to be on all those different aspects, and reclaiming those tools that came from our ancestors that was demonized through religion and everything else, because they knew that's where the power was. And as Sister Ariella was saying, that the true healing is in real food. When you pick it fresh off a tree, when you're using the herbs and things, which they call weeds here, so we get confused, to heal our bodies, to do nature bath, where we're not going to a city blacktop park, but real parks with grass, trees, and everything, reconnecting to that, grounding to that, to decompress. If you go to a real park, it fits everybody's budget because it's free. They haven't figured out how to charge you yet, how to breathe the air around trees, how to put you fear in the actual earth, not on a sidewalk or something, and not with your shoes on that has artificial. If you're squeamish like me, you might want something natural, like a natural fabric like cotton or something. You know, if you're afraid about dog mess and all that, you know, because I'm in the Bronx, so you know, they kind of use it as their toilet. But the whole thing is to feel the energy, to breathe. As Mama Ayo says, you know, if your shoulders are up by your earlobes while you're breathing, you're not breathing, because your body is like breathing into a balloon and is squeezed. So we need to take advantage of the trainings of all the different people that are here, but also the fact that we collectively need to work together to help heal. In terms of myself, I admire when Mama Ayo said, you know, I'm 70, but I know how to do a website and stuff. I was like, okay, I don't have the patience. I've been trying to do what I call rent-a-kit. I need someone. I mean, they've talked to me about the WebPix, WPIX, I don't know, it's a whole, but anyway, I need some help when it comes to a website, because even though all the young people, oh, it's simple. And then I felt I was using my age. I'm not quite as senior as Mama Ayo. So then I really had to shut up, because I said, well, if she's saying, well, I do it. I'm like, okay, maybe because I just can't focus that much, I can talk. Some people call it ADHD. I don't know what label you want to call it, but Mama needs some help in terms of getting the website together, because WordPress keeps charging me for fixing stuff that I know shouldn't be. So I need that. I'm aware of Instagram, and that somehow or the other I should be on that. We need to use all the different platforms to get the names out. So I'm humbling myself and saying, whoever has the patience to help me when it comes to the website, Instagram, and whatever else is out there, because every time I look around, they're adding to the list that I'm already overwhelmed by. Please reach out to me. I will put my cell phone, because that's the best way to reach me. Text me, call me. I will put my email and stuff, but it's best to text me, because sometimes in the emails, when I get a lot, it gets lost. Right now, my focus is on, I provide services on mental health panels, as well as individually in terms of private sessions with people who are overwhelmed for whatever reason, to how to release the traumas that they're having. Part of it is from another training I had by this wonderful group called Ngolo and Ayo. They provide independent schools online. So for people who want their children to be taught culturally, they also do workshops for adults. One of them that I've been telling everybody about, because it was a real game changer, even the way that I do therapy, is called Broken Stories. How many of us have been guilty of talking about our alcoholic uncle, our drug addict cousin, and everything else, and defining them all by their weakness versus looking at their full person? That yes, Uncle Barry, you know, drank a lot. He drank a lot when he came back from being in the Vietnamese War, and that's the way that he self-medicated to deal with that trauma. However, he is the most handiest person, or if you want to know something about the family story, or if you want somebody who's going to help you with your groceries, you know, to tell the fullest story, but also to learn his story, to learn the stories of everyone before you as much as possible, but also because we've always been taught, don't speak ill of the dead, and you keep your business to yourself, that our next generations need to know our stories, because whether we tell them or not, they're still being impacted upon it. And at least when you tell the stories, and not as a blame thing, but in terms of the full story of the strengths, weaknesses, and challenges, it helps them to make better sense of why what's going on with them is going on, and to be able to have the tools to share it. As you know, Ancestry.com and 23andMe and everything else is making lots of money because we don't know how to tell our own stories. But even in that, they don't tell the full story, they just know statistics. For us to say, yeah, grandma came from Panama and she spoke Spanish, but she was very proud of her African roots because her mother came from so-and-so. And when she came here, she was a seamstress and she worked her way up. She was also a piano teacher and taught, and that's where you get your music from. However, during the down climb of Harlem, their house got burnt down, so all the pictures burnt down, but I have a few here, and this is who your great-great-grandfather was. This is who, and these are the stories I know. And from my generation, you know, we had a death, we had people were drinking a little too much because they learned that from their parents, and that's why we need to be mindful of that's not the way to deal with your problems. And the things I do that may look weird, as you can see, you know, Auntie's healthier and what have you. This is what happened in my life. This is what happened in your parents' life. We need to tell those stories. We also need to tell the stories of the things that happened when we grew up. I didn't realize how traumatized being a child in the civil rights was until when I was listening to Black Lives Matters, and they were like, yeah, we've never had this before. And I'm like, yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's when I realized that in the trauma, I felt everybody who's anybody knows what happened, and realized that no, at this point, that's happened, I won't even mention how many decades ago, and that a lot that I didn't even know because I was little, I learned in my late 30s, early 40s from asking questions. You know, I went to Brooklyn and saw Medgar Evers College. I'm like, who the heck is he? Meanwhile, I'm a school social worker. And people are looking at me. I went back to teachers of color in my school. I figured, well, they're teaching civil rights and everything. They didn't know either. I got disturbed because I felt that as, you know, as an adult working with our children, I needed to know who this man was. So I researched it. I went back and told the teachers, and they're telling me, well, it's not in the curriculum. I said, I don't care if it's in the curriculum or not. One thing I liked about being the social worker is that teachers are incarcerated to the curriculum. You have to teach what's on the curriculum. Since I was a social worker, I could take poetic license, and every time they got them, I said, I'm teaching character development, because our children need to have a sense of the sacrifices that were made, that we weren't just shoot them up, bang, bang, that we did things for a cause or reason for our own liberation. So that's on my curriculum as a clinician in this school. But I invite all of us, because I know I'm not unique, that we need to make sure that we not only studied our stories from our historians, as you were pouring libation earlier, from Dr. Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Ronoka Rashidi, who just transitioned a few weeks ago, Asher Hilliard, who all of these, that their sacrifices and things, you know, were not in vain. We look at the Dr. Leonard Jeffries and all of them, and a lot of them in awe, and don't know the personal sacrifices they went to. Dr. Joy DeGroy, who did, you know, post-slavery trauma. We don't look at the fact it cost her her marriage, all the life threats she had on her life, all the sacrifices she made to get that. What was brought to my attention also, though, is that we talk about post-trauma. Post means that it's no longer happening. We're continuing to be traumatized. We're still being shot in cold blood and seeing it on the news every day, like, you know, like the commercials for every, you know, for things that are going on. So I invite all of us to continue to work collectively. Do not let these mind games of I don't care if you're for vaccinations, not for vaccinations or whatever, but the fact that rather than what camp are you on, what questions do we need to be asking collectively? What knowledge do we have so that we have options, whether you want to be conventional or holistic? Because between everybody in our chapter, everybody knows something. So I invite us all to continue to be a collective and work together, not pointing fingers, not villainizing, not allowing the industrial psychology mechanisms to disable us or disempower us. So with all of that, I'm sorry, I tend to get on my soapbox, but
girl, you was preaching for hours.
I'm sorry, it's a passion of mine because this is a very sacred group.
Yes.
And I feel very blessed to be part of it. And I admit I tend to be protective because I don't like to see anything that might try to disempower or undermine us. And as I said, I'm here really to say I need help with all this social media stuff. I've also been asked if I've written books about the things I talked about. I haven't had the discipline, so anybody that can kind of help be a ghostwriter and help me with that, I would appreciate that too, because people have been asking me about my books for the past 10 years. And so I guess I should be writing some, but I need help in getting focused because I can talk a good talk, but writing it down is not my forte. And I admire all of y'all who are writing and have written, and I've read most of y'all's books because they are phenomenal. So I give thanks.
Excellent, excellent.
Well,
right
we a
on, right
powerhouse or what? We are some powerhouse. I mean, panel, I mean, there's nothing we can't cover. So I would like to go next.
And I guess you gotta go quickly, mommy, because that 12:30 speaker just popped on.
I can wait. No
You know,
problem.
wait. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead, Mama Ayo Handy-Kendi, which I keep messing up your names. I apologize. So you could do your thing.
Okay, greetings. Thank you for having me. And thank you, Zakiyyah, for giving me a chance. But you were waiting in the wings, right? Thank you so much. And glad to be a part of this chapter. Some of you know me. I know some people on here already, but I am a conscious living coach. I live in New Jersey, holistic health consultant, also a womb wellness consultant, and the owner of Conscious Living Care, which I basically kind of started around 2000, 2003, something like that. The idea of having this holistic health consulting and coaching programs. And so, but this year I'm expanding more on the topic of conscious living, which is being awoke and aware of how our lifestyle choices affects our well-being. Okay, so that could be anything in the body, mind, spirit, and environment. You know, just getting everything in balance, and when things are out of balance, taking action to get back into balance. Okay, so I have a variety of different programs, from detox to healthy shopping, healthy cooking, the women's wellness issues as well, as I mentioned earlier. And lately, what I was going to do for 2020 was to start doing retreats. I was going to have these conscious living experiences, starting in Sedona, Arizona, because I had a wonderful experience there, and I wanted other people to touch on that, but that didn't happen because of COVID. So one shining thing that did occur for me, and what I wanted to share with you all today, is looking at our food security. So one thing that enlightened me with at this time, calling it my silver lining with COVID, is having the ability to grow my own food at home, inside my home, because I live in a townhouse. I have a balcony. I was so excited when I first moved here. You know, have a balcony. Oh, I could plant outside. I got a windowsill in the kitchen. I could do my herbs. None of that happened. I tried though. I did. I tried, and it just didn't. It wasn't taking. So someone had told me about this aeroponic way of being able to have being able to have plants, you know, inside of your home. And I said, okay, you know, during the pandemic, long lines at the store. I'm a mostly vegetarian, vegan. I have my salads and fruits, you know, that I do on a regular, and I got tired of the lines and, you know, having to go to the store so often and put on the mask and all that. So I said, maybe now was the time. Maybe now was the time to look into this tower. So if I may, now what I was going to do was to have a live presentation, but the tower is in transition right now and not ready. But I do have a slide show, if I can show that, if I could be, I guess, made the host, and I could share my screen.
Let's see. Let me see.
If you could find me.
Post. Okay. So you can share your screen, sis.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so this was the first, I got so excited with this tower garden that I planted everything that they gave me and filled in every socket. There are 32, you're able to grow 32 plants in here.
Wow.
And I just said, okay, and just grew everything. I grew more than I could eat, faster than I could eat it. So I'm going to show you a little. So the video I'm going to show you, you're not going to see this expanded growth, but this was at the height. Okay, let me get out of here and move this down a bit. Okay. Can everyone hear? You can't hear anything. Okay. Hold on.
No, you have to actually check another button to make sure that your audio is coming through your video. There's another button to sharing a video.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let me stop sharing for a minute and let me just go to my audio.
You may have to show me that button too, because I couldn't show you footage because I couldn't figure out how to make people hear what I was seeing. So I couldn't find that button you're talking about.
Yeah, I think
Shai,
so when I share,
underneath the screen, before you finish sharing, you see two circular buttons. And when you look at it, you have to press on that and then you share. And then you'll do it.
it'll say share sound.
Right.
Okay, then I don't see I see the share screen, but I don't see shares.
As long as Ayo has it, then the sound will come through hers.
Okay, you'll just show me how to do it later.
Shai, you'll have, when you're the host again, then you'll be able to see it again, but you can't see it when you're not the host.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Told you I needed y'all help.
Teamwork makes the dream work, honey. I just had a little miniature website training on it. That's the only reason I know.
All right, I'm gonna try and play. I'm gonna show today.
Perfect.
I'm going
You can hear
to all right. Harvest some arugula. And then up at the top, I have some basil. And around the sides, I have some chard. Let's see if you can see that. Please excuse a couple of brown leaves there, but that's cool. And I may even add in some big lettuce. That's what's hanging low right there. So I'm going to make a nice mixed salad. Actually, I'm not going to put in the chard. There's the chard. I'm not going to put in the chard. So it's just going to be the beautiful green arugula. And you can hear the water just came on to the tower. I had taken some basil off of this one. So if we look through, we see the water system right there. Okay, so this is the arugula, and I'm just going to take off some leaves like such to put in my salad to make up a nice salad. I love, love, love arugula. I should have, I guess, before making this, explain what arugula is good for, but I can put that in another video to follow right behind this one. Okay, see you on the other side. Oh, and this is, so these are some mixed greens that I'm also gonna put in my salad. And one more thing that I'm adding in here is I'm gonna add in some baby kale. Isn't it beautiful? Yeah, those will be good in the salad. Hey, just wanted to show the bib lettuce that I'm picking off of. Been picking off of. Isn't that beautiful? You'll see the full salad, but I had put these in the back because they were just wasn't growing much, but now it's so beautiful. Yep, so these are going into the salad. All my greens, and what I did was immediately put them into this container that had a salad in it, and I'm putting that right into the refrigerator. I will show the salad shortly. All right. So beautiful when the water starts to come down. It's like a waterfall. Okay. So that's what I've been up to lately. I started a second planting season where I had parsley and cilantro, spinach, so I've been just expanding on this, and to have that ability to just go from the tower to the table,
Wow.
no refrigeration needed. It's like it's always fresh. It was mind blowing, and I was at first afraid to harvest because I'm like, if I eat it all now, then I won't have anything. But being a city girl, I'm not thinking it's gonna grow. It's gonna keep growing. I'm enjoying it. I'm just telling anybody who's, if you don't have a green thumb, like I don't, it's so easy. Every 2 weeks, I just add more water. I add minerals, and it just waters itself 24/7. About every hour for 5 minutes, it waters itself. The lights that you saw on the outside of it, they come on and off for, you time it how you want it. I try to follow the sun. So around sunrise, have the lights come off, and then they go off around sunset. And that's it. Okay. Any questions?
How much is that tower, girl? How much?
So let me just share one more. I'll just so you can just see a little better.
Is there a website that you got it from?
Yeah. So I have, oops. No, I just moved it. Okay. So this is my website. I am a partner with Juice Plus. That's the company that makes it. And And you could see, you know, so this family here, how it's very compact, but that's the indoor one. So the indoor one that has the lights, it has wheels, so you can move it around, is $80 a month for 12 months. If you want to grow, if you're able to have an outdoor garden, it's $51 a month for 12 months. And with this, you can grow more vine type of plants. You could grow strawberries and tomatoes, and although some people do it on this one as well, you know, just have to be a little bit more strategic about it, probably have them on the bottom. But you could, you know, you see here, you can have your tomatoes and eggplant and cucumber, zucchini, anything that grows above ground, you can have that. And everything is included, except the water. Except water and electricity.
Do they come and hook it up for you so the water line goes there? And
no, it's self-contained. So right inside of here is the water. You fill this up with water.
Okay.
Yeah, and the same thing with this basin. You fill that up with water. So no, they don't assemble for you. But let me tell you, there are videos on how to put it together. I know people have done it just one person. It's nice with two, but it's easier than it seems. At first you see all these parts and it looks intimidating, but it really isn't. It's about, so you have this base and then you add 1, 2, 3, 4 sections right on top of each other. And then this light at the top, and that's it. And there's a little pump on the inside.
Does it come with the seeds?
I didn't understand.
Who's speaking?
I was going to make the comment that I'm so glad, Ayo, that they got to this monthly thing, because I think when you first showed it to me, it just was a flat price. I was like, oh, okay.
No, I thought I told you it's monthly. No, it's always been monthly. I'm sorry if I didn't explain that well. Hey, Nyamo, how you doing? Yeah, so it's, you know, so you have your choice, because you could have this indoors and add the lights. Of course, once you add the lights, it's going to be another cost. But some people, they'll just have their outdoor. So let's say we're all most of us in the Northeast, just have a summer garden, harvest, you know, what you need. Like even with the chard, I had grown so much, I froze it, you know, so I had my chard. You could do that with string beans, you know, just as you would buy frozen vegetables, but now you've grown your own organically. You know that nobody else has touched it, has breathed over it, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Another question for you. Can you bring the Tower Garden Flex inside?
This one, yes, you can bring it inside, but you would just need the lights because our windows have too much, you know, UV protection. So you don't get as the type of sun that it needs once you bring it inside. But yes, you can get this and bring it inside. I know a few people who have done that. And everything grows beautifully.
Wonderful.
As far as when you add the minerals, is that to the basin at the bottom?
That's correct. It's at the basin. It's so freaking simple. I'm like, love it, love it, love it. So if anyone has any information, you know, want to know more, I'll put my link, this link to this page in the chat, and I'll put my information in the chat and just get back to me.
All right, Ma, you can switch me back on.
Okay, I'll make
I
you.
don't know if anybody's waiting to get in or not.
Yeah, I'd let somebody in, at least one
did.
person. Yeah.
She's hosting.
No, when she's sharing her screen, she has to be host, so she's switching it back to me. Okay, so I'm back in the block here. Okay, so we still got 8 minutes. Anybody got any more questions for her before John does his presentation? I want to know if the seeds are included.
The seeds are included.
Okay.
You get, let me just, well, I'm not going to share anymore, but yeah, you get about 8 different packs of seeds, which is basil, kale, arugula, chard, mixed greens. I'm missing something, but you get about 8 packs of seeds.
But you could use your own.
Oh, you could use your own, or you can also buy the seedlings. I saw that, but I have it in the other room. You can buy the seedlings so that they're about, let's say 2 or 4 inches of a plant, and you just plop it in.
Wow.
So, you know, I tried doing something like this when they had it on QVC, of course, that's where it was.
Uh-huh.
And the squirrels went in there and ate my strawberry seedlings out. They went, dug in there, so I never got no bloom or nothing. They went in there and ate the little seeds or whatever, the little starter things. I guess they're yummy. So do you have issues with animals coming to eat your
Well, I
stuff?
have mine's indoors.
Okay.
But I can ask my friends that have theirs outdoors, what do they do? I haven't heard anybody say they had a problem with animals thus far.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know if it's, I know some people like with insects, so they'll grow marigold flowers, let's say in one of the pods to keep the insects away.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what they're doing with to keep animals away. I'll find out.
Okay, and there's no special fertilizer you need to put in it to keep the soil rich or anything?
No, and there's no soil, by the way. So, yeah. It's what it is, the minerals are distracted from soil so that you could call it liquid soil.
Okay.
That's what's in there.
Oh,
Okay.
hence the name aquaponic. It's aquaponic. So it's growing in water medium. Okay.
Yeah, so the roots are getting nourished continually with this mineral-based water. That's how it works.
Okay, gotcha. Wow.
Are the seeds non-GMO?
The seeds are non-GMO. And if you're not, if you don't feel comfortable with the seeds from them, like Niyama was saying, you can use seeds from another company that you trust, let's say. You could do that too.
Is it true that you cannot grow grapes or anything with a vine with this system?
I don't know if anyone has tried grapes, or grapes are on the list. So anything on a vine, yes, but not anything in a root. So you can't grow carrots and beets and potatoes and things like that. But anything that grows above ground, you should be able to grow. And as you know, grapes will grow crazy. So what they have is you could get another extra unit called a cage, so then anything that's on a vine, it kind of wraps around this cage. You can do that too if you wanted to do grapes.
From start to finish, how long would it take to grow?
From seed to seedling is about 2 weeks. And then once you put it on the tower, that's about another 2 weeks before you would harvest.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
That's fast.
It's incredible. Nice.
So how if you have an overgrowth, how you do store it? How would you don't want to let it spoil. You can have an overgrowth. What's the best way to store it?
Well, what a lot of people do is they'll share. And as I guess I call myself an urban farmer now, I know, okay, well, don't have 3 plants of arugula because it's going to be too much. So now I just have 1 for my family. It's just me and my husband. So, but if you have a bigger family, of course you grow more. But if you have this overgrowth, like what I did, then you get really creative. You could juice your vegetables. You can, those that you can freeze, like chard. Even with the basil, you could probably pulverize and put them in ice cubes. So you have your own little seasoning, frozen seasoning. So then when you're ready to use some basil, you pop it out of the ice cube and put it in whatever you're cooking. So there's some items that you can do like that, in a way to preserve it, some type of freezing mechanism. I don't know about canning. One other thing that I have done is a salad in a jar. So if I put my vegetables in a jar, with that mason glass type of jar, it can last for a good week. And I just have it ready to make my salad, and then I can add my dressing and whatnot. So I've done that, salad in a jar type of thing.
Have you experimented with vacuum packing? It's a device that's like a bag, and it sucks out all the air, and you put an item in it, and it's supposed to last a long time.
Yeah. Actually, I want to get one of those. That is a great option as well. Yeah. And there are bags that you can buy, which I still didn't get either, that will allow your produce to last a little longer.
That is so fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm hearing, this is a shocking information I received, that the farmers, I don't know if it's true or not, I hope it's not, the farmers in the West who grows all our food are being told by the government to destroy their food. Because if they don't destroy the food, because farmers are getting paid by the government to not grow a certain amount of foods. But the information is saying they are telling them to destroy their crops. And if they don't destroy their crops, they will not get any subsidy. So I hope that information is false. But if it's true, the system you talk about is going to be absolutely needed.
Yeah. And I think, the nice thing also that have become aware of during this pandemic is, urban farms in different communities. So like I said, I'm in New Jersey, so I know there's a brother in Newark that has been promoting this, sustainability, food sustainability for years. And, so you hear it, but now when you're in this situation, you really hear it and see it. This is what I talk about conscious living. It's like now, you become aware and conscious of these type of things it's going on in community, and, people have community gardens and ways to get food to people. And this is what we need to tap into, I think, as a holistic community, a lot more. So I would, if you decide even not to have your own system, to tap into community gardens as well. And because this is going to be the way to get a hold, have our own food security.
And as you very well know, there are systems out there that similar to your systems that are underground, that they are growing, called hydroponics, that are growing tremendous amount of food. This is something that's been starting on the last couple of years. Matter of fact, in the undergrounds of New York, they have acres and acres of this system, something similar to the system that you have in their home garden, but it's same principle. And that's the way the world going on. Because if everybody can remember the song that we're in the dawning of the age of Aquarius, they were telling us this vibration is coming in. And in December of 20, the age of Aquarius came in. Right now, we're in that vibration of Aquarius. So a lot of things that are bad, so-called bad, are going to happen. The vibration is not going to accept it.
Right. Who's speaking? Who is speaking? Is this Izor?
This is Brother Izor from the Cosmic Temple is speaking.
All right, Brother Izor. Okay, I'm glad you can make it. Okay, so we gotta move on to the next caller. You can make your last comment though.
Okay.
Okay, you done?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, cool. Okay, so our next speaker, Brother John, you ready? Uh-oh, did he lose his connectivity? Okay, John, where are you? Okay, I guess he stepped away for a second. I'm wondering if I should just drop down to, I'm trying to stay in order, but I don't know if maybe he lost his thing. Okay, you know what, in the meantime, until he's ready, let me just do a little bit of my spiel. I'm not gonna keep it long. You know, I don't like talking much. Just gonna go over, let me see if I can share my screen with everyone. Till John gets back, he maybe went to the restroom. Can everybody see? My screen? Well, I know, Izor, you can't because you're on your phone.
Yeah, we can
That
see.
is correct.
Yes.
It would be nice if somebody could send me the link so I can click on it, because I'm not able to click on it from paper that's been sent.
Okay, I thought you were, yeah, okay, you got the hard mail. Okay.
Yeah, I got the hard mail, so I'm not able to type it. I have to put
Hold
it
on,
in.
my love. Hang on one second. Let me send it right now. And you can just, oops, I just sent that to Daud. Okay, so I'm gonna send it to you too. Okay, and if I see, I think it should. Okay, what's your email, sir? Oh, I got it. Logan Barnes, I got it. Okay, so I'm sending it to you right the second, and you'll be able to join in via the link.
Okay. That sounds like a plan. We're in the age of Aquarius. All this stuff is going to be happening.
There you go. Okay, so you're there.
Yeah, I did step away.
Okay,
I'm
John,
back
so
whenever.
you ready to rock and roll? So let me unshare. Stop my share so you could do your thing. You got it. Do you need to share your screen so I'll make you host, or you're just gonna talk? We can't hear you, bug bro. You're muted. Okay.
Okay, there we are. There we are.
Do you need to share the screen, or you're
No, I
just gonna
don't.
talk?
No,
Okay.
I'll just speak. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Hi everybody. And just okay. Just wanted to introduce myself briefly. My name is John Gray, and I'm a new member of the African Holistic Chapter of New York, and just coming that way to New York. I'm actually in transition as we're speaking. As you can see, I'm at a McDonald's sharing the Wi-Fi here, and just trying to make sure that I get there and become a productive member. My background is in visual arts, so practically anything that can be seen, I can create, sculpt or paint, draw, that type of thing. And had that as a gift as a young child coming into the world, and that has actually facilitated certain abilities to be able to observe and actually, be able to communicate some of these observations in the realm of health and healing. Background in health and healing includes therapeutic massage, a lot of the major modalities, energy, as well as the myofascial aspects, being able to help people with, chronic pain. That would include migraines, neck pain, lower back pain, carpal, metacarpal, that type of thing. So I help people when they're dealing with different types of chronic illnesses, be able to fortify themselves nutritionally, so that those things that are considered to be undetectable, like myofascial. Let's see, I'm trying to remember off the top what they call it, like restless leg and things like that, where doctors say, well, oh, it's in your head, those types of issues. I'm able to help people overcome those quite swiftly. So let's see. All right, so I know the one of the biggest questions is, well, how did you get involved with, how did you get involved with the holistic health type of thing, where you're, helping people, in their decision to heal. And I've always wanted to help people since I was young, but one of the big triggers was the death of my aunt Catherine. And as it were, I was 11 years old. And, one of those good old days where, on her arrival to the house, at the time, it was my grandmother, my grandfather, me and my sister, and she walks through the back door, crying. And so I just remember it like it was yesterday, watching her enter into the back door crying. A lot of her hair was missing, and she said that she had the diagnosis of, of cancer, and that was unheard of. We only heard of it, briefly in the news where they talk about cancer, but as it turned out, cancer visited our household that day, and that struck all of us silent, and all we could do is just watch in helplessness, as she cried and just didn't know how to deal with the diagnosis, and all of the things that she thought were necessary according to the prescription by her current doctor at the time. And so at that moment, I declared to myself that I would find a cure for cancer. And to my great surprise, as time went on, I found multiple ways that cancer could be actually eliminated and reversed if you're in certain stages. And I was able to actually go into things that into research that would be able to facilitate my ability to help other people discover those ways. Now I'll have to kind of go back a little bit, because prior to getting into the healthcare, or the health and wellness arena, I was dealing a lot with the visual side of things, and so some of the skills that it took to observe and be able to replicate, say, just phenomena out in the world, and be able to place that onto a 2D canvas or sheet of paper or computer screen. It allowed me to understand a lot of things, and it dealt with just understanding and developing a comprehension of perspective. And so in the arts, if any of you have ever taken art, you probably come across, your 1, 2, and 3 point perspective, your atmospheric perspectives, and also juxtaposition, based on, positioning of things, things that would otherwise be far apart, like say the moon or or the landscapes of skyscrapers, you'll notice that when you put the moon closer to the horizon, the moon looks just enormous. But if you were to put a caliper or something around that image, just holding it up to the moon, you'll find out that even when it goes, say 12 noon in the sky, it's exactly the same size, but based on what it's up against, the perspective, that version of perspective allows you to know something, and not be fooled by the, daily or how would you say, apparent. You wouldn't be fooled by those apparent differences that make you think, okay, this is this. You would actually have a measure that's consistent and constant that will inform you about what you're looking at. Okay, so that was the approach that actually helped me to learn a little bit more about how to pay attention to different people's situation when actually going through therapeutic treatments. And so it's just that kind of approach with that background, and it just overlaps and it smoothly transitioned into being able to do those things. Okay, so now I'm going to move forward into how I move from doing art as a primary thing, a primary occupation, into some of the things that kind of allowed me to start practicing. So back in, I think it was 2004, no, 2002. Yes, 2002. Actually, I have to go back further, because what made me really pay attention to getting active was an illness I had back even further. So it was the early 1994. And so what had happened was I had gotten married, and we moved up to Chicagoland area. And this transition from, deep South, living in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Shreveport, I got kind of acclimatized to where I can take the heat. But when we moved up north, the cold, the severe, contrast of cold and heat, that just wreaked havoc on my nervous system, and other systems consequently. So ended up, getting very sick to where I couldn't comprehend just conversation, regular conversation. And this conversation, this thing where I couldn't understand, just simple words. It really scared me, And so there was a period where I would rebound, and in that rebound, I wanted to find help, and I was introduced to Mut Nefer KaRaa, who helped me get into a vegan practice. He told me the downside of a lot of the foods that I given him a list of that I ate on throughout the day, and he said, if you want to live, he asked me if I wanted to live. I said yes. So he said, well, you want to live, you need to stop eating the meat. That's like, what? That was that was unheard of coming from Deep South. Some of you guys probably know what I'm talking about, but that shocked me too. It's like, oh man, life, death, meat, and I chose life. I just happened to, have something I needed to do. I had this on my mind of helping people. And it's like, well, I guess I better go forward. I want to live. And so on that journey, I learned a lot about, substituting food, supplementation, and that was a heavy one. And soon I became acquainted with the store called Vitamin Shop. Okay, and so when Vitamin Shop made its way to Merrillville, Indiana, I dove deep because they had a lending library, where I was working there, and when it got slow, I was studying a lot of the herbs and the supplements that went into helping the cellular respiration and function to become stable in the human being. Okay, and so during that time, I had the great fortune of meeting a massage therapist who worked on horses, and so she was coming in, and periodically she would make certain purchases of supplements, and I asked her, I was like, well, why do you keep getting these particular supplements? She said, well, I do equestrian massage. And so I said, really? She said, yes, it's the horses. The horses definitely need their nutrients. And so what I do is I help assist the nutrients to go through the body. And I thought that was pretty phenomenal, because I was just concerned about the nutrients themselves, but didn't realize that sometimes, when a bodily system goes into a sick state or into a compromised state, sometimes it's even better to get assistance, of contact to help push certain nutrients into areas where the heart wouldn't normally have the strength to circulate all the way out to the extremities. And so when I found that out, I asked her, well, where did you go to college? Where did you get your training? And she told me the school, and it was the Sawyer School of Massage in Maryville, Indiana. And that was the turning point for me right there. I was able to meet up with a lot of very highly skilled health practitioners, from chiropractors to registered nurses, and they taught me the science of all of their modalities and how to apply those sciences to the skill sets of massage therapy. So of course, from there, I excelled, because I was in it, 110, sometimes 200%. And in about a year's time, learned a lot about the body and how to apply those skills. And from there, went into my own practice, where I was able to help a lot of people in the clinical setting, a doctor in Jacoby, in Gary, Indiana, and we were able to put a lot of those unseen types of illnesses to rest. Let's see, where was I going with that? Okay, so yeah, going from there to there, and then from art to the discovery of massage, and now into being able to develop my own techniques that would address not only sickness, but just stages of imbalance, energy flow, and that type of thing. And what I've developed was a technique called the Tai Chi chair technique, and I utilize that technique even on the table, to help people with energy flow and facilitate relaxation, and just the activation of some of the organs that may be kind of sluggish. And one of the things I would like to present for the chapter is an opportunity to learn how to apply this technique, so that there would be instances where you can, let's say if your client comes in and they're requiring deep work, you don't have to actually hurt the client in order for them to get benefit. You can actually go in and help your client actually relax, and then be able to go in deep in layers, as well as address some of the energy things that would actually help them release some of the tension that causes them, that hardness of the musculature that may impinge certain neurological processes. And so it is my objective to be able to start up the coursework in October. I haven't ironed out all of the pricing, but this is the forum that I wanted to be able to present this, so that if anyone is interested in learning, just keep your eyes open. I will be posting more detail on the Facebook chat that we have, collectively. So this is how I'm wanting to roll it out. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you have any questions about certain modalities or techniques, feel free to ask. I can answer those right here on this presentation right here. Let's see, how's my time, Sister Shai? Oh, you're muted, Sister.
8 more minutes.
8 more minutes. Okay. Well, that would be good for Q&A.
Yeah, and I'm going to speak a little bit after you, but I'll give you some of my time, as
okay.
The Congresswoman says, I give you my time.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll take any questions that you have right now, if anybody wants to ask any questions.
Go ahead, Mama Ayo.
Hi, John. Yes, I had a question. Nice
Yes.
meeting you, and thanks for joining the chapter. So you said your technique is called a Tai Chi chair technique?
Yes.
So are
yes,
you doing Tai Chi, like in the chair?
That's a very good question. Yeah, because I know people would get that idea just from, if you haven't seen it, that would come to mind. So thanks for that question. Basically what it is I'm using the techniques of Tai Chi, meaning the balancing, the stance and the posture that allows for balance. And so when we're moving, around the client, what we're doing is actually making sure that our, as a practitioner, the alignment of the practitioner is getting the maximum flow from the ground, and we're transferring force and energy in a focused manner, such that when we're moving, we're actually gliding through each motion and using each, let's say if I'm doing a kneading type of technique, I'm using each movement to go into that. So the efficiency, doesn't overtax the body, doesn't overtax the back and the joints, that are involved, even the musculature that's required to make certain movements and deliver the needed pressures that are required for the muscle groups being addressed. So yes, it's dealing with the flow and the movement and the focus, such that the energy that's actually coming off of the practitioner is a shared energy, and it's a non-depleting type of energy flow. So in actuality, what happens for the practitioner is that you're actually increasing your own energy while increasing the energy of the person that's in the chair.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. I just want to
Absolutely.
a quick thing. So has this work now, or how has this work impacted your artistry, if at all?
Wow. I think that the artistry, the impact of the artistry allows me to actually visualize better. For some reason, it just, I can do a whole routine with my eyes closed, because I already can see and I can feel and sense real time. And so as an artist, it's helped me to be able to include the flow, and be able to translate what I'm seeing in my mind a lot easier, whereas I would have had to, just experiment, trial, as I go, create. But now it's like I can see without actually having a reference.
I have a question, John. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good. Thank you so much for sharing your information, and thank you for joining the chapter. I love the concept of chair Tai Chi. Ayo asked the question. I was going to ask a similar question.
Right.
Ayos are thinking the same way. I was thinking,
Mhm.
you actually do the floor Tai Chi, because I'm certified in Tai Chi course, and many
Right
people
on.
are. So as soon as
Yeah.
you say that, you think of moving the chi. So my question is really personal. I
Mhm.
I fell years ago, about
Mm.
20 years ago, carrying
Mm.
a djembe drum, and the djembe drum pulled me down, which made my whole body shift, and I fell on my tailbone.
Oh my goodness.
And
Yeah.
I've done lots of healing with that injury, and it
Mm.
gets better. Matter of fact, it had gotten very better,
Mm.
but it seems like in the last 3 months or so, I'm also connecting my physical issue with the emotions that I have been feeling about lack and limitation, because the
Mm.
tailbone is a root chakra.
Yes. Yes.
And
Hmm.
so I'm asking of you, are you connecting also the holistic awareness? Oftentimes, this injury in the body
Hmm.
definitely relates to the emotional mind and the chakra system in clearing those energies. Speaking to the people about it, are you helping them move that energy? And can you give any suggestions as to what maybe I can do? I do a lot of movement, but I also do
Hmm.
a lot of sitting.
Yes. Yes. Very good question. And yes, I do connect that as well, because there's a breathing side to this as well. And I didn't mention that,
Right.
which
And I was going to
I'm
ask
really,
you that, of course.
yes, I'm thankful for you to ask that question, because I forgot that part, the breathing. As I'm going through the technique of going through the various parts of the body, there's a breathing that I do personally, and I encourage the person that's actually getting the therapy to breathe with me, in certain key moments. Now, as far as being able to have that awareness of the chakras, I'm very, very aware, and I teach that as well, which is a part of what will be included in the work that's going to be presented. All of the chakras, they're going to have their points of fixation, of tension. And when we get to that area, let's say I'm working in the lower back, I encourage people to do the breathing, as I press on the various the various points in the sacral area. And so that's, yes, definitely, root chakra work. And if there's any other questions about the chakras, I'm more than happy to go over those. Breathing. Yeah, breathing is everything. It's a spiritual thing, which is that root word, the breath, is spiral. And so once we're connecting our awareness of ourselves and of the micro, ourselves being the micro of the macro, the universe that's actually housing us all, we can actually tap into the macro to even assist. And we'll be covering that as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely.
Could you put your information into the chat, please?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is it possible that you put your information, your contact in the chat?
Okay, yeah. Yes, for sure. Absolutely. All right. Let's see if I can do that from here. Anybody else with any questions?
All right. That's me a picture of both sides of that.
Let me mute.
Greetings. My name is Nefertun. And I too, is very interested in what you're saying. I too had an injury, a neck and back injury. And I do yoga and Tai Chi also to heal myself. I'm also a reflexologist, but I had to take a sabbatical because of putting the pressure on. But I'm working on healing myself with yoga and reflexology. I'm very interested in taking your course. So I would like to know, like, how long is your course? Because I do suppose to travel to the continent in November.
November. Okay, well, I'm actually working on streamlining that particular thing as we're speaking. My estimation in terms of length, because it's, well, I can go over some of the key points. And okay, so some of the outline of what will be covered will be like care for self and care for others as a primary starting point. Hygiene, that will be for self and the environment, you know, that we're working in as practitioners. Biomechanics, that will be the posture, the stance, and the breath. And then the, you know, having the attention of that posture and you know, positioning in the chair for the person you're working on. We'll be covering physiology. That would include the cause, which is your technique, and the physical effects on cellular respiration, you know, and how it facilitates relaxation and relief, and the relief response. And then we go into the anatomy, which are the key areas for relief on the chair. We cover palpation. Then we cover technique, which would be the detail and coverage of the muscles and the joint areas. Then we start getting into the flow, you know, how to make all of that flow together. And then we go into the timing. And so what I mean by timing is, let's say if you have a 10-minute or a 15-minute or a 30-minute, you'd actually know what to do in the specific areas of the body that need the attention, and how to do that without having a clock. And then the course package itself would include the chair, the curriculum, and then the certificate of completion. And so I know that there are going to be situations where we're going to have online types of coursework. And so it's just a matter of me being able to integrate all of that so that I can give estimations on those times. So my ideal timing, to answer your question, my ideal timing would probably be about a 3-month course. And so we have maybe, you know, once a week, maybe more. But I'm just trying to fine tune it all, because this is something I've been wanting to do for the longest. And now, thanks to the chapter, I get a chance to focus on that now. And so I'm looking forward to being able to answer that question in our chat sessions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any more questions? Okay, so John, do you know how to put your contact information in the chat? Can you do it on your end or no? Okay.
Yes, I think I can do it.
I have a quick question.
Sure, go ahead, sweetie.
John, you mentioned something about a chair being included as part of the course. Did I hear you say that?
Yes, that's correct. That's
I thought I heard
correct.
you say that. So tell us more about that. That's interesting.
Okay, so basically what you'll be getting is a beginner's chair, That way you'll be able to have, you may be able to bring a friend or family member to be able to practice on while we're going through our coursework. That way, if we're doing Zoom, Zoom conference, I'll have the setup so that everybody, when we come onto the Zoom, if you have a tripod or if you have a nice desk to set your device on, you can actually, go through all of the motions, all of the steps, and those steps will, it'll also, free us all up so that we can actually do this and know what we're talking, know what we're doing real time while we're doing it, so that any questions you have, you'll be actually on that muscle group, and we'll make it all happen. It's not like it's going to be all theory. We're going to be knowing what we're doing as we go.
Okay, so
did I answer that question? I'm hoping
we'll be getting that chair through you.
Yes. Once you sign up for the course, the cost of the course, which is TBA, I apologize for not having all of that together, but I want to make sure that everybody has, the correct information once it's available.
Okay.
This is all in the works. I have a month to work on it, and you'll know by probably by mid-month.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. I'm fascinated
Sure.
about this chair. Is this the same chair that you use for seating massages, or is this a different type of chair? What type of a chair are you talking about?
Let me see. I'm trying to remember the brand that I just got. It'll be a beginner's brand. I think it's
Is it the type
Sista
of
Shai.
Is it the type of chair that people use for seated massage, where you're like leaned over with your back exposed and your hand and your knees are like that type
Yes,
of chair?
that's exactly the chair we're talking about. Yeah, it'll be a foldable, portable chair, and you'll have your arms to be able to drape forward. That would open up the back area, and you'll have the face cradle so that you can rest according, to allow your neck to be exposed for the therapeutic treatment.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You're most welcome.
I'm definitely taking a class, so.
Awesome. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, you guys. I'm gonna make sure, because I've taught this class on a few occasions for a year through the More Career College, and so many people from different walks of life have come through and learned the technique. But I think you guys are going to get it. I mean, a lot better, because I'm not restricted by the time that I had coming through their system. I'll be able to utilize as much time as needed, so that we can focus on some of those key things, those specific things, so that you know what you're doing. And I'm actually trying to work on putting that information into the chat here. So forgive me if it looks like I'm kind of looking away here. Okay, if there's any other questions, I'm willing to answer as we go along. Can you hear me? Anybody?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. I thought I was out.
Okay. Your time is 31 p.m. Okay, so Dr. Cool, you see your time, 2:31? Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again. like I said, I'm going to just go over the new stuff because you've already seen, most of you've seen the presentation already. And those who have not, you can just watch the YouTube and the chapter YouTube channel. And we're going through all of the basic stuff. Let me just go here. Let me share my screen. Someone speaking?
Oh, I need to mute.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, everybody can see?
Yes.
Everybody can see. Okay, so we have already done our debriefing from last season, and we haven't started on this season here. So my time, I just want to make sure, because I left my little time out, of course. So at 2 o'clock, make sure you say Shai time's up, okay? Okay, so we did the prayer and libation part already. That we done. We acknowledge the ancestors. Most of you know our mission. We covered that in the first time we did the chapter in terms of what our mission is about. We talked about our history, how Dr. Africa inspired us to start the chapter. That's what that's about. Okay, but one of our other interesting ones we're just getting started with is our chapter's mental health initiative. You know, sometimes we get people who are sick, but they're probably sick in another way. And we've never, you know, sometimes our oils and our herbs and stuff cannot get to the mental health part of the person. So Nefer KaRaa has been a mental health contact for a minute since the chapter, but it's been that's an overwhelming area. And so we have Daud GeAzan, who's come to town as one of Brother G's like brain guys, and also happens to be a mental health person, and I believe he's a Black psychiatrist, psychologist, right? But he's going to speak on all of that, the history of mental health, what causes it, and us as a chapter, we have to know when whatever we're helping is beyond herbs and oils and chair massage. Sometimes it's a mental healing that they need. They need to deal with some trauma. There's other things that's stopping them back. So no matter how much oregano oil we give them, that's not going to release them from the trauma. So we got the trauma team now, Nefer KaRaa and Baba Daud. They want us, you know, when some people will come to you and say they need mental health help, that they'll say that. Some you kind of intuitively figure it out, and some people won't because they don't even know they have a mental health issue. So what Baba Daud and Nefer KaRaa want us to do is try to make note of that, notate all that. And in his presentation, he's going to go into more in depth about what he needs us to do so that we can take that off our plate as practitioners and send it to them, and also ways that we can get paid for doing that. So he's going to handle that part. But it's just important for us to just really document the clients that come to us and we think they're a little touched in the head, because when I grew up, that's what we called it. Oh, he's just a little touched in the head. He's just a little cray cray. You know what I'm saying? We say that stuff, but actually they're not, they need something mentally, some trauma, something's happened that's got them stuck some way where they can't even deal with their real life because of all of this mental stuff that's going on with them and in their family that may even still be continuing. So let's, as practitioners, please document everything and know when it's out of our lane. We can't know and do everything. We have a chapter. So if you get somebody who's schizophrenic, and Baba Daud is going to go over the attributes of someone, a client you may have that does the same behavior, and you'll say, okay, I don't need to tell him that he's a schizophrenic. Let's refer him to our mental health team, and they can plug them into the services that they need, and as well as doing the holistic piece. So I'm sure they may even double team on this presentation, but I just want you guys to know the help has come. That this is their area, they're licensed and certified, and they know all the ins and outs of mental health and how to get the funding and to get to the help and know who needs to go where, whatever. Now, if KaRaa don't knows, and Baba knows. So we got that covered. We could just forward them over with the documentation. Okay. Okay, so these are some of the bullet points that Baba Daud told me to mention, which you probably can read. Professional mental health services. A lot of things we do as practitioners, we do a lot of counseling. That we don't know what counseling. We think we're just trying to wipe someone's tears away, but that's counseling where Baba said that's the way we can get paid for that. And case management, and even referring someone to for mental health, that's a moneymaker too. But like I said, he's going to go into that, because when he told me about that, my head just blew off, because a lot of the stuff people call me before I can even refer them to something. I got to hear their life story, you know, and they'll break down and start crying. So that's the end of my consultation, because we got to deal with that part. But at least in terms of me documenting it, when I pass it on to Nefer KaRaa and the team, they'll have the notes to go with it. I spoke to them on this day. I'm sure there may be some HIPAA stuff in there, so they're going to let us know what we can share and not share, because we don't want to get sued. So they're going to kind of guide us in that, but especially for those who have Medicaid and Medicare particularly, but there are people who need mental health who don't have no insurance at all. They also end up in our lab too. So they're going to guide the chapter in this marvelous endeavor, because there's a whole bunch of people that are being left out. We're just dealing with the people who are of sound mind. And there's some people who are not of sound mind that no matter what Nefer KaRaa and those folks do, the team does, they still may need to be institutionalized. But since who's the one that's doing hypnosis? Is that Niamo? So we got other tools that we can use, which I will say we can incorporate a lot of these holistic things in terms of what they're doing. So who knows, maybe we don't need to institutionalize them, but if we do, that's there. Especially when we're dealing with these meds involved. Are you taking your meds, and are they acting out just because of side effect of the meds? But like I said, we got the mental health team, so we don't have to try to know it all. We could just text Neff, this is the deal. What do we do? Don't worry, Shai, send it to us. Me and Daud will figure it out. I love that, because I didn't realize how many mental health people we were getting. And even if you looking back at your clientele, you probably got a lot of mental health stuff, and you just lovingly just do their reflexology anyway, and just because it relaxes them, and they get to talk to you as like counseling them and wiping their tears though. But Baba Daud said you get paid to do that. So it's good to do what you do, but you can also get some type of compensation for getting a referral, but that's something that, you know, they're working on. Okay, so professional assessments, the mental health team is gonna come up with an intake form and a questionnaire that we get the client to fill out if they're able-bodied. Some people are, you know, maybe not, they may need somebody to fill it out for them to get to us, and then they'll know what help that they need. Okay, and then also, of course, I already mentioned that, also referrals for people who have mental health, as well as incorporating the holistics around it. So that's another point he gave us as well. Okay, and then the final point I already said, based on the results of the questionnaire, Daud and Nefer KaRaa for professional mental health assistance. So that's our new baby that we pushed out the chapter's womb. That's one of the new things that we're pushing out the womb, that we want to be able to have someone to do that on a clinical level. So how's everybody feel about the new baby? Okay, everybody's muted, so I can't hear nothing. So,
It's a very, very essential addition to the chapter because as Dr. Layla Africa was saying, you know, that most of what we're dealing with, you know, when we're dealing with some of these issues, that it stems, you know, these imbalances stem from, you know, having a degree of mental illness. Yeah, so it's very essential. Yes.
yeah, and I mean, we have people in our family that mental health. We just didn't know what it was called, but now at least we have a name for it. Is a way, you know, when they have psychosis, a certain way you have to talk to them. You know, Nefer KaRaa, she's trained in that too. A certain way you got to talk them down and calm them down. But now we got them now, so we don't have to. We don't have to be pretend mental health people anymore. We could just send them to the team. And I've been getting a lot of people who have been calling about that, and I just give them to Baba Dawood and let him and Nefer KaRaa figure it out. That's just something.
Yeah, those deep divers.
Neff, you want to jump in with anything here?
Yes, I do. I'm a peer advocate, and I work with people with mental health and substance abuse. And I'm so happy that the chapter is working with this now. I'm not saying that we're doing it now. We've been doing it forever, but at this state, you know, because a lot of, especially people who look like me, they go to their psych and their psychiatrist, and they ask them how you feel. They say, I'm okay. They mark that down, let them go. And they really didn't receive any services, you know, but the psychiatrist write down like they was with them for 20 or 15 minutes. And I see that with a lot of our people, you know, they're getting paid for getting help, but they're not getting help.
Right.
So this is definitely needed. And I'm happy to hear that. And I do want to say that I do yoga and Tai Chi with them 1 day a week. And if I could do more, that would be helpful. So thank you.
I think the sister brings up a very important point, which I touched on briefly before, in that in the actual system, unlike what Brother Dawood and I are focusing on, a lot of times they like medicate the person and then just monitor them on medication, but don't really address the underlying traumas that they need to work on. I think the other challenge, as you said, is that a lot of times when we do different types of energy work and body work, it brings a lot of what the traumas were to the surface. But when you don't have that aspect of the training, it's like, so what to do with it now? And everybody's, well, I'm just going to release it. But a lot of it, you need to have particular types of training to help work that person through it, to actually rebalance that imbalance, to actually, and there's so many different components, because some of it becomes biochemical, some of it is the neuroscience of it. There's so many different aspects. Because I know when I've gone through the trainings for body work, one of the concerns I've had is most of the time you don't see other clinicians in the room. And I've seen where it's like, well, now that we got all this to the surface, now what? And you can't, you know, and some people say, well, I'm just going to refer you, but you need to have a collaboration, because a person can't just pack up what you've released and then bring it to whoever. You know, there needs to be, you know, like in this type of a medium where there is sharing across, consultation across, you know, the release thing may be the fact that if a person's seen within our chapter, you know, some type of a release that allows collaboration like they do in a hospital, where the people that are on that team have access to, that people within this chapter have access, you know, to let them know, okay, I'm working with you, but sometimes other things may come up that may need other modalities within our chapter. So one of the things, I'm not familiar with all the legalities of things, but one of the things we might need to explore is some type of a release for members of the chapter. So that way, if you're working with someone and realize, you know, a lot being triggered, they've already signed a release for the holistic health chapter or however it needs to be. So that way, there's some continuity. So, because that way the person's not retelling their story 1,000,001 times because, okay, it came up with you, but now they got to tell it to me. Things get lost that way and it becomes a breakdown in the continuum of healing. I think the other challenge is that in a lot of the trainings, I've witnessed that has concerned me is people will think, well, while I'm doing your feet and this comes up, I can help you with that. But that's not actually your training. And I think part of perhaps one of the things that Brother Daud and I can do with time also is to give a training around, when you have certain warning signs, that it's the time to let us know and not play therapist, because all of us have certain gifts and we also have certain limitations. And for all of us, like for example, I can do some reflexology, I can do a lot of different things, but if they need something that's more intense, I will tell them, now for that, you need to see Mama so-and-so or Baba so-and-so. So part of it also was within our own selves to know what our limitations are, because none of us can do it all, as you had pointed out before.
And I wanted to chime in. I hope you can hear me. You may can't see me.
Where are you, Mom?
You're very low. You're very low.
Okay,
Ayo.
let me see if I can move this mic. Okay, this will work. Okay, can you hear me better now? Can you hear me better now?
We hear you better. We hear you better now, Mom. From your comment, you can go right into your presentation, okay? Because you're next anyway.
Gotta wait for John to come back.
Go back on over there. You can't do anything right there. That's not the microphone.
Oh, okay. Well, tell me where the microphone is. Oh, okay. My husband told me where my microphone is. I apologize. One of the things about traditional mental health is that we have Sister KaRaa's very on point. We need that integrated approach because traditional mental health tends to focus on the head consciousness of what we are speaking about on the conscious level. But on the deeper emotional level, we oftentimes cannot really even identify what really is going on with us. We just know we don't feel good. We know we don't always connect well. We know that some of us hear voices, and sometimes our voices are that we are psychic, we are empathic. We've been empathic since we were birthed, and nobody ever understood that, and we was never encouraged to speak about it. There's a lot to the concept of mental health traditionally, but what excites me is that in taking the integrated approach between the mental health traditional side, clinical side, social service side, and the emotional side, is that many people who could not afford just holistic health will now be able to get the benefits of all of it because they can go through Medicaid and Medicare. And I know how many clients that have asked for our services, and that's the way that they could afford to pay. And so we end up having to do lots of sliding fee scales, lots of free service. And we're good with that because we know we came here to serve. Yet, it is a blessing that the chapter will be able to now enable us as holistic practitioners to add to the beauty of the traditional services so that it can truly be holistic services. That's going to make a big difference for a lot of people.
Yes. To follow up on that point, did you say, Sister Shai, that Baba Daud is able to take the insurance? Did I hear that correctly? That's what you were saying.
He's going to, when he's going to do his presentation, and he's going to tell you out of his mouth, because I may have said it backwards. So he's going to let you know where where him and Nefer KaRaa stand on that. I think Neff can take, I'm not sure, But I don't want to put words in their mouth. I want them to talk.
No, I do not take insurance.
Okay.
That's one of the things that when David and I had that conversation is how to do mechanisms. Because one of the political challenges of taking insurance at times is that they then micromanage how you do your practice.
Right.
Because if you notice, when you go to a therapist, these days you see them for 30 minutes, 40 if you're lucky, which, you know, you can barely sit down at that point. And you have to take a particular type of records and they're looking for particular type of things. I do it on a sliding scale. As Mama said, you know, it's like next to nothing, you know, but I'll be seeing a person for an hour and a half based on what's going on at the time. And, you know, not doing just, you know, tell me about your day, but as Mama Ayo was saying, you know, also looking at their body language, looking at all the different things, from the things that Dr. Africa has taught us, Queen Afua has taught us, you know, from all the different aspects. You're not just your mind, you're not just your body, you're not just your spirit. You are interactive with all that and all that's around you as well. And with the, you know, since insurance companies don't get that, they're more, it's for me, what the insurance companies do really is a check-in. How you doing? Cool. Take these two and call me in the morning. And I didn't go to school to do a factory job of how you doing, take two cookies and call me in the morning and medicate you. So that's part of the challenge. It's the same thing I was saying about independent schools. When they started taking money from the government, they were then able to micromanage what and how you taught, which was literally destroyed that whole system. So when we're looking at this, we also have to be mindful to make sure that however that's incorporated, they don't become our new overseers.
Right.
Because it sounds good, but it's looking at all those different nuances to make sure that we're still free to do what we're doing, which is healing and teaching our communities how to be self-reliant, so that food is your medicine, not a recreational self-destruction path, how to move it so you don't lose it and everything else. So these are things that, you know, so I'm looking forward also to hearing what Brother Daud shares around that. Because as you said, if we can find a way to get paid, because we all got bills like everybody else, and the trainings we go to sure isn't free, that to have it in Ma'at, to have it in balance, it'd be nice to see how we can use the system to our benefit, but to also be mindful so we're not used by the system.
By the system, yep. Here.
Any more comments? Everybody's good. Okay, Ayo Handy-Kendi, you got the stage, my love.
Okay, all right. Okay. So we've been sitting a long time, and our session is going to ask those of you who can stand up to stand up, but not yet. I really like to encourage, if you can, you've got a little water, you might want to definitely take a sip of water now. If you're wearing tight, restricted clothing around your middle in particular, I want you to get loose. Any tight restrictions around your neck, I want you to get loose also. And this is a interactive session. It is based on, I guess, really in a way of what we just spoke of. I went to some traditional therapists wondering what in the world was wrong with me, because I was holding my breath from about 1970 all the way up to about 1989 or so. And I was doing a lot of holistic health work, but I was also drinking, I was also drugging. There would be times I would feel very stuck in my body. I was angry most of the time. I didn't know what I was angry at. I was depressed a lot, although I had my moments of joy. And I knew something was not in balance. I was studying holistic health from about 1970 when I took my first class in transcendental meditation. And I took Tai Chi and Shiatsu and yoga and all sorts of energy balancing concepts. And in between taking those, I would feel my holistic expansion, and then I would find myself feeling disconnected again and feeling tight and restricted. I was having all sorts of challenges with my husband at that time. When he would come to me to make love to me, I would end up hitting him and saying, "Oh no!" And if he came to me and I was in a corner, I would come out almost swinging. And he asked me one day, "Has anybody done something to you?" And I said, "Oh no, no, no. Have you ever been violated?" "Oh no, no, not that I'm aware of." Well, it would be years and years later, as I continued to study breathing techniques, as I continue to do holistic work, and as I continue to go to several therapists to do talking out my issues, I was very blessed to be led to a particular breath technique that opened up the subconscious mind. It went below the ability to talk out what I thought was going on, and I had a degree in human services and counseling, and I was doing social work, so I had the tools to begin to look at myself, lots of them, but I could not see that deeper embedded below the surface pain, because I didn't realize that it was there. And when I learned this particular breath technique, the trauma, the drama rose through my system, opened up my cells, opened up the energy centers, opened up portals to a deeper part of my subconscious mind. I call it drawer number 999. It got opened up. And when it opened up, it revealed that truly I had been abused as a little girl from age 8 to about 14 by dad, touching me inappropriately. I verbally knew he had said things about me, and I verbally and realistically understood that there would be times that when I was around him, I was holding my breath. I had been holding my breath out of fear and trauma that started when I was age 8, and at age 45, I was still holding my breath around my dad. I loved him, but I didn't like him, and I didn't know why I didn't like him. And so this session that we're about to partake upon is just a snippet of what we have been offering people to help to open up those stored, energetic feelings, emotions, pain, anger, fear. Because when we are in trauma, we hold our breath. And our breath is designed to help the reptilian mind that my sister spoke of to survive, to get through it. However, we have to rebalance that reptilian mind and help us to breathe through our traumas so that our traumas, the energy of them, do not get stuck in our body, our minds, and our spirit. And so I'm going to, that's a brief introduction to what we now call Transcendence Breathwork. I'm blessed that this is my signature work. And I'm going to ask everybody if they could please stand up. You'll need to adjust your camera. We're not going to take you too deep in it, but I will say to anybody, if you are feeling any emotions coming up, please allow it. If you feel like crying, cry. If you feel like screaming, scream. If you feel like, just really, we're going to let you do that. Because all of us have been through a very traumatic last 2 years. It's still going on. This is part of a continuum of intergenerational trauma. And I sincerely ask you to listen to the sound of my voice. This will hopefully be about 20 minutes. And so we begin this session by allowing ourselves to just move. Feel your movement wherever your body takes you. We call this the jiggle. Allow your body to jiggle just like it is a bowl of jelly. I want want you to think of shaking off the negatives. Just shaking that off, okay? And as you are relaxing the body, getting in touch with it, I want you to jiggle the head. I want you to jiggle the shoulders. I want you to really jiggle the hips. I really need to jiggle my hips because they're tight from sitting. So jiggle the hips. Don't forget to jiggle the butt. Get that butt going. Yeah, get it going. Don't forget the legs. Don't forget the knees. Don't forget the feet. Jiggle anything that feels tight and restricted. Don't be concerned about how you look. Allow yourself to just feel your body and just move your body. And those of you who can turn on the screen so that we can share this energy of this moment, do that. You'll get a lot more out of it. Now, as we're jiggling, I want everyone to raise their hands above their head like they just don't care. And I want you to open the mouth and just tone. Ah, 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 ah. I want you to let that primal scream come out. Ah, you feel like growling. Ah, you feel like hitting. Ah, there you go, Ayo. Yeah, there you go. Come on. All right, Shai. Ah, 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 ah. You feel like screaming. And we're going to slow down and we're going to go into a high breath. Inhale in deeply and exhale out like you're ha, 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 ha. Go faster, John. Ha, 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 Last one, inhale. Bring the breath all the way up. Open the mouth wide and just go ha. Inhale again. Bring it all the way up and just go ha. Inhale again. It's like you're lifting up the breath. Raise it to the heavens. Arms wide open and just go ha. Inhale again. And go allow yourself to slowly go back to your seat. Continue to breathe. Put one hand on your chest. Take the thumb of the opposite hand and connect with your belly button. Put both feet flat on the floor or on the ground, and close your eyes and focus attention on your breathing. Allow the breath to come in and go out. Feel the sensation of your heartbeat, beating rapidly. Inhale in through the nose, exhale out of the nose. Safe to breathe. Feel the breath of life coming in and out, in and out, in and out. Feel the breath flowing into the body. Let this breath sensation open the body. Breathing easily, effortlessly. Imagine that which people are taking for granted, the breath of life. But allow this breath now to open. As you ask yourself the simple question, what am I here to do? And what more can I do to serve? Serving ourselves, serving others. How much self-care are we giving ourselves as healers and practitioners and medicine women and medicine men? How often are we taking time for ourselves to simply breathe? Letting in the breath of life, breathing deeply, fully, and consciously. How often do we pause in our day to just connect with our breath? How often do we stop before we say something to someone and breathe to be more conscious of the words we're about to say? What are we doing with our own breath? Are we allowing our feelings, our emotions to get stuck within our breath? Are we allowing our breathing to just flow? Are we caught up in a maze of doing so much for everyone else? That we can barely allow ourselves a moment to enjoy a meal, put our feet up, relax our minds, calm our own nerves. Are we taking ourselves too seriously? How often do we laugh in the face of our challenges? How often do we, put a smile on our face in the middle of our storms of life? So granted, COVID is no laughing matter, but how often are we able to feel the gratitude of the moment? So just breathe. Give thanks for every single breath that we take. Begin to examine every breath that we do not take. Because every breath that we do not take is a key to our inner being, our inner self. Watch what happens when you are holding your breath. Watch how often you are holding your breath. Watch who you could be around when you are holding your breath. They give you dramatic keys, perhaps to something deeper, something very, very powerful in your operating system. And while you're asking yourself those questions, just allow yourself to breathe and relax. Inhale in, exhale out. Safe to breathe. It's good to breathe. It's good to be in this body, in this mind. Inhaling your joy. And let go of anything that no longer serves you. Inhale in the spirit, or whatever name you call the spirit, that which is higher than yourself. Give thanks and praise and thanks every single moment for every breath you take. As John says, the word spirit means to breathe. And so breathe in the creative spirit as you do your work. And give thanks for all that the Creator is bringing to you. And allow yourself every single moment, with every single breath, to connect on high, to connect within, so that you can connect with those around you. And the powerful, peaceful, spiritual way that you are. Breathe in your joy. Let go of any confusion. breathe in peace, love, happiness. And know that the Creator has got this. And breathe just because you can. Because there are many who are struggling today to breathe. No longer take the breath for granted. The first thing we do when we come into the world, the last thing we do, we leave this world. And everything in between made better by the way that we breathe. On the count of three, we're going to slowly open our eyes and come out of this experience and return back to the room and to our meeting, feeling more refreshed and breathe up and more joyful than before, ready to answer those questions so that we can be much better than all that we do. 1, 2. On the count of 3, slowly begin to open your eyes. I give thanks for the opportunity to have shared the session. I receive, I receive, I receive. I feel your energy all the way over here. We connect in a virtual circle of love and light and light and love because we truly are light bearers and the light bearers are winning. It may not seem like it, but yes, we are. We are rising above, we are rising above, and we are rising above. Continue to know that you are truly the most important part, and our being in unity and our diversity enables us to have strength, love, and positive energy. Nothing but black love in all that we do. Amen. Ashe. Aho. We give thanks. Thank you, Brother John. That was my husband, John, on the other side. Thank you. So you may feel the effects of this session. It began to open up some of those portals, okay? The more, of course, we move and shake and breathe deeper, the more those portals begin to open up. If you truly, truly are interested in a life-changing experience, we learn how to breathe so that every single breath is optimum, and also consider doing some very deep movement of your energy centers so that you can truly be blessed for all that you do. I thank you very much. I hope to see some of you at our next certification. Brother Izor, breathologist, good to see you. And always my sister Naima, I appreciate you having taken our course, and for all the others who take the course and who continue to consider coming on the course. You will be able to add it to whatever it is that you do to not only heal others, but to help to heal yourself. Peace and blessings.
Any questions before
Blessings.
anybody have any questions? Everybody's relaxed. Okay, I won't bother you.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Dr. Akua if you want to start, or you want me to do the 2 quick raffles real quick? I'm just gonna pull a name out and see who get gift cards. Is that okay?
You can go ahead and do the raffle. That's fine.
Okay,
Yes.
because we got like 5 pulls that we gotta do. I think maybe 6. It was 11 pulls. What am I saying? Okie dokie, let's see. Somebody's gonna say something in the chat here. Okay. Okay, so let's see who's gonna get the gift card. See, I'm not looking. Da-da-da. And if they're not here, they don't get it. We just pull somebody else's name out. Gift card, $50 gift card is to Quasi. He's not here though. There you go. Try again. They were not invited. Deb's not here either, I don't think. We'll get a winner out of here eventually. Gave up $50. Nicole.
Yay!
You got your $50 gift card.
Thank you.
Let's see if that's Nicole. And we got
Fortunate soul.
beginner's luck, right? The new
Yes.
members, they're taking over the raffle. Okay, Nicole. Okay, I got that written down. Let's see who else here. Mut Shot. I don't think she's here either. Oh, well. Them on their blessing. Brother Daud, you want $50 gift card. You see?
Man, look at that.
See, all the new members are just taking all the money.
Wow.
Okay, let's see who else wants to. Okay, want to do one more?
I protest, newbies.
You protesting, Mom? Wait, let's see.
Just the newbies.
Let me see if this is this the key right here in my hand? Let's see. Let's see. And then we'll get right into Ayo Bankoli.
Another newbie.
Our gardener. Yeah, all the newbies is taking up.
Congratulations, newbies.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, without any further ado, Dr. Akua, you know I didn't do nobody's bio, although I have them. I just want you to present yourself and you do your presentation. Someone's trying to come back in here. So whenever you're ready to start, love.
All right, beautiful ones. Well, let me ask the group, does anybody need about a 5-minute break to get up and move around? I know we've been here for a minute. I want to encourage everyone to please take care of yourselves because this has been a lengthy time for us. So 5 minutes, yes, no? How are you doing?
I'm
5
good,
minutes?
but what everybody else want to do, I'm good with that too.
Okay, let me see a raise of hand. 5 minutes. Okay.
The other people
And
have their faces.
those that are okay, let me see your hand. Well, all right then. Okay. Well, again, if you need 5 minutes, go ahead and take your 5 minutes. But it looks like the majority of the group is ready to roll. So we're going to go ahead and keep it going. All right. Peace and blessings, beautiful ones. I am so excited that we are virtual because I'll have to say that this is the first chapter meeting that I have been to in quite a while. because of moving to Ghana, which is where I am right now in West Africa, and I've been here since 2009. And it's definitely a beautiful place to be. You know, if you ever decide that you want to cross the waters, it's a nonstop trip from JFK to Accra. So when you get here, just call me on the phone. Hey, Dr. Akua, I'm here. I got you. Okay. So absolutely. If you all want to visit, please welcome here at A Life of Peace Wellness Institute. You know, I really feel like I don't even need to do an introduction because all of the familiar faces that I'm seeing on the line, and, you know, Shai considers me one of the elders in the group, but by no means do I feel like an elder, you know? So I'm really excited. You know, I have been a part of the group since 2006, which is just a few years after the group was formed and conceived. So I guess I have been around for quite a long time. Was that almost 20 years now, Shai?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's almost 20 years. In fact, we probably need to start having some anniversary celebrations too.
That would be a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
We never had a birthday party.
So two things that I wanted to talk with you all about. I know that I was listed on the agenda as talking about A Life of Peace classes. But I think something more important, I think, came to my mind in terms of what I wanted to speak to you all about today. And the two things was, one, being able to strengthen yourselves spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. Because of the next generation that we have coming forward, it's going to be vital. Hold on, let me kill this thing. Because of the next generation that is coming behind us as healers in this community, it is very important for us to be spiritually astute and up to par when it comes to guiding the young people. There are so many young people that are reaching out to A Life of Peace Wellness Institute and have been for the 15 years that we've been in existence. And what I'm finding is that the world of the children who have grown up in the 90s and the early part of the 2000s, and those that are coming of age right now into adulthood, they are really needing guidance. Now, what I'm also seeing is that some of us who are elders in the holistic community, we still don't have our stuff together. And so when students see us, or when the young people see us online and they reach out to us and, you know, they're not getting return phone calls or those kinds of things that I've heard from the community of, you know, young people going from one healer to another, trying to find mentors. And so what I wanted to just encourage you all to do is look at your spiritual lives. Look at how your mind is. Because what I've heard from everybody on the line so far today is you are not only healers, but you're teachers. And as teachers, one of our main objectives is to make sure that those who are coming behind us have quality mentorship. And in naturopathy, you know, one of the things we say is that you can only give what you have. So if all that you have is drama and confusion and hardship and all of those kinds of things, then that's what you have to give. But you know, and I might just be preaching to the choir, you know that once you are in spiritual alignment and you are being guided by your inner wisdom, then everything in your life just falls into place. And if you haven't experienced that, delve a little bit more deeper into your spiritual practices and make it what you live and not just what you study. Make it what you live and not just what you read about. And you will see different changes coming up. You know, one of the things that I have lived by for a very long time, and my divine reflection, Dr. Chenu, we've been married for almost 35 years now. We look at some of the things that go on in our communities, and we look at each other and say, we don't have no problems. And it is possible to live a life in perfect health and without problems. So that was one of the things that was on my heart to speak about, is to encourage you to really delve deep into your spiritual worth. And you are worth millions spiritually. Delve into it and really ensure that what you are giving those young people that are coming and seeking you out is something that they're going to be able to grow with and keep for the rest of their lives and pass on to the next generation. It is so vital for us because our young people are having the hardest time in the things that they are going through today. And they want change. I'm talking, you know, I'm getting students now 16, 17 years old, and that's unusual. You know, usually it's grown folks that's starting to want to change and do something different in terms of holistic health. But now they're getting younger and younger because the things that they are dealing with is not what we dealt with back in the 60s and the 70s growing up. You know, back then we could still walk 2 miles to Aunt Jessie's house and at 6, 7 years old and nobody bothers you. Okay, because everybody along your route to wherever you was going knew your people in the community. You know, we lost that. We don't have that anymore. So even what they are dealing with in the public school systems is driving them to want to find a better life for themselves because they see the struggles of their parents. They see the struggles of society. They're living in fear because of disease and violence in the schools. So when my encouragement again is just when they reach out to you, be able to give them that hand of light and love. And the only way that you're going to be able to do that is if you know it for yourselves. That's the first thing. Received? Okay, wonderful. And then the second thing that I wanted to talk about was improving your business. And I teach a course that's called Holistic Health Business. And I think some of you, when I've taught that course in New York in the past, some of you may have taken that course before, Holistic Health Business 101 and 102. And another thing that I'm seeing in the community, because I've kind of been around for a while and have taught a lot of the healers that are in the community. Some of you on the line, you know, I know that you all have been in my classes in the past as well. One thing that I'm seeing is we're going in and out of business too fast, too quick. So there is an inconsistency in the services that we are providing to the community. And yes, I've heard it. And I even heard someone mention it on the line today about having to pay your bills. Well, if you do holistic health business right, you're going to be able to pay your bills. You're going to be able to do anything that you want because the universe is abundant. And I know that you know that. But how do you activate that abundance to keep flowing into your life without fail. And so one of the things that we've implemented, because within the last year, A Life of Peace has taken a couple of steps to advance the Institute. One of the things we did is that we got accredited through the American Association of Drugless Practitioners. If you have an institute, it's very easy to get accredited. All you have to do is submit your curriculums to be assessed, and your institute can become accredited. Now, everybody doesn't need accreditation. And one of the reasons why A Life of Peace did not accreditate for the first decade that we were in existence is because we didn't want to burden our students with that extra expense. So even still, although we are now accredited, I talk to students about accreditation and I say, you have to decide whether you want to be accredited or not, whether you want to be board certified, because there is a difference in, depending on where you are, whether you need it. So if you haven't studied holistic health law in the different areas where you are, I want to encourage you to look at the laws of your state, because sometimes accreditation and board certification is not necessarily what you need to do what you want to do for your community. So we took those steps to become accredited because we implemented an associate program. And the associate program is a 2-year certification that allows those that want to take the naturopath board exam to become accredited can now do that through A Life of Peace Wellness Institute. Okay. And also, if you do have your certification from either Dr. Africa's class or either from A Life of Peace, you can, if you want to be board certified, you can use that certificate. If you go on my website, there is a link to the American Association of Natural Wellness Practitioners. I'm on the board of directors of that organization. And also the American Association of Drugless Practitioners. You can use that certificate that you have to either become a board certified holistic health practitioner or either a traditional naturopath. Or if you take the board exam, you can become a board certified doctor of naturopathy. I know that we lost that certification criteria a few years back when we were able to get our license in Washington, D.C., and everybody was kind of up in arms about it. But, you know, really, everything that's for you, it's going to come around again. So, again, those of you who have that certification from either A Life of Peace or from Dr. Africa, when he was doing the certifications, you do have that ability to receive those credentials if you feel like you need them. And I think in New York, you all need them. Because New York is kind of tough when it comes to holistic health. Yeah. But down in Texas, and I think somebody mentioned me being in Texas. Yep, that's where I'm from. And but down in Texas, you know, we have an indigenous community of Native Americans who fight for their rights when it comes to their medicine. So in Texas, we, you know, they've brought that law up several times in the Texas legislature, and folks was in the streets saying, no, our grandparents, great-grandparents, grandparents, but we've been doing this forever. You cannot try to legalize us. So Texas is pretty good. So the other step that we took after accreditation was to also create the mastery program. And that is a program where students can take every single one of our classes over a 2-year period to become an associate, to receive their associate certification with A Life of Peace. Now, I don't know if you've taken the time to review our classes in a while, but we have over 57 courses in naturopathy. And it has, we've had some students. In fact, the associate program was inspired by one of the New York students. Had a young man, about 23, 24 years old, call me up from the Bronx and say, Dr. Akua, I heard about you through the African Holistic Health chapter, and I want to take all of your classes. And I was like, all of them? And he said, yes, all of them. So I said, okay, well, let me work up something. So I looked at it, and he literally enrolled in all of the classes. Of course, you know, you give a discount or something on something like that. But he enrolled in all of the classes. And when I saw how successful he was at doing the classes, some of them were in person, some of them were video courses, some of them were correspondence. And I said, okay, this might be something that we need to do for the community. So in relationship to business, I want to encourage you to have some longevity. You know, if there is a time when your business is struggling, you have a chapter, you have an organization of healers that can assist you with things to help you get over the hump. You know, like I said, I've seen business come and go so quick because people got to pay the bills. But, you know, there also becomes a certain, you also reach a certain level of spiritual ascension where the abundance is not an issue. And you are able to do what you want to do and do what you need to do in your community without even having to worry about bills and those kinds of things of the sort. And I give you this not to just tell you of something that could happen. I give you this to tell you because I'm living it. And I know that it is possible for you to not have to struggle in your business. I enjoyed the fact that Shai opened up the floor for you all to express, you know, what is it that you need in your businesses? And I'll tell you what I need in A Life of Peace. I need qualified naturopathic teachers because I'm ready to go sit down in 2025. So if you want a teaching job, send me your resume. Go to the A Life of Peace website, click on careers and apply. Okay. We now, as a nonprofit organization and being able to get grants and that's the other thing that we did. We became an actual federal nonprofit organization. So being able to get grants and having a grant writer and stuff, it's like, okay, we have money now. Let's go ahead and start paying folks in the community that are really serious about this wellness thing. You know, we don't have an umbrella organization in our community. And, you know, that was one of the things that we set out to do when A Life of Peace was first formed, is we wanted to make sure that every community in the African diaspora had access to holistic health training, and that everywhere we went, we would leave healers in the community, because Dr. Africa couldn't be everywhere. Queen Afua couldn't be everywhere. Dr. Sebi couldn't be everywhere. But if you have those who were trained by those professionals everywhere in our community, then health and wellness will eventually become a non-issue everybody will be healthy and everybody will be well and everybody will be wealthy. That is still the vision of a life of peace, to have a healer in every home. And so the different modalities that I'm hearing you all bringing forth, it's a beautiful thing. And those of you who are teachers, those of you who have formed institutes, you know, Sister Zakiyyah, you don't know it, but I watch you and I'm so proud of what you've been doing over the last 2 years. I say, this sister is on it. And she is serious about putting it out. Don't give up. Even when the time gets hard, call me. I got a pep talk for you, okay? Because we need it. And you know, Mama Ayo Handy-Kendi, I just love saying your whole name. You know, you were one of the first ones to welcome us to Washington, D.C. And I am just forever grateful for the African Holistic Health Center in Mount Rainier, where we had all the classes. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm talking history now. But it has just been an absolute beautiful journey. And, you know, I just have to applaud those. So, you know, don't give up on your businesses, basically, is what I am saying, because you can be successful in it. And if you ever need a pep talk, if you ever need something, you know, one of the things that A Life of Peace is doing for 2022 is we are putting together I think it's an 8-week holistic health business course, and it is free. And if you complete the course, you are actually going to be granted money to help you in your business. So that course is going to be coming up in 2022. I don't have my calendar here in front of me, but I think it's going to be starting in March. And it's going to be an 8-week course, and we'll be holding that course twice a year. And it's a part of our community programs. And depending on the outcome, because your business plan and all of that will be judged by, you know, the committee that oversees the funding program. But depending on how your business program, you could receive anywhere from, I think it's $2,000, $1,000, and $500 grant for your business. So again, I just want to encourage you. I think that's basically all. I'm ready for your questions. I just love seeing your beautiful faces. Yvonne, Francine, Israel, Daud, Monifa, Leslie, and Nicole. I would love to see your faces. I already saw you
It's
now.
such a blessing to see your face. For so many years you've been part of us, but because of geography, we haven't been able to lay eyes on you. So it is so blessed to lay eyes on you and to lay eyes on everybody, because we're all geographically all over the place, but thanks to Zoom, we can see each other. So it's such a blessing to hear your voice and see your face, beloved.
Received, absolutely.
Wow. A Life of Peace has taken off. I love everything. I'm going to take my certificate off the wall. I'm calling you because we got to get, you know what I'm saying? Because they make it seem like you got to jump over so many hoops to get, but you don't. Okay, we got to talk.
I got a question. I think Marie has a question before me though. Her hand's been up for a while.
Okay.
Go on, Marie, what's up? You got to unmute yourself, Ma.
Okay, so she took.
No, I'm okay now.
Okay.
All right.
My question for Dr. Akua is regarding the Dr. Africa certification and still getting that naturopathic doctor certificate. Where would that, was that a state piece, or is that through these two organizations that you mentioned, or what?
That was through Shai.
Huh?
No, Sister Dr. Akua just mentioned it.
Yeah,
about this. Oh, I want to know if there was a time limit. Is there a time limit on or a what do they call it when something's past due? If you've had, you know, if we've had our certificates from Dr. Africa over 10 years,
2009. Yeah.
I mean, is it still valid or whatever for pursuing the Doctor of Naturopathy through these two organizations you mentioned? Dr. Akua?
You know what? That's a good question. I don't know if there's a time limit. I had one young lady who got her certificate back in 2016, and she just got her board certification. So what is that? That's 5 years. And you say yours is, you say, no. And that her certificate was 5 years old. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So you say yours is 10 years old. You took the class from Dr. Africa 10 years ago?
2007.
Yeah, most of us did together.
I'm 2009.
Yeah.
2009, 2007.
I was
Yeah.
in 2001.
I'm 2004.
Oh, Lord. Wow.
Ooh. Okay.
Talk about back in the day.
Also, corollary to that question, if all of us as a group, as a chapter, I mean, if you have that kind of connection as a possibility, perhaps there's a way of, because that's what we were doing with DC. He was having us group together to make our certifications.
Grandfather us in.
Huh?
Grandfather us in.
Yeah, but that's a negotiation, and it is just a request. There's no reason why it can be it's not a reasonable request. If this group has the skill sets and the knowledge base to go through whatever the paces are that they're putting forward, and if it's a matter of taking a test and passing it, why not?
Let me ask. Like I said, the organization that I would recommend for that would be the American Association of Natural Wellness Practitioners. I'm on the board of directors for that one. So let me put that question to the board and see is there a time limit on the certificate? Okay.
Is the board exam really, really difficult? Do we need like a crash course with you to prepare for that? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Yeah, you do, because some of the things that you learned in Dr. Africa's course, they test on, but you didn't have it in his course, like the Bach flower therapies.
Yeah.
And there's certain aspects of Chinese medicine they test you on.
Wow. Okay.
And they also test you on a component of knowing about Lyme's disease.
Okay, so we need to sign up for your naturopath. Like, what do you suggest that we do from where we're sitting to get to where we would be able to pass the
No,
test?
they actually have a pre-exam study course. So you could take the pre-exam study course that they have. It's not a lot. But let me check on that, and I will get back to Shai, and we'll put the answer in the next newsletter. Okay?
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Well, Dr. Akua, I just want to say I'm very proud of you and all the work that you have done. And my heart is filled with appreciation because you've been out there for a good long time. But it's always wonderful to see people evolve and grow.
Absolutely.
And so you have really given us a great demonstration of growth and transformation. So thank you so much. And yes, I remember those days up in Mount Rainier. And I'm going to definitely mention to Dr. Kokayi that I saw you, because he asked me, had I seen you? And I said, no, I haven't seen her in a while. So now we know where you've been hanging out and what you've been doing. And I certainly will.
Yes.
You'll be so pleased. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so
Like
it looks
to say,
like
I will communicate with you, Dr. Akua, about teaching at your institute.
Yay!
I definitely intend to do that. Bringing my background and my skill set to integrate with what you offer. Absolutely.
Yes.
Wonderful. And we pay on time too.
Awesome.
All right. It looks like Monifa asked a question. She said, does anyone see patients in Atlanta? In Atlanta, Dr. Richardson, it just depends on what you need. But Dr. Richardson is the one that you can go to in Atlanta. Shai, what's Dr. Richardson's first name?
Dr. Richardson, who's that?
Oh my goodness.
Thank
Let
you
me
very
see.
much. I heard of Dr. Richardson.
You have? Okay.
Yes. I've heard
Good.
of
And
him.
then Dr. Tate is down there too. Have you heard of Dr. Tate?
No, I haven't heard of Dr. Tate before.
Okay, so look up Dr. Tate and Dr. Richardson. And then Carolyn Renee is also there. Carolyn Renee Morris. She's a naturopath in the community too.
Okay, thank you.
You gave us so much more homework. Oh, this is the best call ever. Oh my God, I'm so happy right now.
What other questions, any? I think my time is up.
Everybody's good? No more questions? Oh, there's one. Go ahead, Niyamo.
So are your Life of Peace courses in Ghana? Because I think I saw on your website once that there was some set of courses you were having only in Ghana. Or are they here, or are they both, or are they all virtual?
It depends on the teacher.
Okay.
It depends on the teacher.
How has the reception been of what you've been doing with the medical system? I mean, I'm sure it's integrative. I'm sure you're handling it, but I was just wondering about how people are receiving a Life of Peace and the courses that you offer in Ghana itself.
Oh, it's well received. You know, people are very curious about holistic health here. However, they're not going to jump into too much that they don't know. Okay, so the main aspect of holistic health that we've been doing for the last 10 years here is just educating about the different modalities of holistic health. But for instance, like massage therapy is very popular. People are familiar with it. If you came and opened up a massage therapy clinic in one of the major cities, you would probably do just completely well. Yeah. Herbalism is very popular here because of the indigenous culture that deals with natural healing. So herbal clinics are very well respected and patronized here. Things like Reiki, singing bowls, you know, that's still an education piece right there. But, you know, there are some that are truly open to learning about it. So, you know, if you wanted to venture out into West Africa, you could definitely find a place to do your healing services here. And the cost of living here is like nothing. You know, you can get an apartment for a whole year for $1,200.
Wow.
A nice 2-bedroom apartment. You can rent it for a whole year for $1,200.
Oh my God.
You can rent a 5-bedroom home here for about $4,000 for the whole year.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's US dollars?
Yes, US dollars for the whole year.
We need to come down as a collective and just get a big apartment and just,
Exactly,
wow.
and take turns.
Yeah, that too.
You're talking about outside of Accra, though, right? You're talking about outside of Accra.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't go to Accra. Oh, Accra way overpriced. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Niamo. Yes, but yeah, definitely outside of Accra. Tama is good, and Tama's right next to Accra.
Where are you exactly?
I'm in the central region. I like the country. So I am right. Yes, yes. I'm in what we call the central region of Ghana. And I'm a water baby, so I'm ocean front. And I have a beach and a river right in front of my house on about, 3.1 acres of land. So it's very nice. Yeah.
Are you near Kumasi?
No, Kumasi is like 6 hours north of me.
More north. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
We's a coming.
Yes, we are.
We's a coming.
Let's see. All right, beautiful ones. With that being said, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
I am very happy to see everybody in the place, and just know that I love you all, and I am so proud of you. So if you ever need me, just call me up. I'm here.
Will do.
All right, peace. Wow, you guys want to do a raffle after that?
Yeah, we'll win a trip to Akua's place.
Oh my God, I should have so put that in here. Okay, so let's do one before. Brother Daud will be ready for you next at 3 o'clock. Oh, it's past 3. Oh Lord. Okay, let me just do a quick raffle. And this is another gift card. Zakiyyah, you got your $50 gift card, girlfriend.
Okay, Akua, that's a down payment on my trip.
Okay, well, Baba Daud, we're ready for you. You gotta show your face though. There we go. You got the floor, Baba.
You have any avocados? I forgot this stuff.
Yeah, I have one.
You want to share it? Yeah, get something to eat.
There you go.
I think you're still muted, Brother Daud.
Mute. No, it's not. He's not muted. Okay, gotta. Yeah, she's
Baba Daud, we cannot hear you.
Please. I don't know why. No, I still can't hear you, Baba. I don't know if your phone is. Yeah, I know. I don't know why we can't hear you. I don't know why. Yeah, maybe he should go out and come back in again. Maybe that'll do it. Yeah, we get Daud, he's unmuted, but we can't hear him. So I don't know if he need to go out and come back in, I think.
Yeah, let him try that.
Yeah, let him go out and then we'll let him back in. Okay, let me let him back in when he shows up here. Anybody enjoying everything so far? Okay, here's Daud coming back in. Let's see if this works.
The day has been a powerhouse.
Yes.
More chapter presenters. Okay, so we see you, Baba, but
Hello, can you hear me
yes.
now?
Perfect.
Okay. I'm attempting to now share screen.
Okay, let me make you host. I think don't I have to make you host first.
It's indicating that host disabled participant screen sharing. So I believe you do, yes.
Okay, I'm switching you to the host, big bro.
Ray, put yourself on mute.
Okay, so you're host now, big bro. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, for some reason, okay, here it is. All right. To introduce myself, can everyone still hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
To introduce myself, I'm not going to spend much time doing that because Miss Sister Nancy Wright, Dr. Akua and Nefer KaRaa basically spoke my words for me before I came on. I'm merely going to be a footnote to what they've already shared with you, with an emphasis on the reasons why we are all still needed. Dr. Akua spoke finely to that point. Hopefully you'll listen to my words, will not take them personally, and also we'll see how important you all are. We all are in this very righteous endeavor. As far as me, I'll just say that ever since I was 9, people had always come to me to talk to me about their problems. My mother said that we were born with a message on our foreheads, talk to me, I'll listen and I'll help. The things that are not on my resume are the best times of my life. I was a preschool teacher and camp counselor. I mention these because as a camp counselor, my first official job as a counselor was in New York. I come from Ohio. Was in New York, and I lived with people who lived in Jamaica, Queens. And here I am some many decades later, I'm back in Jamaica, Queens, sort of full circle. What I want to impress upon everybody and what I'm going to present, again, how important we all are, is that mental health needs to be seen, I believe, through another type of lens that is often not included in our understanding of the malady and also very seldom addressed. Mental health needs to be seen more so as a socio-political economic bomb. A lot of the things I'm going to be sharing with you, I understand you already know, the reason why I gave the 3 names of the ladies who, as they were speaking, were basically doing my presentation. Mine is just going to be like a laser beam on the socio-political aspects and its impacts in perpetuating mental health problems, and again, why we're so needed. So the mental health as a socio-political economic bomb, along with its aftershocks that has observable and predictable outcomes. The basis of what I'm sharing with you comes from a series of studies that was done about 12 years ago by the Equality Trust group out of London. Now, one of the other things I learned I needed to do, and which is why Sister Nefer KaRaa spoke a lot from my heart and experience, is because I had the same experience as she did, same challenges. I was taken to court a few times because I was just too focused on African American needs, and that wasn't always appreciated. I also found the need to become adept at media presentation, given that I'd spent years as a journalist as well. I've done a little bit of everything. And so I included that in my curriculum whenever I would do my presentations, both as a therapist as well as a case manager. But Equality Trust came to certain findings and finished the word on whether or not levels of induced poverty triggers an outcome of maladaptive disorders that could be both psychological all the way to what's just considered criminal. Their work determined that it's all one and the same. So their key findings I'm going to go through. Drug abuse, however we arrive at it, whether we emphasize the genetic or we emphasize the poor life experience, when we broaden the lens, it's all an aspect of modern life in industrialized societies. That's the problem. With drug abuse, this graph indicates the more unequal the society, the higher incidences of drug abuse. And this works all across the line.
Oh, but we can't see your screen.
Oh, I thought it was on.
Lisa, we're seeing you, but we don't see that.
I can see the screen.
How come I'm not seeing the?
I can see the screen.
I see the screen. Yeah,
I can see the screen.
Okay.
I can see it. Okay.
Oh, Shai, I guess.
Okay, I see it now. I had to switch to shared content screen. I got it.
Okay.
I'm with you guys. Sorry about that. I'm
Is there a way to
muting.
blow it up? Is there a way to blow up the visuals?
It interrupts my ability to see it because of the on-screen elements of the Zoom material that's on. I'll try to increase the size of the thing and hopefully that won't obscure it. Can you see it a little better now?
Yes.
And the details, if you are missing some of the details, that's all right, because it does come again a bit fuzzy as I transferred it all. I'll be glad to send you my presentation because it will be helpful to you, I believe. So here, drug abuse, the abilities to trust and maintain healthy communities are greater in more equal countries. So the more inequality, the less communities within such societies are able to develop healthy levels of trust. So hopefully as I go through these will ring some bells. Homicides, more homicide increase, the more unequal a society. Imprisonment, levels of imprisonment increase with more unequal societies. Education scores and performance greater in more equal societies. The better academic outcomes come in more equal societies. Infant mortality, again, increases when you live in a more unequal society. Obesity, incidences of obesity increase the more unequal the society. Teen birth rates, same thing. Innovation, business, bootstrapism, be able to lift yourself up, is less successful in more unequal societies. Mental illness and the intensity of mental diagnosis worsens in more unequal societies. So there's a conclusion here that everybody's known for decades, but this group basically closed the door on it. There's no real debate there. You know, for people to say that you should just work harder all the way to you're just finding excuses. The life of a industrialized society or so-called modern society becomes that much more worse or difficult with aftershocks that are symptoms of the societal overview of how it handled itself. And when I say the term, you'll know it immediately. When I say Reaganomics and the fact that as much as people complain about trickle down, we're still doing it. And it's not changed. The aftermaths of, so here I want you to put on your comparison minds, because I'm gonna make a comparison here we get into little isolated perceptions without linking them. So here I'm going to link them based on the studies that have been done. The aftermaths of the 1983 beginning of crack epidemic, and I put that in quotes, as Sister Nefer KaRaa indicated, there are a lot of manipulations going on, and that was one of the big ones. To 2008's white elite robbery of the Treasury. Forgive me, people, I call things as they are. I don't use their terms to describe a lot of things. Like they called it, they tried to massage us into calling it the Great Recession, when in fact it was really the white elite robbery of the US Treasury at the expense disproportionately of Black Americans. These events resulted in observable and predictable outcomes that were especially devastating upon Black America. A, families impacted suffered significant social, political, economic losses, social stigmas, political estrangement, and targeting. Economic disruptions included family court, prison time, property confiscations, underreported, totally underreported coming out of the 80s, and associated costs and expenses. Black adults endured chronic pressures, making it difficult to cope, where the elderly, particularly grandmothers, were overly burdened with child rearing. Again, I'm saying that both the aftermath of the 1983 crack explosion and 2008's aftermath of the white elite robbery of the Treasury had these predictable results. Could someone mute their
Could
phone?
everyone mute themselves? Could everyone mute themselves?
C, Black children endured the same and displayed various levels of increased suicidal ideation. In the 1980s, this was exemplified by a focus on their own deaths by planning funerals. I'm quite sure people recall this. Since 2014, officially, although I suspect it was going on much sooner, since these horrible statistics have been recorded, Black children have led all racial and ethnic groups in suicides in the 5 to 19 age category. If everybody on this call knows this, there's no way you could be thinking about quitting, in my humble opinion. I don't make it personal, forgive me, I'll get carried away. Suicidal behavior in children and adolescents, it came out then, just not widely reported. I caught it in my practice and tried to apply it, and that's some of the times I got into trouble because I was saying there's a justifiable need. When I would present this, people backed off because there's nothing to counter it with. Mental health as a social, political, economic bomb, along with its aftershocks that has observable and predictable outcomes. Clinton Gore, no, everything I'm going to share here are facts. I only deal with the facts, I try to anyway. Clinton Gore and establishment corporate Democrats decimated the Black and white working class coalitions that have been established through Jesse Jackson's runs for the presidency. Reagan, Clinton, Gore, and establishment corporate Democrats decimated Black family standards of living through NAFTA, GATT, trade agreements, as well as spearheading laws resulting in what today we acknowledge as mass incarceration, while enhancing continuing Reaganomics. These facts can be found in a book written by a person that's not a right-winger, if people are going to be misled by those attempts to get us off focus. The book is Super Predator: Bill Clinton's Use and Abuse of Black America. Very effective use, and sadly still lasts to this day. Clinton, Gore, Bush Jr. to Obama, and establishment corporate Democrats decimated Black family standards of living further through welfare as we know it, poor enforcement of anti-Black discrimination laws, EEOC, I'm going to give a precise example about that, the co-optation of affirmative action by white women and Hispanics, the ending of Glass-Steagall, and the permitting of telecommunications conglomerates to form, all the way to making tax cuts to the rich permanent. All these things had financial impacts that decimated Black America and continue to do so to this day. I share with you the ballad of Mr. Ricardo Jones. He's one of my heroes. He's a former military trained in security. He transitioned out of the military and worked for the government for several years, a part of the EEOC. He was a whistleblower that came forward. He worked during the Bush administration all the way through the Obama administration. He struck it out because things were so bad, and I'll get to the particulars how bad they were. During the Bush administration, he sincerely believed things would change for the better when Barack Obama came in. It got worse. He stuck it out for 2 more years and decided to come forward with what he knew what was going on with that department, the EEOC. I'll say it, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. He divulged that 98%, by the second year of Obama, 98% of all racial discrimination cases were dismissed without investigation. All others were pushed forward. He said there were scams going on involving corporations coming into EEOC to get them to drop cases. Certain representatives, congresspeople, Black and white, were cooperating with industry and other organizations to get racial discrimination cases dropped. They would make payoffs to these people. He came forward with that information and his life was ruined and his career in government was ruined. Now he sells health products to make ends meet. I buy from him from time to time. He is one of my heroes. That state, a study recently, about 6 months ago, released, anti-Black hiring discrimination is as prevalent today as it was in 1989. We've not progressed in terms of employment inclusion without protections since 1989. Since 2010, Black Americans have been politically stagnant and irrelevant in terms of policies positively impacting our societies, where home ownership is at 1965 levels and school integration at 1968 levels. No matter how you feel about it, the issue is our resources and abilities getting to our children in that case. They're stuck in 1968. We just haven't dealt with it. We've refused to deal with it in many ways. As the Obama administration in both terms, the result of the effect financially of his practice as being a president amounted to 95% of all income gains throughout both his terms going to the top 1%. Among the same people that were involved in the white elite robbery of the Treasury who should have been jailed based on their practices. His administration not only bailed them out and trickled down theory, trickled money into white families' homes to that within 3 years after the debacle, white families were largely made whole. The Clinton first Black president era should be marked as the point at which white predator elites unified, and all subsequent presidencies did was solidify this. The mental health as a social, political, economic bomb, along with its aftershocks that has observable and predictable outcomes. Here is a show by Max Kaiser, who used to be a part of the structure of Wall Street, but became so disillusioned because of all the illegalities going on. He struck off on his own and he does these periodic updates on what's happening to the economy. And on this particular one, he did on money printing causes racial wealth gap. So every time people, you have heard quantitative easing, another term they've made up for money printing. Every time you heard it, you did not realize that result was going to end up hurting Black people. And they say in this report that in this episode of the Kaiser Report, Max and Stacy discuss the history of the monopoly board that is the US economy, whereby the fiat pyramid scheme started in 1971. Please put a pin in that, only a few short years after Civil Rights Act. Those who held all the assets, that stocks, bonds, funds of any kind, gold, precious metals, became fabulously wealthy compared to those without assets as the central bank began printing money furiously over the ensuing decades, meaning that just as African Americans were beginning to get a foot in the door into some level of equality that ends by 1989 effectively, just as they're becoming to get in and get higher incomes, take full advantage of the higher education they have achieved, because they took us off the gold standard, those who were already positioned in those assets were already going to be wealthy winners in the society. So what does this mean? This took a period of time to have an effect. So where you see the green line share of US wealth held by 1%, that same 1% that during the Obama years got 95% of all wealth income gains. This green line represents how much wealth they monopolized over that time period. We see their Great Depression, which was white elite robbers then doing what they did to the economy. They affected laws like the Glass-Steagall Act to put a stop to their shenanigans. Well, because of that, there was more wealth distribution that was circulating inside the economy in the ensuing years. But as you see here, since the tail end of since the beginning of the 80s, roughly Reaganomics, we begin to see those in wealth of the 1% having more of a share of the wealth, and the value among those who are not wealthy, the 80% of Americans, begin to dwindle. And it stops about there. All that's happening there by 2010 is the aftermath, the aftershock of the crash or the white elite robbery of the Treasury at that time. Remember, again, Glass-Steagall Act did not allow white elites to commingle investments. What they began to do was, after Clinton ended that, they commingled investments again, which allowed them to over leverage the value in the stock market, dealing with mortgages, where they pinpointed and targeted African Americans with junk mortgages disproportionately, sold them around the world, and that caused it to be a worldwide crash. But it began simply because they reversed the laws that had been instituted because of that earlier crash. So what has happened? Whites as a group have gotten a lot, whites in the upper 30% overall have had a larger share value of the economy. And so wealth, American wealth has calcified to the upper 30% of America, leaving the people below more struggling. We see it by the types of jobs that are plentiful today versus those that were plentiful in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. As a result, there's been a destruction of economics among African Americans. Here you get to see from 1989 all the way to 2021 this year, the distribution of wealth. Black and Hispanics are this lower line, whites are part of this upper line. This would tell you that in 1989, this is as close as we were, and this is what is referred to as the racial wealth gap. As you see over time, it wasn't them working harder. It wasn't them working smarter. It wasn't them not buying Jordans. It wasn't them not having a business. It was them being a portion value in the politics that dispenses where money goes, who wins and who loses. That accounts for this. So as the stock market crashed as a direct result of white elite robbery of the Treasury, what happens? TARP happens. A political government policy comes in to save the day, allowing whites as a group to survive this while we remain flatlined. We have COVID relief happening as a result of COVID. I won't go into that because I really tend to make people upset when I go into detail on that, but I will just say that as a result of what we now know, they're balancing either whether it was a natural source or a lab leak source. Well, there shouldn't be a discussion on that. The instant that there's an indication of a lab leak source, the other alternatives are ruled out, but they're still playing those mind games like it's 50-50. It can't be 50-50. It does have to be one or the other. So it's a lab leak. That means the government that funded the lab is involved, and that means they're culpable for all these deaths. But because they don't want to face that, the media is keeping us focused on just getting the vaccine and just saying and just pretending that it really originated with animals. Well, but again, here we have COVID relief. Who's overtly benefiting from the relief? It's whites. Even as a result of that, they've rebounded and their level of wealth has increased. As a direct result of the Great Recession, which I call white elite robbery of the US Treasury by way of real estate and junk mortgages, scam, Black Americans, heads of households, were robbed of over 53% of our collective wealth, where economists have stated that Black Americans have been in a perpetual recession ever since, while Black children by 2012, that's when I think the date began, were thrust into levels of poverty not experienced by that age group, 0 to 21, since the Second World War, and have been there ever since, because nothing's been done. As a result of all this stratification, if we divide our wealth distribution as a group, which we share roughly $6 trillion in wealth that is among our group, if it's broke up into 10 equal parts, this is that distribution, with people, basically the baby boomer generation, who benefited from a time when there was more money circulation, less held among white elites. They're the ones that have most of our wealth today, as much as 75% of our wealth. So again, this is not an attack, but we have the mindsets as though we're in the 60s and the 70s and making choices to leave the country. Well, this age group disproportionately has those funds. A lot of them have high school educations and have good pension, we're able to take advantage of good pension funds. That doesn't happen anymore. So if you're able to have your best life, that's great. It would be great to keep you in the fight though, because if you decide to leave in extensive time, you're leaving children behind with less resources, with less ability to have the life you had. And I know you didn't know that, because I know that sometimes our choices would be different if we did know that, but the media keeps us away from all this. The bottom 50% of all Black-headed households today, well, this has been going on for at least 5 years, are worth less than $1 in terms of liquid wealth they have access to. In the city of Boston, $8 liquid wealth. They can barely afford a Happy Meal. These are families. That's why we, though we're 12 to 13% of the population, comprise nearly 50% of the homeless. You think some mental health problems come out of that? It's been determined as of 2017, this is before COVID, that the median wealth value of Black Americans will fall to 0 by 2053. This was assessed prior to COVID, where there is now a concern that this will be reached by 2040 because of the negative impacts of COVID and how the government chose to deal with it. Regarding how they dealt with it, mental health as a social, political, economic bomb, I'm putting it all together here, along with its after effects. Persons wrote a fantastic work on the Black tax, the cost of being Black in America. He's gone through everything as to how we have to travel further to get things done. We get the education, but don't get the incomes equivalent to other groups, how that affects us. Another thing, for those people that you believe are successful, and therefore a lot of us are successful, even among them, they're suffering high rates of depression, and despite their education and income situation, because of the pressures of being Black in America. With Black children already disproportionately killing themselves prior to COVID-19, why were there no arrangements for their well-being as state-sanctioned isolation was instituted? They told us to call it lockdown. Because this has been documented over the world, where there's been lockdowns, there have been higher rates of suicide. Well, our group was already experiencing, among our young, higher rates of suicide. Then to institute this, can you think of what might come out as a result of that? If anybody was really paying attention to what happens to us here? Why hasn't that occurred now? Here in Ohio, white children have had a spike in suicides where there have been calls to see to children's needs as a result of the lockdown. I don't know where it is everywhere else. I just know the numbers have gone up around the world, and particularly in Ohio, there were calls for therapists and other people to come together because these children really needed it. But what about since 2014, when it was official that Black children were killing themselves more than any racial group? Have you seen them mobilized? Here again, I showed you the study where the head of the American Psychological Association announces that this is happening to Black children. Here, they're still sounding an alarm by 2020. This is before the impact of COVID. Have you heard them mobilizing? Have you seen them at the schools? White children were disproportionately, sadly, participating in school shootings. Everything since the late 90s to early 2000s was coalescing around servicing that need. If anybody dropped a book on their foot, they would consider it a school crisis. I'm exaggerating there. They would consider it a school crisis, and we know, you've seen the news shows that would say, and crisis counselors are called to the school. That was them mobilizing resources and personnel to address the psychological damage or trauma they were experiencing on their middle-class campuses. But again, Black children have been doing this since 2014, and here they're still announcing, just before COVID, that there's an alarm and that their psychologists are mobilizing to address the growing crisis. Have you heard about them mobilizing? The CDC, the CBC, Black representation in Congress, again, this was 2014, it was official. I suspect it was sooner. They decide to establish a task force in the summer of 2019. 5 years goes by before they consider it an important phenomenon to address. They issue this report in December of 2019, right? We are now 8 months into the Biden administration. Have you heard of them talking about this? It's politics they're playing with our children, people, in my humble opinion. Schizophrenia and Black people, a history of racial disparities. Let me read a segment. Black Americans are marginalized and experience more trauma than white Americans because of systemic and interpersonal racism, including police brutality, which may contribute to the higher observed rates of schizophrenia. While the role of racism in schizophrenia has not been studied nearly as much as it should be, it can be a factor in developing the condition. But what we've learned in our work is that when African Americans show up for evaluation, very thing I heard earlier from someone speaking earlier, their psychotic symptoms are overemphasized. I can give you some basis for that and some reasons for that, but I didn't want to make this too long. He says, with less of an emphasis on mood disorders, thus skewing the diagnosis of schizophrenia, meaning, at least for me, that borderline personality disorders, conduct disorders are often and systematically diagnosed as intense as schizophrenia can be, believe it or not. So not only do we have people that are not being adequately diagnosed, but we still don't have the resources and focus to see to the needs, thus the term falling through the cracks coming through that I've heard from many of the members as to what are the problems and how they can be better addressed by the system. So I don't just offer facts and data and all that other stuff. I also offer solutions as best I see it. And again, the ladies that preceded me, the beautiful ladies that preceded me, pretty much said what I'm about to share with you. 3 solutions specific for the African Holistic Health chapter of New York to meet this challenge. Reach out to tutor your replacement. Nancy Wright, Dr. Akua mentioned this, prepare to pass the torch. Dr. Akua gave a formal, official way that we could be better tapping into making that a reality. Haphazardly expecting people to come to you is one thing. We need to be reaching out more to get younger people involved. And this also speaks to Dr. Akua's statements about young people reaching out. A lot of them are reaching out because they're hearing more about African-centered approaches to life, but they're also seeking out answers because of the stressors they're under that the adults in their lives are incapable of meeting. B, getting paid for services Medicaid and Medicare clients. Where Sista Shai, myself and Sister Mut Nefer KaRaa are working on that. To give you an idea, I was sitting at Sister Shai's place and she was talking about the common things that she and others in the African Holistic Health organization do. And I was just sitting there assuming, well, of course they get paid for that. And then I remarked to her, well, you get paid for some of that, don't you? And she said, well, no, how? And aside from what you do, sliding fee scales or what have you. I said, well, you're doing things that I did as a case manager, where I know we got paid. Wherever I've worked, I've always done more than just my job. And one of those jobs is quality assurance, where I worked with people who had to turn over information to the state so that we can get paid in return. And so I was sharing with her, there's a number of things that I'm listening to that you've done, that I've observed you do, and that I've heard you talk about other members do in the group, that you guys should be able to get state funds from. And so what I did was research. I really love researching. I researched the agencies that are being currently funded by the state of New York. And out of 40 of those agencies providing services to the state of New York that's currently paying for, per Sista Shai, I had to review that list, and she identified as much as 14 things that you all are doing now that you could be getting compensated for. How do I know this? Because they're paying agencies to do those things that she identified. Our plan is to streamline our mental health intake assessment. I say mental health, but again, I like the fact that you were all accepting, but I also love what you all are doing. I learned so much just sitting here. What I would prefer to say is that we need to streamline how we're going to be interactive and interdependent with each other's talents to best service clients who may come through either of our doors. That I propose that we may have periodic meetings to assess challenging clients that either one of us have, to get ideas from each other on how we can wrap around services for those particular clients. At the same time, word things in a precise way, because I'm very much concerned, as Sister Nefer KaRaa had said, about not allowing that system to do to us that's not going to be helpful to our clients. I definitely agree with that. So I want you to continue to be you, but we can also word things in a way that we can guarantee an outcome that gets us paid. With a goal of practicing a holistic treatment as a holistic treatment team with regards to our clients. And the last but not least area is becoming more politically active. I guess that's another reason to get the young folks in if you guys don't have the heart. I was active in a political campaign as much as about 6 months ago. We have surpassed the period of necessity, contributing to the work that is needed, as well as being able to offer our services to movement participants. What I mean there is that there's a lot of people that are trying to get more politically active, but they've set aside time because of the mental duress that ensues from trying to do so. What I'm saying to you good people is that there are people out there that need your services now, whether they realize it or not, but they're actively involved in movements. And when they go to those movements, they come with their baggage, their trauma, their difficulties. We could be there to help. Well, that's all I have for now. I'm sorry I went over my time. If you have any questions at this point, I'll be eager to answer. And I'll take myself out of the screen share.
That was fabulous. Brother Dr. Daud, can you tell me again what your definition of mental health is? Because I was trying to take that down as a note. And it's very in alignment with what I have felt for a long time. That it's more than just feeling.
And I want to tell you that you guys have a lot of the answers that the people in the standard system don't have, and they wish they did. The definition of mental health, well, I'll just throw up a coin and just come to a guess. The status of the society is the mental health that individuals experience. And I said mental health, that means it could be irrational, they could have a full-blown diagnosis of something, but a lot of that is brought down by the environment. And based on the studies, that environment means a whole lot. So that means an unequal society is going to produce more maladies that could be identified as mental health. What were they prior to the unequal society? Well, they would be judged as positively mental health by and large. So then we've got to get to not just focusing on the individual, we got to do that. That's the reason why I call for some level of political activism, but we've also got to see their maladies as different, not being solely based on the individual. It's going to be based also on the environment. That's the reason why I emphasized on children, because the children are having these maladies that they weren't having 30 or 40 years ago because there was more intact family structures. that help them to be healthier. So what is mental health? It's the status of society and the best ability to maintain a balanced homeostatic society for children and adults. And the degree to which there's no homeostasis for the child and the adults, the more maladies you're going to have. That's my definition of mental health.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I only wish I could do more.
Thank you so much for such an inclusive. I like your idea about the wraparound as we do as a collective, as a chapter.
Yes.
Do you have any ideas or suggestions of first steps that we could do to begin to go in that direction? Because as you've pointed out, you know, even though we come for these meetings, we don't right now have a very smooth system of how to collaborate with each other. You know, through each other, we might make referrals, but as you said, we need to maintain a collective where we're collectively, like we do in a hospital, we have a team meeting and all the different disciplines come together, and how we can begin to create that format here. Because that sounds really like a nice next step.
That's what I want to sit down with you, Sista Shai, and really try to begin to formalize that. I don't want to project myself as having all the answers. Like I said, you've already said this before I even began to speak, and that is just the truth. What I propose so far is that while I'm getting the state information together to see how we're going to be able to answer their questions so that we can become a service provider for the state, I sent out a communication through Sista Shai to ask people to basically define their duties so that we could borrow from that listing and I'll be able to better answer those questions as we put those things together. I think that would be the first thing that we want to do. And we sent that out about a month ago and I've only gotten one response. So we really would, to speed this along, I think it would help us to get how people describe what they're doing. And from that, we can learn how we are in coordination with who's getting paid right now for their services. And then all we have to do is work on the wording of how they do their services and give them, to be able to send back to them how that is done. So they can do the same thing they're always doing. I don't want them to change one iota. I've learned so much just sitting here. We may need them though to change the wording of how they're doing to ensure that a positive financial outcome can ensue. But more directly to your point, I believe that we do need to sit down and formulate a theoretical session and then eventually have another meeting to discuss and troubleshoot ideas on how we can do that very thing. Even to the point of, and I've done this many times with therapy and team meetings, is troubleshoot an example of a case. And we give our ideas on how we can better affect services to that case. And that begins to be the model. We can always change that model and how we manage them into the future, but that could be a good start to answering that question.
I also heard that you were saying that perhaps eventually a mental health assessment template could be developed that all of us would use. Perhaps it could be tailored for different services, but I heard that perhaps one of the ways that we can increase our cohesion is having the same assessment of mental health, so that those numbers or that information can be delivered to you all and processed as we proceed and go along in this in evolving how it is we service people on a professional level.
And how we can best also operate as a wraparound service that all of our talents can be utilized to help individual groups, individual people or families, is that, yes, a mental health mini assessment can be utilized and numbered and determine if something could be handed over to us that the mental health portion of our team could take a look at. But I also suspect that we can put our heads together and come up with a streamlined idea of your particular talents and include that also in a survey so that when we're seeing a young person or an older person for mental health issues, they may also have some other indicated needs that other practitioners in our system can also be able to be referred to. So the goal would be after the most dangerous, most potential harm that person is going to be helped through, as they step away from that, they can then be referred out to other practitioners because they also show they have that need. Does that make sense?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you described it from those practitioners' view of mental health needs they may have a client with referring to us. And I've just shared how we could be doing the same thing by sending them out after they get their mental health goals accomplished to the other practitioners. It could be synergistic like that. I love synergy.
There's something else that is there for me that I'm present to in the moment. And that is, some of us are reverends, some of us are spiritual directors, some of us are priestesses and priests. And so there's a spiritual component that some of us fulfill for our clients. And the line between the coaching, the spiritual direction, the social work, the psychology, you know, we have to work on those definitions. We can't just take them from outside. We'll see them there. But it is up to us to really redefine what that looks like. And I always refer to Dr. Africa's certification, because he has, if you all remember, I'm just going to read, you know, the International Board of African Thinkers, Traditional Priests, Priestesses, Healers, Religion, etc. That's what he, that was just like, you know, and that's just some of it, right? And there's just a lot that we can begin to unpack as regards how we serve and how we serve differently and more effectively, because of the wraparound and the cross-pollination that's available in what we do. Because some of us, like I characterize myself as an energy worker, but I find myself doing social work, or I find myself doing what's characterized as social work, or spiritual work, you know, spiritual guidance and direction. So,
and if that social work you do falls in line with what the state compensates for Medicaid or Medicare clients, why shouldn't you be compensated for that?
You're really barking up a tree of revolutionizing. You know, we're kind of like taking it back with this kind of action, because we began all of this. Remember, we began all of this just like we began the insurance industry and a lot of other stuff, and we resuscitated all kinds of industries all along the way. Every decade we're resuscitating something else. And so we created the social work thing because we had our grandmas and our aunts making sure everybody was all right, you know, and they codified it and made it something that you have to test for every year. And so we have to take back, you know, what it is we have identified as crucial to our self-care and our consistent ability to rise, as my aunt would put it. You know, we have that. And so that's not going to come from other people telling us. And we almost have to say to them at this point, what we do works, right? We can't allow other people to define it, but that's what's been happening. We've through the 80s and the 70s, and when we thought everything was all right, I used to think that my children wouldn't know what this world was really about. Well, they found out now, right? And so through all of this period, you know, it got too comfortable. So now everything's open. It's very obvious that we will not be taken care of by the society. You said something, and I wanted to ask you. You said something about the anti-Black hiring prevalent. What is as prevalent now or more recently as in 1989 in that report?
Yes.
Yes. So it just struck me because we no longer expect them to hire us as their former commodities, you know. And so I just noticed that languaging made me feel like anti-Black hiring, they're going to always take care of themselves. Oh, yeah. The whole discrimination piece. I mean, our schools got ruined by integration. I mean, there's a lot around, you know, our involvement in what's so. You know, we can learn from their systems, but we have to make sure that our systems are working for us. And so
very much so. Yeah, it just goes back to the fact that you're presenting as far as languaging, the fact that they call it industry. So Indus or the Hindus are where they got it from. So yeah, we definitely have to take it back.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I'm in full agreement. Sister Shai, I think she's trying to speak, but she's not.
you're muted.
I told you, Baba, how they were going to respond to this mental health piece, because we've been trying to pour oil on this stuff and herbs on it and juice all this mental health out. And so when you came with this piece, it's like, it's like hiring a secretary now. Somebody else can do that. We got all of the tools, your toolbox to handle the prescriptions. Like it's a heavy thing to deal with, the mental health piece, and then the prescriptions on top of that, you know, the family history. But you guys, I mean, that's something y'all do all the time. And I feel so much more safer having the mental health team, brand new spanking baby on board, that you can even, you know, check us and make sure that we're not doing anything that's going to throw us out of compliance. But I knew they were going to love what you were bringing. And Mut Nefer KaRaa, now she's got, you know, she's got the male and she got the female, and she could just go in and she's got help. It doesn't have to be all on her now. So that being said, I guess we're ready for Leslie. Are you there to do the pranic healing part? Let me see. She's still, I think I saw Leslie Alston. Did she fall off the call?
She was here a minute ago.
Yeah, I saw her. Can you call and tell her we're ready? If she can't, then we'll just jump to you.
I will give her a call.
She just jumped right off the call. While we're waiting for her, if you got any more questions for Baba Daud, you can just hit him with it.
Well, one of the things I wanted to say is, having worked at several mental health institutes, hospitals, community organizing, and in my own holistic business. The institutionalization of our health is a big, big business. We all know that. And it's going to take some real open-mindedness on the part of holistic practitioners to understand that this is a big system that is backed by the money that you described, Brother Daud, and that there will have to be a merger of constant of understanding of how the society works, to be able to now turn what we do to fit into the framework of what has been done. But I'm really excited about the possibilities. And I know we're going to have to be very open-minded in terms of being able to embrace this concept. But it is so needed. It is so needed to integrate the holistic perspective into this old world that is really going out. And if we understand it's going out, it will go out faster if people like ourselves are able to bring a healthier light to those who are in need, who are actually stuck in this system and they don't know where to go. And they don't have a lot of times the money to go into holistic health. And so they only go to Medicaid and Medicare institutions because that's all it is that they can afford. And the reason why I know that is because of not only my own personal experience, the experience of my sons who have been all involved in social, political, economic, the criminal justice system, all because of just what you said. The environment of the of me and their father, the things that was passed down to me from my father and my mother, and that we have to be so adaptable to make this work. And
Key word.
We're gonna really have to be adaptable. I learned as a speaker, I used to say that I was dealing with depression. And a speaker said, no, don't talk about you're dealing with depression, talk about relaxation. If you talk about relaxation or stress management was the words that the speaking industry at that time could identify with. And so when I tweaked the language, I started getting hired by people who was looking for relaxation and stress management, but I know that it was dealing with people's depression. And so, you know, we're going to have to be really flexible, adaptable, and we're going to have to just put both feet into this and make it work for us. That's really the truth of the matter.
And you just gave a prime example of the sort of language tweaking we may just need to do with our current practices to ensure that we can be compensated. It's only fair, especially if we're getting people that are qualified in that area to receive benefits from the state to get support. And from Sista Shai, I've learned that you guys get some of those people. We just call them falling through the cracks, but their needs were not adequately met before those cracks, which is why they slipped through them. So if we can do so and provide them a wraparound or holistic view, which includes the standard where it's necessary, and get compensated for that, I think it's worth trying.
Okay, well, Zakiyyah, I don't think we need to wait around. We just, whoever's here, we're gonna go with because we don't want to waste your time. So if she comes, she'll come after you.
All righty, can everybody hear me? Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So it has been a full day. I am so full, as I know each of you are. And I want to give thanks to the ancestors for allowing us to gather, share, grow, and expand with each other and off each other and for each other. Because like most of you, I've been here from the beginning. So it's been a long road, but it's been a glorious road to stand on each other's shoulders and the shoulders of those before us. And most of us have taught each other. You know, we've all are certified by each other to a degree. So to start off, you would allow me to share, Shai?
Yes. Let me switch to you. If anyone wants to come in, then you have to let them in because that's going to be your, oh, here's Leslie coming in now. Okay. I'll let you decide if you want her to go or you go. I'll let y'all decide.
You going to share me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ma. I thought I did that. You got it.
Okay. So one of the things that we had mentioned was Mut Nefer's space available for retreats. So just before I get into my own thing, I will share, this is a picture of her temple up in, why is my mouse not working? Can you see?
Yes.
Yeah. So her place up in Sloatsburg, up by Bear Mountain. So this is a picture of her property. The Hetharu, Kepra Haru Healing and Learning Center, Shrine of Ma'at. So this is the actual house. This is the grounds. This is just a different angles. Here's Hetharu on her lawn. Here's her porch. I think it's 3.5 acres. It's a long view of the porch. And there's part of the stream across from her place and part of the grounds in the background. So I just wanted to share that right off because Shai had mentioned in terms of looking for spaces to have seminars, workshops, healing events, that's one of the places that is available for retreats. So the other thing that I have been doing this past year, 2 years, like most of you, have found a way to take what we do and allow it to go on in the parameters of this lockdown. We have had to revisit our structure, our programs, our abilities to teach and serve and heal without being face to face. So what I've been trying to do for at least 10 or 15 years is put my herb course online. Now with COVID, it's online. So a lot of good comes out of the crises, because the purpose of most crises is to make human beings think in a way they didn't think before, because their back was not to the wall. Now that our backs are to the wall, we have to use our brain in a different way, a better way, a higher vibration to accomplish the same things, or to accomplish new things, and even entertain new thoughts, because now the vice is being tightened on our lives and our healing services and our practices, et cetera, et cetera. So I have, in this past 6 months, put my herb course online. I've got some free herb courses, some free, excuse the noise. I've got some free classes that I give, as well as my actual herb course. So that I have been doing, and I'm anxious to really jump on board Queen Afua. Dr. Akua's invitation to work with her in her institute. I definitely will be following up on that. So what Shai had asked me to do was to give an update on my book and the products I have expanded upon as I continue to take advanced studies in aromatherapy into being an essential oil specialist, having taken advanced courses in medical application of essential oils. So I will start by sharing so this is down. So most of you know me from many years. I've been doing this work as an herbalist for 35, 40 years. And when I decided to write a book 4 or 5 years ago, believe it or not, the book was written. The main 12 chapters were professionally edited. They were paid for and is ready, but there was something missing, and I was not able to put my hand on it. I couldn't figure out what was missing. And it wasn't that I had writer's block, but I knew there was something missing in my work. So for another 2 or 3 years, I couldn't move forward. About 2 years ago, I was having lunch with two BFFs, 2 friends who were both healers, totally on a different subject. And it came to me what was missing in my work, because in my opinion, many Black people who write and do literary works, sometimes because we come from an African-American culture, we write from the right mind. We write from a white mind because we are educated white, we live in a white society, we work in a white society. So sometimes our work has a platform of whiteness that we're not even aware of. And as I was writing my book, I didn't want to do that. I so desperately needed to write as a Black woman, from the experience of a Black woman. The fact that I happened to be in America, I didn't want that to be my platform. So having lunch with these 2 sisters, it came to me what to do. So part of my experience in deciding to write, I had joined, there was a workshop being given in Newark, New Jersey, by these two sisters who experienced writers who wanted to help people write their book, promote their book, and have their book printed. It was called PP&P. And I literally drove to Newark to attend these classes. And to make a long story short, I had won another raffle and I was able to present my book and my cover for them to evaluate in this particular class. So this picture right here, as you can see, is the cover that they agreed upon. The original cover that I wanted, they said, oh, that looks like a flyer, that's not good. They didn't like my title, that's not good. So I went with this cover, which was acceptable to them, but it wasn't the cover I had chosen. Also, I couldn't figure out how to make our Kemetic legacy the foundational information in my book. I couldn't figure out how to do that. Having been a part of studies with Mfundishi, Dr. Africa, Baba Samaj, Queen of Four, I mean, we all came up on those tracks at different points of time. It was really important for me to represent as an African woman, not as an African American writing a white story, adversarially, holistic medicine against conventional medicine. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to write from the originality of who we are, and that we were the first, and that we were the original, that we were the fundamental creators of all that is today. So when I came from this lunch, it hit me what to do. And I don't know how I'm going to do. And what I realized was that I was going to do it from our perspective as African people. And so originally I also wanted the book to address our human body, because most of our illnesses come from the bad habits we have. We ain't sick just because we sick. We sick because we don't drink enough water. We don't take time to meditate. We don't eliminate vices. We're sick because of choices we make in our daily life. We're not sick because we're supposed to be sick. So I wanted to write it from the point of view of, do you know your body? The body already knows how to heal itself. Your habits, our habits, prevent the body from being able to do what it naturally knows how to do. Because we don't drink enough water, we have many ills, including erectile dysfunction, where if you just drink enough water, more of your organs will work optimally than they do right now, simply because you don't drink enough water. If you don't understand that, your liver can only cleanse and detoxify when you are asleep, because when you are awake, your liver is working, your kidneys is working, your lungs is working. It's not able to do the other functions. So that when I sometimes treat patients or clients and I give them herbs or essential oils, I have them do it when they go to bed, because it's only when you go to bed and you stop walking around, you stop talking, you stop physical activities, can your liver perform 100% of its function. Because while you're awake and you're at work and you go to school, your liver is doing other things. So these are the things I wanted to incorporate, understanding how the body works. So what I did was I structured the book on all 12 systems: digestive, respiratory, circulatory, skeletal. That's the format of the book. My book is being formatted on the 12 systems. Hello, there were 12 zodiac signs. And so I'm going to use the Dendera Kemetic Zodiac as the format for my book. And so to me, that was revolutionary. It was like, oh my God, that's what I was missing, but I didn't know it was missing because I didn't know I didn't know. So that's what came to me. So in that, what I have done was, This is the new back cover. It will incorporate Imhotep. Imhotep will also be on the front because it is what it is, but we don't know how to write as it is. We write from a white perspective. We write from conventional medicine. We write from the food chart, eggs, bacon, sausage. We write from an orientation that we were raised in. So it's not necessarily our fault, but as you come into more knowledge, you have to be more knowledgeable. So, and that's what I was struggling to find, that I wasn't able to find in the last 2 years, that my book has been sitting in the shelf for the 2 years before that. But, people say, where's your book? Where's your book? When the book is ready, it will manifest itself. So I wasn't really worried about people saying, where's your book? Where's your book? Even though I was more stressed than people were asking me, because it's sitting on my shelf and I'm trying to get it out. So it came to me 2 years ago what to do and how to do it. So now I'm rewriting the entire book, because the chapters that were written and edited is not at all what I wanted to say. Not at all what I wanted to say. So, but it was the foundation of how I'm going to reformat the book. So from here, this is a first new draft of the final cover. This is the back. And so what I chose to do was,
Zakiyyah, can you let Marie back in?
Can I let her in? And how do I do that?
You see,
do I need to stop sharing or
no,
something?
No. You just go to the top and you see at the very top, it'll say someone's waiting to be admitted.
Shai, I am in.
Oh, you're in. Okay, so who's that?
Oh, yeah, I see her
that's
there.
that's an old message. I'm sorry, Ma. I just got the text. I'm sorry for interrupting.
That's okay. So what I did, I took the and so for those of you who know me also know that I have been teaching my course for like 40 years, and my foundation has always been the elements: air, fire, water, and earth. And when I teach Ayurveda, it's ether, air, fire, water, earth, and metal. I have always taught from a foundation of the elements in the universe. So this is going to be my new section of how I'm going to do the book. So it's going to be the books is going to be in sections for air. And all of the zodiac signs in air, you see Gemini, Libra, Aquarius are going to be in the air section. We will deal with the nature of the elements, how it impacts on your health, because your zodiac sign definitively impacts on your strength of health as well as your natural susceptibilities to illness according to your zodiac sign. So the book is structured like that. So there will be air section, a fire section, an earth section, a water section. And so what I did was I took this image of the earth and the elements, and I'm breaking them down into each section so that each section, so here is air, here are the air signs. It'll be broken down to the netcheru of the actual elements. To me, it was like mind blowing, because I couldn't for years figure out how can I incorporate our Kemetic legacy in this book about herbs and healing, which we know that we are the origins of, but I didn't know how to put it in the book without being controversial, like just the black side, just the Chinese side. I didn't want to do that. So this is what I did. And so this is one image of how I'm going to break down each section. This will be the earth signs, your Taurus, your Virgo, your Capricorn, and the netcheru at the bottom. I haven't finished all of the pages so that, so this is how that would look there. My mouse has froze. Can you guys still, okay, here it goes. So this is the actual page. This is a finished page. This will be how the page will manifest itself. You have your Cancer, your Scorpio, and your Pisces are part of the water signs. You see at the bottom, there will be the Neteru on the section pages. There's Kepler is Cancer, Serket is Scorpio, Mehet is Pisces. And that's how I'm so proud of myself, and I'm so excited that the ancestors allowed me to be still long enough to manifest in my brain how to do this. And so this is what I'm doing. This is this page is the final page, and how each section of the zodiac, the Kemetic zodiac, will present itself, and the sections in the actual book. And then from there, each page in the book will, again, each page in the book will look like this. So this will be Scorpio's page, the text on healing as a Scorpio, the impact of the your sign on your health, your weaknesses, your abilities, the impact on the organs, because every system in the body is attached to a zodiac sign. So Scorpio happens to rule the reproductive system. So in this section of the book, all of the herbs and the health and the wellness tips and guidances and formulas will include those for Scorpios. So that's how the pages will look after the sections. The Virgos will be like that. Then you have the fire elements will look like that. So that's where I am in terms of that part of the development of the book. There's Aries and Amun-Ra. So that's where the book is coming along. So this, beloveds, is my new final cover. I'm so excited about it. What I have decided to do was put Imhotep on the front, which he wasn't before. He is now, because there will be a section in the front of the book dedicated to the legacy that Imhotep laid for us in terms of health and healing, in terms of structure, in terms of being an architect of civilization, which we know he is. So he's going to be on the front of the book because he's part of our foundation, as well as on the back and have a section, as well as Dr. Africa will also have a section. So that is basically what I've been working on, and I'm reworking on and reformatting. And what else was there to share? I thought there was another one. I might have missed it somewhere. No, that's other work. So that's in a capsule. That's what has been happening with the book over the last 4 years. I'm excited that it has evolved to a point where I can get the message across that I want to get across, that it is representative of our culture and our legacy. That was the most important thing to me. And at the same time, present holistic, alternative formulas, recipes, herbs, essential oils, so that we can learn how to heal ourselves naturally, and at the same time come into a natural knowledge of our body and acknowledge that it knows how to heal itself. We have to reteach ourselves how to let us heal ourselves and our body. So that was a big part of trying to figure out how to say what I wanted to say. So I've reached that point. The last thing, so that's the book. That's the new book, the old book. That's the book that's been sitting on the burner that all of you have been saying, Zakiyyah, where the book, Zakiyyah, where the book, Zakiyyah, where the... That's where the book has been. That's where it has evolved to. And I'm really, I'm not patting my own self on the back, but I'm patting my own self on the back for having arrived at a place where we can speak our truth without having to worry about, what somebody else will think, because it's not written for anybody else. It's written for us. For us and by us and with us and et cetera, et cetera. So that's the book. The other thing I want to share is in the last 5 years, I've been doing CLE, continuing herbal education and essential oil education, to the point where I've taken, and I'm still currently taking advanced classes in essential oil, the medicinal application of essential oil, because you know in America, in New York City, you can't do medicinal anything unless you have some type of doctorate degree. And particularly as an herbalist, you can't even practice herbology in the United States. You can't hang out a shingle unless you're an acupuncturist. You can practice herbology. If you are a naturopath doctor, you can practice herbology, or you have to have a DO, a doctor of Oriental medicine, in order to legally practice herbology in the United States. And that's why I went to education, because I didn't want to be acupuncturist. I didn't want to be an Oriental doctor. I wanted to be an herbalist. So that's why I went to education. And through education, I can still reach the goal of helping people learn how to heal themselves. Because, you know, I didn't want to make formulas and just sell this and sell this. And I wanted to teach our people how to heal themselves. And that's why I went to education. And through that, I still was able to do healing for people, as well as educating them on how to heal. So, so as I continue in my studies to this day, I take 2 or 3 classes. I take a class every week, as well as additional lengthy classes 2 or 3 times a month. And so in my practice as an herbalist, now, of course, I have to expand my practice to include aromatherapy and essential oils. And it has been such a phenomenal journey that what I have now come up with, I will share my screen again.
Hold on, let me switch you back to host again, Mama. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, come on, it's taking forever here. Sorry.
That's okay.
There you go.
So what I've been able to do now is take my essential oil practice, because I also actually, before I became a healer, I was a martial artist. I traveled around the country and I taught martial arts. Shaolin Kung Fu was my style. I was a martial artist, so there was an intricate knowledge of the body and breathing. And then one of the masters that I studied herbology under, I learned the Chinese 5 element system as well as Ayurveda. That knowledge allowed me, if I may, allowed me an understanding of the body on another level in terms of breathing. I took a course in breathing, and I took a course in not necessarily acupuncture, but understanding the meridians and how they can be vehicles for healing. So what I did, I took my knowledge of herbs and essential oils, and there are 2 facets of aromatherapy that go so far beyond simply smelling the essential oils in a diffuser. Because if we look at the purpose of meridians in our body is to transport our energy so that every organ can have access to optimal energy so that it can function better. What I created was a formula to treat every organ through its meridian with essential oil application. And I've had good success, great success with treating infertility, prolapsed organs, which go down to fibroids, hemorrhoids, varicose veins, breathing issues, teaching people how to inhale specific essential oils, particularly to fight this COVID lockdown, because there is an essential, there are many, but there is an essential oil called hyssop. And hyssop is amazing because I use it. Most of you know I have a herbal honey formula that's very, very good. But what I did, I had added essential oils into it. But one of the herbs I use in my honey formula has exponentially greater use as a breathing tool as an essential oil. So hyssop now, I tell people all the time, and particularly in the workshops that I've been hosting free on Zoom, hyssop is an essential oil that allows your lungs to expand so that you can breathe better. And when I decided, because I've been in hiding since March of 2020. I didn't go back to work. I ain't go nowhere. I stuck my head in the sand in the back of my closet and told my boss I was not coming out. I just went back to work in April. This year, I just went back to work. But what I tell people in my workshops and what I'm sharing now is there's an essential oil called hyssop that if you use it, what I did, you can either spray the inside in your mask, or you can actually take a drop of the oil, which is what I did, and just put it in your nose. It will open up your lungs with your mask on and allow you to breathe better, allow you to get full use of your lungs. That's hyssop. There's another derivative of hyssop called hyssop decumbens, and I will type it in the chat. There's one called hyssop decumbens that is a specific, because some people who have asthma and other emphysema and other type of breathing difficulties, in their inability to fully breathe, their diaphragm often goes into spasm or pain or difficulty because they can't breathe fully. Hyssop decumbens will allow you to eliminate the pain that you may have as an asthmatic in your diaphragm because you can't get a full breath. That's what hyssop decumbens does. And that's another one. Take a drop on your finger, put it in your nose, put your mask on and keep it rolling. Mix it with some water, spray the inside of your mask. In addition to using it as a diffuser, maybe before you go to bed, if you have chronic issues with breathing. So I'm not going to go into a whole formulary of different things, but because of COVID, I wanted to share that specifically, that particular herb, essential oil. There's another herb that I use called Eldercare that's also in my honey, Eldercare. I will type that for those of you who don't know. That's another herb that it's always been in my honey, but its essential oil derivative knocks it out the wall. It's like Eldercare on steroids. That's a misspelling, I-N-U-L-A. It's Inula. It is Eldercare, but it's the essential oil from Eldercare. Back in 2019, I was diagnosed with a pulmonary embolism. They discovered a blood clot on my lung. Girl, I did so much essential oil and pranic healing. Within 6 months, it was gone. The clot had absorbed itself. And this essential oil, Inula, was a main essential oil that I used for the lungs. It is phenomenal. It's something you can breathe. You know how we just take essential oils and we just breathe them. Do that with Inula. You can do that with hyssop. You can do that with all of them. And these are some of the things I've been sharing in the free workshops I've been giving. But hyssop, Inula is very expensive. A bottle smaller than this cost me almost $100. But do you want to save your life, or do you want something that's a little cheaper? You have to determine the value of your medicine. We all know that. But it was a no-brainer for me. So what I was saying about can you give me back the screen, Shai?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So what else I was saying about the products? So what I began to do is I began to create products with the essential oils that, to be very honest, superseded what I was able to do with herbs. And that's just the barefaced truth. And so I have created blends, like I said, for all of the meridians. Actually, one of my, I'm going to stop sharing, but don't cut me off, Shai. This is, I'm trying to get it to show up.
I see it. Earth,
There you go. There you go. So
earth,
this
fire.
is a 12-pack of all of the essential oil, meridian oils for the entire body. So I created it for the lungs, the kidneys, the liver, the bladder, the reproductive organs. Everything is in here.
How much, Ma? How much? How much? Don't start with me. How much?
I haven't
Here we
created
go.
labels or prices for them yet.
Okay.
Currently, each meridian oil is $17.
Wow. Okay.
So which is doable. But when you buy all 12 organs, you're talking about over $100, maybe $150. So one response might be that's not really economical, but yeah, it is if you're trying to, save a life or deal with health issues, which we all are. So that's one piece of it. So the other part of the things that I've been creating, I tried to show on this little flyer, which is supposed to be my flyer this year at the street festival, with the different things I've been doing. So I've created essential oil mist that you can spray on your pulse points on the body to deal with postmenopausal issues, with hormone imbalances. I've created sprays where you can just spray and eliminate the negativity in the air, whether it's negativity from people's negative thoughts, or whether they're a sick person in the house and you want to clear the air. I've created what I think I call the community immunity spray. Oh, it's right there. It's there. Community immunity mist blend. Also, I've created blends where you can spray on the pillow, so that when you go to bed, you can clear your head, you can think, you can calm, you can relax, you can let go all of the madness of the day. I've created blends with, like I shared, with hyssop and inula, where you can breathe easy now. You don't have to take medications and drugs. You can take something as natural as an essential oil or an herb to allow your body to enough release from the pressure and the pain to begin to learn how to breathe again properly in spite of the mask. I've got a blend that's called Let Go and Let God that allows you, you're not gonna believe this, but allows you to let go of bad habits. Whether it's smoking, whether it's cursing, whether it's you don't clean up your house well, you procrastinate. It helps you let go of bad habits, and it's phenomenal because when our teacher Jeff Noble of Noble Touch, when he first introduced essential oils to us, and he introduced us this particular oil, and I bought it, and in less than a week I began to change my mind. I began to let go, and it could be anything. You could let go of stop eating too late. You can let go of choosing the wrong partner in relationships. You can let go and not paying your, whatever you need to let go of. This formula allows you to let go and let God. And that's the power of essential oils, is that because you inhale it, it goes right to the brain and it begins to work, because the brain will take that scent, send it to the proper synapse and nerves and organs to begin to facilitate a healing. So I also do instruction in my workshops, how to do sustained inhalations, where you sit down and focus in your meditation. You learn how to pick the particular oil, and you take 15 minutes and you just smell the oil. But that 15 minutes of sustained inhalation facilitates a healing in your brain that you couldn't do previously. It begins to help your brain shift to then heal the liver, shift and then heal the lungs, shift and then heal the emotions, shift and then heal the hormone imbalances. But that's a practice you have to learn, because part of what I do in my workshops is called integrative self-healing, because I use herbs, essential oils, meditation, and pranic healing, because that's something we all can do if we just sit down and be still, but we don't know how to do that either. So that's part of what I incorporate in my classes called integrative self-healing and in my herb course. And so these are some of the things I've been working on. Again, I haven't did all my labeling and pricing and stuff. But this is the main part of what I've been working on for the last 4 years, to be very honest, since I've been studying aromatherapy and the medical application of essential oils. And that about wrap it up. If anybody has any questions, I'm open.
I want those meridian oils, that's for sure. Because when I'm doing reflexology, there's always a meridian that I can't remember what it is, but it's between the like the shin area, but the front side, the top part of the legs. I don't know if that's the reproductive organs or if that's I keep forgetting, because Dr. Africa gave it to us, and I would love to be able to use those oils on those meridians as well.
And I'm also working on a chart that you can just open up a piece of paper, and I've designed it in a way where you can open up to each meridian and the oil and the description of where you need to apply the oil along each meridian. So I'm working on that as well. Any questions?
Yeah, yeah, I have a question. Thank you so much about talking about the oils for asthma and for wearing the mask too.
Yes, beloved.
Yeah, that was really helpful. I really want to order those from you right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a lot of people who are calling me up about what to do with wearing the mask.
So what I'm going to do, I the same way I do not sell individual herbs, I do not sell individual essential oils. I will put a link. I'll put 3 or 4 links where I get my oils from.
Okay.
So if you don't see 365, I have nothing against any oil company, but I'm going to give you my preferences. That doesn't mean I have something against somebody else, but I'm going to give you my preferences. So I don't sell hyssop, I don't sell inula, but I will give you the sources that sells them. I sell blends like my herbs. People call me all the time, can I have this herb? I don't sell herbs. I sell formulas to treat illnesses and imbalances. Because you can buy herb anywhere. You can buy essential oil anywhere. I mean, but so that's not what I do. But I create formulas for healing whatever conditions you have. So as we talk, I'm going to type in where I get my oils from.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because my next concern was that, I've been distributing Young Living oils and using them primarily for emotional healing and for people who have asthma. I like several of their oils that open up the lungs. So I was going to ask you, what do you think about Young Living oils? And
I don't have anything against any oil company. I have absolutely nothing against Young Living, have nothing against Now, I have nothing against 365, but in my studies and in my own research, like yourself and everybody else on the call, you encounter things that resonate with you.
Yeah, okay.
And even when I heard about Young Living, Niamo had approached me about Young Living, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, as well as Ayo. I don't want to sell somebody else's product. That was my thing. And so as an herbalist and now as an aromatherapist, I create my own product. I don't want to sell somebody else. That doesn't mean I have something against Young Living or anybody else. Not at all, not to any degree. So what I will say for those of you who are going to purchase essential oils, and I'm not talking about Young Living, I'm not talking about anybody. The thing you want to look at, the quality of your purchase, is how pure it is, if it's adulterated. And so I was taught as a student that you need to look at the reports that these companies create to certify the purity of their product. And so those people who I can go on their website and I can request a report, I know it's pure, because they have to pay money for a third outside party to verify the purity of their product, and then before they sell it. So those are the companies I choose. I haven't investigated all companies. No, I haven't investigated everybody. But as a student, the things I was taught are the ones I've investigated. So those are the ones I'm going to put on, because that's where I buy from. So that's one of the things you want to look at when you buy essential oils, if it's pure. Okay. So I will begin to type those unless there's another question.
And my last question, when is your class?
I teach, my free class is the first Thursday of every month at 7:30 p.m. That's the free workshop I do, integrative self-healing, where I talk about herbs, essential oils, pranic healing, and meditation. I do all of that because I'm trying to teach people how they can heal themselves. It's very basic, as you and we all know. My herb course is the third Thursday and the third Saturday of each month. I teach the herb course twice a month, the third Thursday and the third Saturday. Thursday classes are 7:30 till 9, 7:30 to 9, and the Saturday classes are 10 to 11:30. That's the date and the cycle of my classes. The free class is the first Thursday at 7:30. The herb course is the third Thursday at 7:30 and the third Saturday at 10 o'clock. So we just had our first two classes. If you want to jump in on this cycle, you can do that. You send me an email. Most of you know me and I know you, and you can just send me an email and say, send me the information. I will send you the information. But most of you are also on our newsletter list, so you already got the information. Just decide what it is you want to do. John, you may not be because you're new, but I know everyone else here probably is. So one of my,
I think John had a question for you.
Yes, John.
Okay, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
I'm typing the list as we talk. I'm typing, so go ahead.
Yeah, I was listening to your the Zodiac. Very, very interested and was curious to know if you would have a way of making that like a diagnostic or a component that would integrate with facilitating information about the patient, the potential patient, and having that as a part of the integrative model that we're looking for our chapter in particular, to give the key information about the predisposition of the.
I was thinking about that as we were discussing that, and to work in how I might contribute to the initial, I don't know, screening, evaluation, offering of services as
what I was
as a
looking at.
wraparound collective. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how I'd fit in. I know I do, but when we get to the point of starting having the meetings, I definitely was going to offer myself to be part of that table talk. But no, I don't know how yet.
Yes, because one of the things I'm finding is that in a lot of cases, the the zodiacal, I guess, for lack of a better word, diagnosis of a person it's been so marginalized as to be made into something that's a spookism. But when we put it in a format where we have actual clientele going through, and we have it trackable, with the records and documentation, then we can start seeing and solidifying a legitimate, a modality of actually tracking and researching, those predisposing things, so that we can have a better way of knowing, okay, this person responded very well to this therapeutic treatment, and maybe because of their predisposition, to be healed in that way, and versus someone else who may have not responded at all, So I look at that all the time, and it's like, well, I think she may be on the course for that.
Yeah, so I'm definitely open to that. I'm definitely waiting for us to figure out how to do it, and I will definitely be part of the conversation to figure out how we can create this wraparound, service all inclusive. So what I want to say about the website, thank you, John, for asking the question. What I want to say, what I put in the chat. So the first one is Miracle Botanicals. All of the sources that I use have a very intense spiritual and vibrational process to creating essential oils. They're not just about give me the plant, squeeze out the oil. It's spiritual, it's vibrational, it deals with sound and other components to raise the vibration of the oils. All of them are very intense in that. Miracle Botanicals is one of my favorite because they're out of Hawaii, but they ship really fast and their prices are low. Still Point Aromatics has a higher price, but you pay for what you want. You pay for the quality. And like any supermarket or clothing store, you're not going to find everything in every store. You need to go to a couple of different stores to get different things that you may want. So these are my top 5. So Still Point has a higher price, but I can get things at Still Point I can't find anywhere else. Plant Prana Oils is the oil company of one of my teachers, one of the masters I study under. That's their source is Plant Prana Oils, and they deal with the making of their formulas as well. Aroma Head is where I did my studies. Aroma Head is where I got my aromatherapy and essential oil practicum, and that's where I study at. So that's their company, Aroma Head, and they're really expensive. I very rarely buy their oils, but they're top notch, but they're really expensive. And Essential Oil Wizardry is one of my favorites. It's really a unique group of people. And so those are my top 5, and that's my top 5. I think I stopped sharing, right?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. So, any other questions is fine.
Everybody's good? Because I think Jeff and them are waiting.
Can I just respond to John
Sure.
and also Sister? There's some classes that I took at the Institute for Functional Medicine, and they have this kind of thing that we could use to adapt for ourselves. I think if maybe you want to take a look at it.
Sure.
They have a whole system of following a person through whatever it is they need to have, and I think that it's an excellent thing. And when I saw it, I said, oh, we need something like that. We need to adapt that and take that idea and make it our own.
So maybe you can share that with Shai, and she can share it with us.
I will. Yeah. Good idea. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That way we can all work our piece into it. And then we sit down at a table, we can have pieces, we can figure out how to meld it together.
Okay.
I see Izo had his hand up. I'm not sure if it was for me or someone else.
She there? Izo, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Do you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
you had a question?
Ma'am, my question is about the essential oils. I've been into essential oils for over 20 years, and it has helped me tremendously. And I like her to talk about the difference between blending oils and single oils. There's a big difference.
Blending and what?
Blending oils and single oils.
Oh, okay. Well, like herbs, if I have someone that comes to me with a cold and a fever and constipation, I might blend 3 or 4 or 5 different herbs together so that I can address all of the complaints that they are presenting with. It's the same thing with essential oils, except that you want to be careful because essential oils are created on such a chemical level that's more profound than the simple plant. The more essential oils you blend together in one pot, the more apt you will come up with a different creature. It's not as easily applicable to the 1 or 2 organs or symptoms you might be trying to address as herbs are. Now, on the other hand, one of my most successful formulas have 15 essential oils in it, but I didn't make it. It was made by people who do that. So there's a different application of blending, proportions, which I do with herbs, you can do with essential oils. So a single oil is simply an oil extracted from one plant, one herb, where a blend, as I was explaining, if I'm treating a person with a cold, a fever, asthma, I may get together 3 or 4 different essential oils to blend together in order to get the effect I want with the patient's response to healing.
Thank you.
So to take that just a little bit further, if I may take 1 minute, Shai, and you allow me to share again, I can show you how to proportion your blending. It's very simple. I will go to a file and bring up a formula that I have, not that I have, that I use. This one right here, it shows you how to blend. So basically this is part of one of the flyers I'm creating. Basically, essential oils, it takes hundreds of pounds of, let's say, lavender to create, let's say, a 16-ounce bottle of lavender oil. Literally, it takes a vat as bigger than your car to distill down to a yield of maybe 16 ounces of lavender oil, so that the potency of an essential oil is so much greater than a teaspoon of an herb in some boiling water. Believe me, it's nowhere near that. So that the healing potential of essential oils is exponentially greater and more intense and powerful. So in essential oils, we say less is more better, because you take 1 ounce of an essential oil and you think about the hundreds of pounds that it took to make that 1 drop. You don't need a teaspoon. If the formula says 1 drop, you need to use 1 drop. So here's your formula. If you are making a massage or body oil, the general formula is you use 10 drops of your essential oil into your carrier oil. Let's say you're going to use sesame oil. So if you have 1 ounce of sesame oil, for a massage or body oil, you want to add 10 to 12 drops of essential oil in 1 ounce of your carrier oil. If you want to make a room spray, You can take 5 ounces of water and you want to add 20 drops of your essential oil in that 5 ounces of water. So this type of formula helps you to understand how to make safe applications using essential oils. And I will do one other thing, is a salt bath. If you want to do a salt bath, you would get some Epsom salts. You would get a pound of Epsom salts, any kind of Epsom salt, and you want to add 12 to 15 drops of your essential oil to a pound of salt. You do not want to put drops of essential oil in your bath water, because you all know oil and water don't mix. So if you do that, you're going to get in the tub and all the oil is going to be on your skin, and you may be irritant, but it's not going to blend in the water. So you take 12 to 15 drops of the essential oil in a pound of salt, you know, shake the salt around so that it absorbs. So when you put the salt in the water, it automatically disperses evenly and well in the water because it's now part of the salt. So that's just a few little snippets of, without taking too much time, on how you apply essential oils for different type of health products. So that answers your question, Izor?
Is he going? Izor, where are you? Okay, he left us.
He's just muted.
That's me.
Oh, he's muted. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to do raffle? You want to take a 5-minute break, or are we ready to go into Jeff and Pranic healing?
How about a 5-minute break in the raffle? Because I gotta go to the bathroom.
Go ahead. Y'all take your break, and then the Pranic healing team can get ready to take their mic.
Okay.
How's everybody doing? Okay. Good. Ooh, I learned so much today. So much. Okay, that's it.
So I think, Shai, also in the last newsletter that we had from our temple, I had included the links for the classes. If in case any of you get the newsletter, the information is also in the newsletter. Our newsletter, the Kepra Halu Learning Temple newsletter. Information is in there as well, which we posted in the last 2 days.
Okay, but did you post a link for to register for your classes? Is there a link that go and register for your classes?
On page 2 of the newsletter is information, yes. And there's a link in the email that sends out the newsletter, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you list your number if people want to contact you, Mom?
Sure, I'll do number and email.
Okay. And website.
My website has not been up in quite a while because it keeps getting sucked into the black holes, and I don't have the energy to create it yet again.
Yeah, that was a very extensive website you had too. Everything was on that.
Thing was 10 years old, man.
Yeah.
And I had to rebuild it 2 other times. This last time I said, I don't know if I can do it again. And also because all of my resources and contacts don't come through the website. They came through the articles that I write every week in the newspaper and my courses and classes. It never came through the website, ever.
Oh, wow. Okay, gotcha.
Which is also why I'm not really putting too much work into getting it back up. Though I might now with the essential oil piece, I might have to expand some more.
And you're author, you got a new book, so that's always good to have a website.
I might have to submit and do it.
Even if it's just a landing page, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Are we still not having Leslie and Yolanda?
I thought I see the phone numbers in the
I will call her again.
They're both there.
I'm here.
I know. Oh, there. You heard us talking about you.
Gossiping.
Yeah.
Gossiping, like always.
You're on, Leslie.
You want to go? You want to start? Go ahead, Mama.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Mama.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm like in and out doing things, but I've gotten such good information from the presentations that I was able to hear. Certainly, Zakiyyah, she knows her stuff. I mean, she knows herbs. I mean, she knows. Yo, got Zakiyyah. All right. And, so this has been so much shared here. So Jeff Noble, he couldn't be with us this evening. So he asked me to step in, and I think Sista Shai, you asked him to talk about pranic healing and the benefits of pranic healing. But how many of you are already energy healers? Pretty much. Right, know something about energy, right? So, pranic healing is basically an energy healing modality that was started by Master Choa Kokayi. And Master Choa Kokayi basically studied a lot of different energy healing modalities, and he pulled what he considered was the best of each and formulated his system, or the system that is now called pranic healing, okay, from prana. Okay, we all know what prana is, which is life force energy. It's called different things in different traditions, right? Like chi or ki. So it's just a energy healing modality. I know one of the differences between pranic healing and some other healing modalities is pranic healing operates from an 11 major chakra system. I know some chakra systems is 7, but in pranic healing, there are 11, what we consider 11 major chakras or energy centers that we focus on. And as some of you already know, we use the hands to feel for imbalances in the energy body. And then using our hands on a process that's called cleansing, we clear out some of those blockages or imbalances, what we call congestion or depletion or over and under activation. So we clear out some of the blockages, and then we put fresh revitalizing energy in that area, or prana. So those are the basic 2 ways that pranic healing works. Pranic healing we use for simple things like headaches, toothache, and also other more, I guess you might call more complicated things, like helping to manage diabetes, arthritis. And since COVID-19, we've been using pranic healing a lot to support people with COVID-19. I mean, we've actually had quite a few referrals and calls, and our healers have been quite busy working on COVID. People who were diagnosed with the imbalance of COVID, as well as people who had COVID, but yet they still have some issues, as a result of COVID, in terms of some lung issues or just breathing issues. So we've been able to do a lot of work with that, helping with those imbalances. But one of the things I do want to share with you, though, is a few things. So could I have co-host so I can share the screen? If that's okay. So here at the Noble Touch, and again, I'm representing the Noble Touch. So the Noble Touch, we have our new slogan is healing happens here, right? Because that is our goal. The healing happens here. So that when we do a session, something's going to shift. We go in with that mindset that something is going to shift, right? So healing happens here. And we know that healing comes in many different ways, right? It can be curing. It can be just a better quality of life. So there'll be some sort of shift, right? So we go in with that. So am I able to share now? Okay, great. So here at the Noble Touch, we have many other things that we do as well. And I just want to share a few other things that we do. Besides pranic healing, we also do neuro-linguistic programming, or NLP. Nefer KaRaa, yeah, she also took that course. So NLP is basically the pictures that you make in your head, things that you say to yourself, which affect your nervous system, that causes you to react or act in a certain kind of way. So basically it's about what are the things that you're saying in your mind that's causing, you to have particular issues. For instance, are you doing a lot of negative self-talk? Because we know that energy follows thought, right? So what are some of the negative things that you're saying to yourself? Or maybe you don't realize that you're saying to yourself. What are some of the images and pictures that you're making in your head, all right, that's causing you to act or react in a certain kind of way? So what NLP does, it actually reprograms, okay, how your brain operates. And there's a number of exercises that we do to help people, with that. So I just want to talk a little bit about that. One of the other things that we also offer, and I'm going to go to our website here, thenobletouch.org. Can everyone see it? This is our actually brand new website that was designed by one of our practitioners. Her name is Elise. She does an excellent job, and she just, redesigned this really well. But one of the things I want to talk about is something called energy scan, Nest Health Scan. Now I know, Zakiyyah, you know about this because you had the mouse, but actually they have something really good now, is that you can do it by voice. You don't even need a mouse anymore to do it. So this is called the Energy Wellness Scan. I'll just click here. And basically what we do is here, it has the mouse. So the client puts their hand on the mouse, and then the program can read a person's energy field, actual energy field, and what's going on in the energy field. And then it pumps out a really detailed report of what's going on in somebody's energy field. Now, what we do to use this, and what I'm going to do is go to like a sample report right here from someone. So this is a report, okay, for one of our clients. And you could see these things across here. It shows the different areas. For instance, this person they probably need to be a little more connected to the earth in terms of the big fields. So what shows up as a priority here in purple is that maybe they need some grounding. All right, I'm just going to go through this really quickly. This shows the strength or energy strength that may be lacking, okay, in a particular area or organ. This has how the energy is flowing. In this case, triple burner, there's not good flow here. But this is a good screen that we like to work on, and this is called the mind-body screen, right? So this person may have some things, maybe not feeling loved here. So what we do is click this on, and over here it shows, I don't know if you can see this on the side. You may have to move your laptops around. So it kind of tells, what might be going on and what might be the cause of maybe them not feeling loved. I go to nerves, same thing over here. So this scan has so much information. Let's go to the emotions. Again, love comes up again, right? Unconditional love. Right, but what's good about this scan is once someone is able to see the scan, we can go over the scan with them. And if there's a blockage in one of the organs or whatever, or the energy flow, then we can use pranic healing. If it's an issue where something is a mind-body, then we can use NLP. So we use the scan as an assessment tool, and then we use the tools, right? Pranic healing or NLP to address an imbalance which may be showing up in somebody's scan. All right, I'm not gonna go through this because it is very detailed. So that's one of the things that we offer also. Let's see, get this out the way. Also, I just wanna mention some of the things that's coming up, that we have coming up in the Noble Touch. We are doing lots of wonderful things. Let me go back to our homepage. Oh, we have a big event coming up on September the 18th, which we call the Healing Revolution Summit, Heal, Transform, and Evolve. And it's going to be online. Okay, it's from 10. Actually, it's going to be a little later than 1. We realize it'll probably be until more like 1:30. And yeah, it's a wonderful event. We are so excited. Let me see if I can bring this up. Okay, here. All right, so at the summit, some of our healers are going to share their stories about how pranic healing has helped to transform their life, to change their life. We're going to actually do demonstrations. So it's going to be interactive as well. So it's not going to be just talk. We're going to ask people to actually feel energy, also to show them how to clean their house, energetically. We also will have some NLP demonstrations as well. And then we will also have I think it's a video segment here where our founder, Jeffrey Vincent Noble, and Dr. Kokayi will talk about how they've worked together for rapid recovery. All right, so this will be a really cool thing to see the two of them talk amongst each other. And then the other thing we're going to do is we're launching what we call our virtual healing center. The good thing about pranic healing is that it can be done remotely, right? It could be done virtually. You don't have to be in the same location with the client. So we figure, well, why not just do what we call the virtual clinic, right? Where most of everything is done, a lot of things on Zoom anyway. So we can do a healing session on Zoom or whatever, so it's our virtual healing clinic, and we're really excited about launching that clinic. We're going to have different specialties, where people can work on different, things like diabetes, like I said, or arthritis, or, whatever. We have our practitioners that can do many, many, many things. So we're really excited about launching that. If you want more information, again, this is our teacher, Master Jeffrey Vincent Noble. He's our founder. He's our master teacher. And these are some of the presenters, some of our healers that are going to present here. As you can see, some people are presenting here. And it's going to be a wonderful event. So I invite you all, you can just go to our website, thenobletouch.org, to get information about that. And let's see, what else can I talk about? I see one of my colleagues, a few of my colleagues on the line. If I've forgotten anything, then please.
We have.
I think we forgot about talking a little bit about the belief change things that we've been doing recently. The bottom line is that no matter how your life is being lived out right now, or what kind of trauma you may have had in your life, the whole thing that causes it all to continue to maintain and sustain itself is your beliefs. If you change your beliefs, you can change your life. It's really that simple. Most of the time, we are treating symptoms. We're not treating the cause. No matter what you do, and 9 times out of 10, we're treating the symptom, not the cause. We've studied aromatherapy. We studied pranic healing. We studied all these different modalities, but still, if you don't get the cause, the problem can continue to reinvent itself or reattach itself to you one way or the other. That goes from fibroids and everything else. If there's a mental cause to it, you can break it down. It's going to disappear. There's a good chance it's going to reappear, maybe in another part of the body, if you have not discreated the thoughts that created it to begin with. Remember, disease in the body starts with being dis-ease mentally. And emotions buried alive never die. They sit there and they fester and they fester and they fester and they show up as some type of spiritual keloid, which then blocks the energy from flowing through your body. You like that, huh, Zakiyyah? Spiritual keloid, that's right. Where it starts to block energy in your body. So what we've been really focusing on also is helping people locate limiting beliefs and getting rid of them. I'm not sure how many people were on the line last night when we did our Success is Your Birthright seminar, but I think Mut Nefer KaRaa was on, and we did a live belief change online with a woman who had, well, I'm not gonna tell you what her belief was, but we just changed the belief online. You can actually see how she transformed going through the belief change. So it's the other thing we do is we really work on finding what the cause is. And that's one of the things that make, in my opinion, one of the things that make such a little different, that we look for the cause. We don't try to treat the symptoms. We really look for the cause. So that's one thing I want to add to what Leslie said, that we are cause-driven and result-driven, meaning that when you sit down, the first time you sit down with most of our practitioners, you will get a result the first time you sit down. There will be a shift. With me personally, I guarantee there's going to be a shift the first time. If you listen to what I say, you follow the instructions, you will have a shift the first time. I can guarantee that because I look for the cause. I'm as close to that cause as possible. And that cause could have happened before, during, after birth, or in a past lifetime. It could happen in another dimension altogether. So when you find the cause, the disease begins to disintegrate and disintegrate itself. If you use no pranic healing, no Reiki, no herbs, no essential oils, no nothing, if you find that cause, it will start to disintegrate or discreate. Now, all those other things accelerate the healing. They all accelerate the healing. But until you get that cause, you're going to be treated forever.
So Jeff, can you talk about the difference between Reiki and Pranic? That's the first thing. And what's the purpose of MLP? How does that help your client heal? Just something, those are two basic questions.
Well, I think that there are people who probably better qualified to know the difference between Reiki and NLP. I mean, Reiki and Pranic healing than I am. I can talk about it from my point of view, but I'm not a Reiki practitioner, so I don't have a background of Reiki to have that kind of comparison. I can compare what I know from what I've been told by practitioners with someone like Mut Nefer KaRaa who studied Reiki, or Zakiyyah who studied Reiki, who has studied Pranic healing also, would be even better. But from what I know, and I know that Leslie tapped into some of it by saying that we work with 11 major chakras. Reiki works with 7 or 8. Well, everyone else works with 7 major chakras. Most people work with 7 major chakras. I know that from my understanding that the pranic healing is more into what I call spiritual hygiene. I mean, when we clean someone's body, we actually dump it into a receptacle that will salt water bucket, which will actually absorb the energy and break it down. I have had about 12 Reiki sessions over the years. No, I'm sorry, about 7. And I've never seen them dump it anywhere, but just spread it out. I've never seen them dump it in any type of receptacle that's going to catch it. NLP, not NLP, pranic healing practitioners, they tune their fingers, their hands, their fingers to be able to measure chakras. There are a lot of people who say they're healing the chakras, they're balancing the chakras, they're doing singing bowls, they're doing this and that. But how do they know the chakras are really balanced? If you don't have a type of instrument, whether it's a pendulum or whether it's your hands, and the pendulum can be influenced by the energy coming out of your hands, how do you know that the chakras are really balanced? You think they are, but I've gone behind people who said the chakras are balanced for someone, and the chakras are definitely not balanced. So I think the fact that we learn to use our hands as a tool to scan things, not just scan people's energy bodies, but we can scan food. We can scan vitamins to find out which is the best vitamin for you, which is the most potent for you. We can scan books. So if you go into a bookstore and you're looking for a book on financial abundance, you can scan a book and see which author is really living that life. Because some authors may be broke writing about financial abundance, and there's authors that may be already very successful writing about abundance. So who do you want to listen to? So we can actually scan books, we can scan plants, we can heal plants, we can make plants grow more. Another difference between Reiki, so the hand thing to me is another difference between Reiki and, I gotta keep getting ready to say NLP, pranic healing. Colors, the fact that we use colors. Colors have different frequencies and vibrations. And from what I understand, and Reiki practitioners that I worked with, and that worked on me rather, I asked them what colors were they using. They didn't use colors, they used symbols when they did use something, but they never used colors. And different colors have different vibrational frequencies, and the intensity of that color can change how fast or how slow someone heals. So you use a light green or use a dark green. You may want to use a light green for something, or a light whitish green, a very pastel colored green for something very simple. But if someone has cancer, you may want to use dark green, because it's going to be a stronger color. So all those different variations. Another difference to me also is that pranic healing comes with a manual. It's like a recipe book. So no matter what's wrong with a person, you can open that recipe book and say whether it's headaches, whether it's breast cancer, whether it's prostate cancer, whether it's hemorrhoid, no matter what it is, there's a recipe in that book that will tell you step by step what to do. So even if your hands are not sensitive enough to feel the spiritual energy yet, you can pick up that book, not be able to feel any energy at all, follow the step-by-step procedure and still get results. And that to me is very powerful. I have that kind of book that has a recipe for almost any disease you can name, any ailment you can name. Those books are like the Bible as far as healing is concerned. And anyone that looks at those books or has used those books here and that probably all know, it's a whole lot of information in those books. And lastly, well, not lastly, the last thing I'll say about it is pranic healing is really raised to spirituality. It is impossible to be involved in pranic healing and not go spiritually. It is impossible to be involved in pranic healing and not develop a closer relationship with God. It is totally impossible if you're doing the work. You will definitely feel a difference in your relationship with God. We have preachers that have studied pranic healing with us, and they say the way they even study and interpret the Bible is different. Not including the fact they got a close relationship with God. It wasn't through a religious institution, it was through pranic healing. And things you learn about pranic healing, the way you look at pranic healing, the way you look at the spiritual anatomy is totally different. And most pastors of churches don't know anything about the spiritual anatomy, but they always talk about being spiritual people. I think that if you be a spiritual person, you need to know the spiritual anatomy. So that's some of the difference between pranic healing and Reiki. Now, as far as what is NLP, I think Leslie described it, but did you want more information what Leslie gave you basically, or how you said, how can it help you?
Well, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure it's clear for the newer people, because I mean, I'm kind of clear, but I just want to make sure they understand.
Well, like Leslie said, NLP basically is the way the pictures you make inside your head, the things you say to yourself affects your nervous system, cause you to act or react a certain way. NLP to me is one of the most powerful tools to change, because I've been able to work with people in 2 sessions that they've been in 4 years in therapy with. And this is not unusual, this is very common. You can be in talking therapy for 4 years, 8 years, 6 years, 10 years, and most of our practitioners can do it in 2 or 3 visits, 4 visits. They get the same result, because we're not talking about what it is. Let me give you an example. A typical therapist or a person depressed would say, you go to a talking therapist, they'll say, well, why are you depressed? And the person will sit there and tell the same story they've told 150 times already. The same old loop is running again in their head. A good NLP practitioner would say, first of all, congratulations for being able to be depressed for 10 years. And of course, the person would be totally confused. Why are you congratulating me about being depressed for 10 years? Because you learned the skill. There's a part of you that now know how to sustain a certain behavior for a long period of time. So what I want to know now is, how do you do depression? How do you know when to get depressed? What triggers it? And how do you do depression?
Somebody wants to see your face, Jeff. Someone's asking to see your face.
They don't need to see me. What they want to see me?
See that gorgeous brown chocolate skin. Come on.
I'm not dressed properly. My hair's not done.
Yeah, I know it's not. Now turn the light on.
You
so
always tell us to show our face. We want to see your face.
Zakiyyah, you never show your face though when I say it.
This is true.
I'm gonna see I turned my camera on. I don't know why my face didn't show up. Hold on, let me see. Who wants to see my face anyway? Speak up for you. Go ahead. Why are people speaking for this person? They should be speaking for themselves.
Monifa, I asked to see your face. I'm not familiar with you, and I just wanted to see your face.
I think you see it.
Show up for the people, brother.
It disappear. Oh, there you go. Keep disappearing.
There he is. There you go.
Thank you.
Now where was I?
NLP.
I know something about NLP, but what was I saying about NLP? Oh, depression. So the question is, how do you do depression? In other words, to be depressed, you have to be making some type of images inside your head and saying something to yourself over and over again in order for you to feel depressed, or anything else that happens to you in your life. So everything that happens to in our life is based on prior programming. And the way you're going to respond is based on that prior programming. So NLP gives you the tools to change the programming or put a firewall up so you can't get back to those emotions again. Or just to totally debug the way you've been running those loops in your head over and over and over and over again. And that's what talking therapy doesn't do in a fast way, in a rapid way. It continues to keep talking about it, and they get deeper and deeper. And then all this stuff comes up, and then what do you do with it? Well, I love people that's been in therapy already because they help me, they make it faster for me. They already dug all this stuff up. They just don't know what to do with it. But I do know what to do with it. The people who've been trained in Pranic NLP, like the Mut Nefer KaRaa, the Leslies, and other people, they know what to do with it. Now, Nefer KaRaa has a background in social work, but I'll put our NLP practitioners up against any social worker, any psychologist out there, how long they've been trained, how long they've been in training, how long they've been psychologists. I'll put any of our NLP practitioners up against them. I guarantee you that the NLP practitioners, 9 times out of 10, get a result faster than any psychologist. As a matter of fact, in our last class, I'm sure that Nefer KaRaa remember this. There's a woman that's 83 years old, has been a psychologist for 60 years. And she mentioned how much time and money she wasted doing that work, although she changed a lot of people, how much faster it is using NLP. So NLP is a very powerful tool for changing any behavior, any habit, anything that you want to change in your life. Especially right now, I'm on the belief kick, finding people's beliefs before. Once I change the belief, it's done. But once I don't change it, they change it, it's done. So I'm really big on changing beliefs right now. I've always been big on it, but I've become bigger on it in the last 4 to 6 months probably. And that's why I focus a lot of my work on now. I help people change beliefs. If I change your belief about anything at all, today I worked with a woman who parents made her feel like she wasn't important. They didn't support her. She felt abandoned. She'd be left in the room crying, all kinds of stuff. I worked on one thing, and the process that I worked on is what I call return to sender. Her mother had given her all kinds of bad messages, all kinds of negative messages about she wasn't good enough, she wasn't smart enough, she disappointed her mother all the time. Her mother always criticized her. So we did a process called return to sender, where we go into the belief closet. That's probably going to start the belief closet a little bit. And we begin to change the belief first of all, and then we give all those things her mother said to her back to the mother.
Mm-hmm.
And I call that process return to sender. When you give it back to the mother and you release it from yourself, then all of a sudden the spirit opens up. The body can then heal when the meridians are not stuck, and the chakras are not stuck with negative emotions. The body can begin to heal itself. So there are all types of things that we're doing as the Noble Touch. And
what happens to the mother?
So
what happens to the mother?
The mother becomes healed also.
Okay,
because
good.
we not only do we, this is one part, what we do also, we have her go inside her mother's body spiritually.
Mm.
And be aware what her mother was feeling, what her mother went through to make her treat her that way. What was her mother's experience? Because she don't look at it, the victim doesn't look at it from the eye of the mother. She look at it from the way she felt. But what was your mother feeling, and what beliefs did your mother have that allowed her to say those things to you? What was her childhood like? And sometimes when you heal the so-called victim or the person, the mother heals automatically. So we gave her mother the resources her mother would have needed to treat her differently as part of the process. You understand what I'm saying?
So the return to the sender is not a real return to the mother, it's a return to something else.
It's a return to the mother, and the mother has to return to where she got it from.
Ah.
So return to sender. The mother is the one that sent it. Where she got it from, I don't necessarily know. Unless I go deeper into it, and I can do that very easily. But return to the sender is for her to send. The main thing is that's my client. So I want to release all that stuff from the client first. Then we worry about the rest of the family. But the mother was healed in the process because we gave the mother the resources she went back and like rescuing the inner child. She rescued herself, then she went back to her mother to help give her mother the resources she needed to heal also. So she left, she said she felt like she lost the whole person.
Mm.
Like she felt like she lost 80 pounds, 90 pounds. Because spiritual energy has weight also. Last night on this teleseminar, I had them feel spiritual energy between negative and a positive experience. And you can feel the difference in your fingers. I had them taste it on their tongue. You can taste the difference between negative and positive experience spiritually. So sometimes we just go a little deeper in some of the other modalities so people really understand that this substance that we call negative energy, this substance we call positive energy is real. It has weight, it has a taste, it has a smell. And we did all that, like I said, we tasted it, we smelled it, and we felt the difference between positive and negative energy. So I'm always trying to teach, I'm always trying to be on the cutting edge. I have people around me that make sure that I am staying as much on the cutting edge. I've been blessed to have some of the members of African Holistic Network to be part of the Noble Touch, and that I learned from also. That I don't know everything. Like I tell people, I'm just an embryo. I'm just beginning to learn now. The Noble Touch is still in the womb. The Noble Touch has not even been born yet to me. So there's so much more to do, and I'm just a humble servant.
Any questions?
I have a question.
Okay, guys.
I didn't know that Jeff Noble changed his name to Yolanda McBride.
Ooh, what happened there? We gotta talk about that.
Well, honey, let me tell you something, honey. No, I'm still seeing clients, and I didn't know that I'll be able to speak or not. I'm still seeing clients. So I put Yolanda's name, which I wouldn't be called on to speak. So when this gap came in, I said, okay, I can say something because I'm in between clients. I can say something, so I just didn't change Yolanda's name. I know if my name was there, Sista Shai would have been on me about saying something.
For sure.
So I put Yolanda's name in there in case I was not able to speak. But when I was able to speak, I said, okay, well, let me see if I can add a little something.
So my understanding is that Pranic is full for this semester, right?
When you say full, what do you mean?
I think one of your e-blasts that came out this week said Pranic was closed. It was full.
Well, we had a class the last weekend in August, and that class was full. That class was closed, but we will probably have another class before the end of the year.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
we'll do that
I would
around.
probably do my Belief Breakthrough Boot Camp. I did my first Belief Breakthrough Boot Camp about 3-4 weeks ago. I don't know how long ago now.
2 weeks ago.
And the whole goal is for you to find your core wounds. The things that bother you emotionally. Core wounds, WOUNDS, wounds. To find out what they are, what the beliefs are associated to the core wounds. Bring them to the workshop. The whole thing we want to do in the Belief Breakthrough Boot Camp is to bring those beliefs in. I only take 6 people at a time, so I can be very personal with everybody. And we work through those beliefs and get rid of those beliefs. And then that's one belief. You have to bring 3 with you that you want to work on. So you learn how to, I guide you through one sequence by myself. I just guide everybody through it. The next sequence, I teach you how to do stuff, break the beliefs on your own. And you have like a belief kit that you take home with you. So anytime, because belief comes in clusters. And you may not find the core belief right away. But when you break down enough of the clusters, you cut enough legs off the table's going to fall sooner or later. So if you break enough of the clusters up, after a while, what's going to happen is that the belief is going to just disappear, just create itself. So I give you the tools, I call it the belief change kit, that you can use when you get home, continue finding your own beliefs and breaking them down yourself. And then, of course, if they need help or assistance, I'm always there. But I'm not sure when I'm doing that again. I'll probably do it again October sometime. And once again, if that sold out last time, like in 2 days, I would take 6 people. So it sold out really, really quick. So
how much was it?
It was the first time it was $397. Next time it goes to $497. Next time it goes to $597. Next time it goes to $697. So I get to $997. Seriously, the workshop is literally priceless. What I mean, if you change one belief, that can change your life. How much is that worth? I mean, there are people doing less than I do in that little bit amount of time. And anybody's been in my workshops, Zakiyyah, and Mut Nefer KaRaa knows that when I come in, I give you everything. I give you more than your money's worth. I don't believe in, if I reach one person, that's enough. I believe in reaching every goddamn body, period, point blank. I believe in over-promising and over-delivering. So some people say, oh, you should under-promise and over-deliver. No, over-promise and over-deliver also. If you're truly doing God's work, not you say you're doing God's work, if you're truly doing God's work, you can make those type of statements. It's not about you. It's about you being a vessel for God to use you for transformation. And when you know that, you get that in your head, your heart, your mind, your body, your spirit, you can operate in that place. You can actually say money back guarantee. It's not about the money. So that's why I can tell people, you sit down with me, something's going to shift. Or you get your money back. And all these I've done work, I only gave one person back their money. And I gave them, they paid for 10 sessions. After about the, I think it was the 6th or 7th session, it wasn't even something she didn't like, or something that, it wasn't even that she didn't change. She admitted the changes. But we got into a discussion about something about me healing her offline. I mean, doing remote healing. She agreed to it at first. Then she decided that she wanted to notice how I'm going to do it. And I said, well, you told me I could just do it. She said, well, I should have told you that. And she got really nasty about it. So I gave her money back for all 10 sessions. Not for the 5, but she already paid for 5, those were over, paid for another 5. Not for the 5, I gave her money back for all 10 sessions. And I could have just said, I'm just going to give it back from where it was, but no, I gave her all her money back. It's not worth it to me. My work is not my work. I'm just a vessel. I'm very clear on that. That's where I operate from. I teach my students the same thing.
Okay, Baba, so put your contact and your website in the little chat thing so people can register
Leslie
for the.
put it up there. Leslie put up the Noble
It's up.
Touch.
Okay, it's already.
It's in the
Okay,
chat.
so we're down to 1 hour left. And so we got Sista Mist Muhammad. I think I'll just email you my presentation. I don't really need to talk about it. Mist Muhammad, you want to talk about elder care for Eldercare Givers? And then Dr. Kokayi will come on, and then Sista Mist will come on, and then we'll be done.
I will be brief because I know we are running overtime. Sista Shai asked me to talk about self-care around elder care because lately more and more of us have been in the position of needing to care for our elderly parents and have learned that it can be a very overwhelming and draining role because there's not a lot in place, particularly in communities of color, because a lot of other communities will put their ailing parents into nursing homes. And many of us don't feel comfortable doing that for a lot of things that happen in nursing homes. There are different layers to this. I'm going to start with the most acute, which is when you're actually in that situation with the parents, and the challenge of trying to create a balance. A lot of times we feel that nobody but us could take care of mommy and daddy, but us. And part of it is, stepping back when these things happen to first see who's within the circle that you can network with. It may be other siblings if you have other siblings. It could be extended family. It can also be if they're involved with a church or a sorority or any other things, but to see what are in their circles. And if other people can handle different aspects, because sometimes we get so overwhelmed, we don't look beyond ourselves, and then we get ourselves burnt out. The other thing also is looking to see every place has different type of senior services. So sometimes through that, you might be able to get a respite from other people coming in to assist with, the house cleaning or helping with the cleaning up, washing up of the parent or preparing meals or whatever. One of the challenges is that it's not one solution fits everybody because everybody's situation is different. So part of it is to get a sense of that and to, as I said, look beyond yourself to see what are possible other type of supports. Also to contact senior care, because a lot of times they may have resources in your area that you're not even aware of. And also to check with their insurance, because sometimes there are things that might be covered that we never thought of, especially when we're in the midst of it. And going back a step beyond before that is we have a propensity to feel that if we make any type of plans for when we get older in terms of burial, in terms of care or anything else, that in our mind, we're killing off ourselves or that person. And our community is notorious for that, which is why whenever somebody passes, we have all these GoFundMe pages because we haven't planned. The first thing is when it comes to our parents and also ourselves, that one of the things I've learned in a lot of the financial classes I've gone to is that especially if your parent has or yourself has some type of a investment, it could be your house, it could be a tax deferred annuity from your job or any other type, that it's important to create a team with a financial, with a, not a financial, with an estate planning lawyer and a financial advisor who, that you could, that through referrals or what have you, but somebody that can be objective. They're not doing it just for their own commission. Between the two, that you create a trust for which you put, property in and major investments, because if God forbid your parent or yourself, because let's face it, none of us are getting younger either. And I'm beginning to be called elder all of a sudden. I'm still in my own shock, like, who you calling an elder? Shai could tell you, I'm forever looking around like, who you talking to? But we're all getting older, not younger. And the sooner we plan, because if your parent, or if you're waiting to yourself and you're ill and you're waiting to the 11th hour to put your estate and property and stuff into a trust, it may be too late, because there is a look back for certain investments of 5 years, others for 3 years. So you need to see wherever you are, what that is, and to plan ahead, to put as much as you can into a trust. You also need to make sure ahead of time, while your parents, yourself, your family collectively are still of sound mind, to have conversations over who's going to have a power of attorney over your estate, who is going to have a power of attorney over you and each other in your family, as well as your parents, for health, who's having power of attorney for the estate. You need to have these conversations ahead of time, because as you're taking care of the seniors, or as you need care yourself, you're not trying to play catch up, and damage control is already in place. Besides nursing homes, depending on the financial options that a family member has, sometimes they have places called independent living facilities, and not any one of them are the same. One time I accompanied an elder which is why I learned how to plan ahead. And as we were, visiting different facilities, some of them look like nursing homes, but other of them look like 5-star hotels. One of them looked so swank. At the time, I was a little younger at the time. I wasn't quite old enough, so I was trying to convince my father. I said, you don't have to live there, but you have the age. I'll live there, because then I don't have to clean, I don't have to cook for myself. They got like 5-star restaurant downstairs, and they're tailor-made. They come clean. I said, I'll do that for you. Okay, I'll make that sacrifice. Had a lovely view of the Palisades, the whole bit. I was ready to move in. That's still on my, if I can't take care of myself, everybody knows at the moment, that's my long-term plans. I share that to say that when it comes to our parents, when it comes to ourselves, when it comes to all of our siblings, family members, everybody, that we need to start having these conversations now, not at the 11th hour where they don't even know if they're on the good ship lollipop or not. So you have an idea to have those difficult conversations of, do you want to be resuscitated or not? What's the level for you? But also to find out, okay, are there investments in place? Do they have people on their estates that it's going to go to, when they transition to someplace else? Is it set up in a way so that it's not going to the state? I was in a situation, a friend of mine, that I found out at the 11th hour that their parent had worked for the Board of Ed, had a tax deferred annuity through the UFT, and found out at the 11th hour that if you don't take it out within a year of them passing, the city gets to keep it. So there was this last minute running around, you know, to get it, and then where to put it so you're not taxed all over the place and everything else, which made me make sure that, yeah, I got my beneficiaries in place, but also I realized I had all the paperwork. They need to have a copy too, because if something happens to me, you know, they're not going to be in the mood to be searching over my apartment trying to play treasure hunt to find it. So we have to make sure that it's two generations at the same time to make sure that whatever seniors were involved, that their paperwork is in place, and that we know where it is, and that we know who has the legal rights to it. You know, because especially if that senior that you're caring for doesn't have immediate children, because then the next of kin is who? So you got to make sure that legally they have that in place. So, and part of it is for your own care, because the more that you have these things in place ahead of time, the less stress you're going to be in during this stressful time. My father just passed away this past February at 91 years old. Thanks to the elder that guided me, you know, before Daddy, you know, got to a point where, you know, God forbid, you know, we had gone with him, had him sign, you know, in terms of putting things in a trust, had him sign so that my sister could, you know, manage, you know, his finances and stuff, because he wasn't doing that too well even when he was supposed to be. And, you know, and that's the other thing, is knowing your clientele and then visiting to see, okay, what type of activities, you know, like, are they into music? Are they into dancing? As Mama Ayo was showing us before, some of our self-care are things we can do to decompress with the breathing and stuff when we're stressed out, but also sometimes we can also do with the senior to get them moving, which will help their mind to stay clearer longer, so that their body is still limber and stuff, and they're not, you know, deteriorating in front of your face, because as you know, if you don't use it, you're going to lose it no matter what age. And some of the things we blame on aging is not from aging, is from lack of use or abuse. That we need to be mindful about what we're feeding them, what we're feeding us, because a lot of times we begin to emotionally eat and emotionally feed them, which just exacerbates the situation. And a part of it is the mindset. If we look at healthy eating as a punishment and a sacrifice, versus this is our sacred temple, our senior's body is a sacred temple, and it's all in presentation. If you're doing it as this is a sacrifice, I'm just going to have to, you know, suck it up, versus how can I make these things tasteful? Because a lot of healthy foods, we don't realize their unhealthy counterparts is really about texture and flavor. So when you find healthy parallels, as Dr. Africa would teach us, with the correct type of seasonings that are now, as Zakiyyah was showing us, in terms of herbs and things, you know, they're flavorful, but they can also be medicinal at the same time. So in blending that, and you might even engage them. And I said, you have to know the person you're working with, because some of them, they might, you know, to be helping with the cooking in whatever level they can, you know, to be singing old songs from back in the day, to be showing pictures of, you know, people that are present and people that are not present, and sharing stories. All these things help to create a bond. It creates things to do, so it's not just taking care of, but also it's important because a lot of us don't know our family stories. And now that everybody's, you know, slow down, we need to know those stories. Because as I said, if you don't know the source of, if you find out, oh, well, mommy's like that because this is what happened to her, and that's what happened to her mother, and you have this handing down of family stories. People spend all this money on Ancestry.com, 23andMe, finding your roots and everything else. Meanwhile, you've got the source right there. Don't wait till they can't tell you anymore. You know, because a lot of times in our families, if the don't ask, don't tell, especially if it wasn't something pleasant. And to also help understand, I'm not asking to be nosy or talk bad about it. Another training I went to that was really phenomenal. They talked about, it's called Broken Stories. And it talks about how a lot of times he talked about, you know, Uncle Al, who was an alcoholic and a substance abuser, versus the fact that Uncle Al, you know, fought in the Vietnamese War. And when he came back, his way of dealing with the trauma was with drinking. But he was also very handy. Or he was also very, to tell the full story. Or that this it's going on with him because back in the day, his father, used to be abusive, but his father was abusive because he just came off of sharecropping and that's what he knew. When you start telling the fuller story and you start learning our fuller stories and doing that before they don't remember, yesterday, as part of that healing, but it also helps alleviate some of the stress that might go on, because as you get older, sometimes your faculties deteriorate and you start regressing or acting out or doing whatever. But if you know that person's fuller story, then you can be present in a different way with them, with yourself, and also it'll give you cues and ways of being with them. If you know that back in the day, they used to love to play the piano, it might be that, to have like a keyboard or something for them, or, to play their favorite song so they can sing, have them show you how to do the twist and have them moving their body and having some fun with it and stuff. All these things help to decompress stress with you and also with them. But also, as I said, it's important to have those difficult conversations ahead of time. I had a situation where one of my elders said for a while they were having a sale on pre-need crypts at Woodlawn Cemetery by me. Usually none of us can afford to be at Woodlawn because it's expensive. They got all type of famous people there, white folks, but it's a historical cemetery. There was a brother there. He's not there anymore because he let too many Black folks in, but we got a great, a lot of us got a great deal for pre-needs. Little did we know at the time that some of us weren't going to be around within a couple of years. But because we had done that, when people passed, it wasn't because I know, people are like, they've got, they're cremated and they've got them, stacked different places because we can't afford to bury them. We can't afford, it's one thing if you choose, well, I want to keep Uncle Al, on the bookshelf next to me. Versus Uncle Al's there because I ain't got no place else to put him. And God forbid when I go, what's going to happen to me and Uncle Al because we'll have matching boxes. But in planning ahead, it makes it affordable. And then when the time comes, you're not stressed out about how am I going to do that. With some of those family members, since that was paid for, and also looking at, okay, do you have some form of life insurance to cover burials? And the younger you do that, the less expensive it is. And then if something happens, you're not looking around wondering how you're going to do it, which helps with peace of mind. To make sure also with the seniors and yourself, there's different types of insurance companies out there for health insurance. To see, okay, do you have, I remember when I retired, shows you how geriatric I'm getting, one of them asked me, do you have long-term health care? So if you need a home health attendant or you need to be in a facility or something, you've got coverage. I had never heard of it. And then I assumed, well, I work for the Board of Ed myself, so I should have it. Found out, nope, don't have that. So I was able to get that so that I know, especially since, even if I had kids, I wouldn't want to put it on them, that I know that, okay, if something happens, it's not all on them. That is taken care of. But we also need to do that for the elders that are in our lives, because a lot of times we end up being overwhelmed because we're not having these conversations. We're not planning this ahead of time. And also, as I said, to see support, who might be able to come and give you, like a night out to just go decompress or, have a sleep or something. What friends do you have? Because sometimes, especially now, a lot of us are going through it at the same time. To be able to call each other or have a little Zoom chat or, whatever modern technology, but you don't even have to be in the same state anymore. So that every so often you can cross-pollinate and say, how you doing? And that you have other people that are going through it so you can share with each other, but also brainstorm like, oh yeah, well, yeah, my mom was doing that and this is what I did, or that's what I did. And then from cross-pollinating, you have different ideas and suggestions, but also, you're not going crazy like, oh, you felt like that too? So I'm not a bad person? Oh, good. You can't feel real guilty. So, that's the other thing we do in our communities is suffer in silence. So a lot of it is that, we need to, because I know even within our chapter, we've had quite a few that got really burnt out that way. And sometimes ends up in their own demise from the stress of it all. Because in our communities, we don't have those conversations and we don't think ahead because of that whole thing. Because I've had people say, child, I ain't gonna be planning that ahead of time. I'm not killing off my mama. And it's like, I hate to tell you this, but all of us are going to go at some point. All of us have an expiration date. And I don't know about you, but nobody's told me when mine is. I don't know if anybody else knows when theirs or anybody else's is. But my thing is, to plan ahead. For myself, I know, my family already knows. Do not be hooking me up to 1,000,001 things. If all I'm going to be is a statue that you're looking at, I want to have a little dignity. I want to be remembered for who I was, not what I was, and just let me go. Give me a kiss and let me go. I've also, as I said, I've looked around, found like where I am now, it's, very senior friendly. I don't have to be going up a bunch of stairs. I don't have to shovel any snow, none of that. If it gets to a point where I need somebody to be cooking and cleaning for me, as I said, I already got my view of the Palisades. And I made sure that my nephews and everybody else knows that's where I want to be. This is where the money is for it. I might update it, something better may come across, but in the meantime, there's a plan. When my father, was going through it, my sister had her role, I had my, we all had a collective where we could do it because we knew from learning from other people that we had watched, let's have a learning curve here and not end up in that situation. So that's why I wanted to share with all of you that we need to have that, even as we were talking about how we collaborate in terms of our different skills for, making money and everything else. Groups like this, and I know most of us belong to many different type of groups, to start having these conversations and to share who knows what, who knows a great financial, who knows an estate lawyer, wherever people live, who knows about different facilities they had, great experience with, because between all of us, we know all types of stuff. And also into seeing who's going through that now or who has concerns about what might be going down the pike. And how can we be there, as I said, a wraparound support. So for all of us, there for each other, for whoever, that may need it now. And then for those of us who are trying to age with grace, how we may need it over time. And, how to best, plan ahead for that. So that's my brief, not so brief, spectacular sharing, as they say.
Any questions for Neff? As Dr. Kokayi is waiting, so I just want to make sure you guys got your questions answered.
No rush. No rush.
Oh, okay. Anybody got questions for Neff? The lawyer that we were trying to use for our men to do my power of whatever, because I did it. Yeah, I did it through Susan Norman with the whole kit, but I just needed to take it to the lawyer to sign, and then I think it's a whole funding piece. Trying to get McGregor on the phone is, so if you know anybody else who does that, I know Ramin loves her a bunch, but she doesn't have enough hands helping her.
Yes.
She called me once to tell me she wanted to do it, but she didn't even read the documents yet. So I says, well, when you read the documents, call me back. She never called back. Yeah, I did all the work. I had all the documents were there. We just needed her to,
One of the things, because I've spoken to Ramin for the similar things, is I do know her well.
Okay.
And I've learned the best way to reach her is by texting her. But that you do have to be persistent, because since she is a one-person show, when I've met with her, the challenge is that of the different ones I've spoken to, she is really knowledgeable. And I think that's part of the challenge, is that because she is very much in tune with our community, because my sister had us use a different person from my father, which was fine. But when I had her review it and then review mine, she's And I think that's part of the challenge, is that in our communities, we can't afford the same type of staff as others. So it can kind of snowball. But I know with her, if you text her, she tends to be more responsive, not always quite right away, but because it is just her, that sometimes it takes like, text her each day, and after like the third or fourth, she realized, okay, I need to. But I've talked to I've had other lawyers, and they're all just as bad.
Okay, so it's a lawyer thing then, it's not just her.
Right, it's a lawyer thing that's grassroots. You can get one that's, from other communities that have a whole staff, but in terms of them meeting your best interest versus just a cookie cutter, it's like you say, you get what you pay for. So offhand, I would say to first keep texting her. And that tends to be her most responsive, because then she can see it versus having to wait till she looks at it.
Any more questions?
I just wanted to make a comment. I want to thank you so much for Sister KaRaa, because that was excellent. You are ever so right. A lot of our seniors who have family, oftentimes they because of their sense of their independence, it's important for the family to just really approach this elder care in a very proactive way. And when you do it as a group, if you have sisters and brothers as a family, it makes a really big difference. My mother lived to be 93, and because we took it as a team approach with my mother, we call ourselves the Thomas team. And we were just so excited to be a part of her transitioning. She made up her mind. If she really was healthy, there was nothing really wrong with her. The pressure was normal, weight was normal. My mother was a breathologist who had done yoga for years, but my mother was also a woman who had had her breast removed 47 years ago. And so she had, when she started having just a few, really simple health challenges, she decided she wanted to go home. And when she announced that, the Thomas team got busy. We thought that we were helping her, but she really helped us. She helped us to understand that, yes, we are all going to leave here. And we kept asking her, how do you want to do this? Well, it turned out my mother had everything all planned, written out. She helped plan her going home ceremony, and it was exactly the way she wanted. She was quite a diva, and so she had quite a plan. And it turned out it was really, I know it sounds, but it was fun. It was, and she was able to leave us at home with family around, and she had this amazing going home ceremony that she had planned herself. She had even written out her obituary.
Wow.
The main thing is that, yeah, but the main thing was that when we went to check her paperwork, my mother had all of the funeral arrangements, she had all of the plots, she had everything all together, and it made it so easier for the family. And what you're saying has so much merit, because there are a lot of people now who are leaving who have not anticipated that they were going to leave. And so it's important for families to have that talk with their elders and begin to really make this a group family project. It makes a total difference in the quality of what is called a good death.
Exactly. And I appreciate you sharing that, because it's a great example of showing how beautiful it can be, even in the sadness when it's pre-planned. But it also reminded me of something that I forgot to mention, which is really important, especially in this day and age, because in our community, a lot of our elders have taken these flu shots and other things, and we've had more of a situation of elders having dementia, where they think they're okay, but they're not okay. So you can't count on them to tell you, I need to turn in my keys, I need to turn in this, that you've got to keep an eye out. And if they don't live within your town or something, it's important to go and check on them a couple of times a year. Because I know my father, he knew my sister and I couldn't drive it so far. So he was hiding down in Toms River, New Jersey, which is like over an hour from us. But we began to notice, because I have his Allstate, that he'd call up and say, I need you to call Allstate. It wasn't my fault. I'm like, what wasn't your fault? And all of a sudden the parked car sideswiped him, not the other way around. I'm like, okay, this is not a good look. But also from some of the seniors up here beginning to recognize, he's beginning to sound like Miss So-and-so, who totaled her car because she had no business still driving. But if I waited for my father to turn himself in, I'd still been waiting. And to find a gentle and loving way, but forceful way of letting them know that, okay, unfortunately, that ship has sailed. That some of them swear they can take up. I had one that was a hoarder, and they got it. They didn't tell their sisterhood, their churchhood, nobody, wouldn't let anybody in their house. So they fell out and had to be hospitalized, and we went to help, and the place was infested with, it looked like Wildlife City in there. And it's like, what is, so it taught me also, and I knew from my stepsister, from my father, who would go down there, that where he and my stepmother were, because they were both like in their late 80s at the time, looked like who did it and ran also. That the other thing we've got to be aware of is that as our parents are going into their 80s, or depending on what's going on with them, that we need to do what I call like a checkup. You need to go see, what does her place look like? Don't let them tell you, go see. And that to begin to go for a drive with them to see, are they getting a little too close? Are they kind of, waving? Like, what are they doing? And that if you wait for them, because I know as I get older, I totally get it. I don't want my nephews or anybody else saying, okay, auntie, it's that time. But from watching what we went through with my father, reminding myself, I may not like it, but when it's that time, it's not out of being mean, it's out of keeping them safe and everybody else safe. Because when you look on the news, a lot of times when they have those freak car accidents, it's one of two groups, either somebody texting that's usually young or a senior. How many times have you seen, the driver was 80 years old and, put their foot on they thought they were going forward, but they went backwards. They don't make a big thing out of it. But if you actually listen, you can see, okay, the storefront got destroyed by a senior driver who was confused. I was at a self-defense class, because you have to do that every so often. And I was bringing it up really in terms of what are they doing in terms of after a certain age, which, incriminated me as well. Maybe you need to have an updated driving test to make sure you still got it. This woman who was 70 years old, cursed me out, talking about, I can still drive, and who you call, and I'm looking at her like, okay, I'm not, okay, so I'm with, at that time I was like in 8 years of her. I said, look, I'm not talking just about you. I'm talking about all of us. You can still drive, that's good. But we're too close to ourselves. There needs to be something in place. With my father, when we finally got him, he was like 80 years old. Luckily, there was a place not far from us that you could have them have like I think it was a driving test, but it was a facsimile, so they weren't actually in the car. And he failed it terribly. And he had, that's because they haven't let me drive in the past few months. I'm a little rusty. I want to do over. And, when they were like, Mr. Williams, we noticed your reflexes were a little slow, but he saw, and we just smiled, that's right, Daddy, you have a do-over at some point. And, just kept giving them hugs and kisses. But I just bring that up because I forgot, that's a very serious thing that we're seeing more and more of, that's normalized and minimized. And when I asked in the driving class, they said the reason it's not addressed is because seniors are the ones that vote the most. So none of the politicians want to touch it because it's all about the vote. And if you anger the seniors, they're not going to vote for you. So I'm just bringing it up because the politicians aren't going to, but as their loving family, and even for ourselves as we grow older, that on both sides, we need to become more mindful and how to address that. So I'm glad that you shared, because that was a very important point. So thank you.
I just have a quick question. Are you able to recommend an attorney who handles these things, with the wills and all those things that is supposed to be had at this time? When my mother died, she had all that stuff done and her brother did everything. I had no idea what they were doing.
Where are you located? Because
I'm located in Harlem.
Okay. Well, as I said, the one we know is kind of difficult to catch up with. The lawyer that your brother used, are you from, like, do you know who they are? Because actually, if there's somebody that...
All the people who are have gone. They're not here anymore.
So the lawyer is also deceased.
I don't know who that.
Oh, good. Dr. Kokayi.
If you find out, just put it in the email.
Yeah, Dr. Kokayi just put the name of an attorney. So that's yeah, he just put it in there. Thanks, Dr. Kokayi.
Okay, I see it.
Dr. Kokayi, do you have their contact information?
I'll find it.
Just tell you that might be a good backup for us all.
I'll find it.
I'm writing it down too.
Yeah, I'd have to look for her number.
Yeah.
It'll probably be, she's in New York. It'll probably be easier for me to say her name. Her number, say her number. 917 647 7128. Somebody can put it in the chat.
917-647-7128.
Yeah.
I'll put it in.
Okay.
I'll put it in. Thank you.
Thank you.
And full disclosure, this is my second cousin.
Okay.
Right.
All right, Baba, you're on.
Oh, okay. Greetings, all.
Greetings.
Well, I see there are about 18 of us, and I'm imagining everybody is in the health field.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to disrupt. I just wanted to mention something that I put in the chat. This is Monifa. For the lady that you said that was really, really good. I don't know about New York State, but I know that there are a lot of different states that have programs that will supplement like employees. So you might want to try to have her look into that, because if she's really good and has expertise, she might be able to get someone to help her in the community and get their salaries paid for her business. So that might be something to look into.
Oh, thank you for that. I will definitely pass that along. Give thanks.
Okay, I guess I should talk.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's been very informative, and it's a pleasure hearing from everybody. So I guess it doesn't, not probably a minute goes by where you're not hearing go get the vaccine. If that's still the case, or you're hearing something about the pandemic. I guess recently it's been overshadowed by the hurricane there in New York. But the problem with the whole pandemic and the way it's being managed, because we're in a capitalist economic system, the people that are public health authorities, earlier on, way before the pandemic, they kind of they decided that everything was going to be done through vaccines. There clearly were other therapies and other things that could be done, but that decision was made early on. And then we had billions of dollars in the treasury that had been invested in this particular line of therapy. The problem is that without getting into, the background about gain of function research, the virus being man-made, did it escape, was it let out on purpose? But just from a scientific standpoint, relative to immunology and virology, The vaccines are really slated to fail. And by fail, I mean they were slated to only offer a temporary benefit. The only thing that they were designed to do was to actually minimize the chance of you dying. And that was the only thing that they would really test it, for. And within that, we really haven't heard much about adverse side effects, even though on the vaccine adverse events reporting system, there are probably over 600,000 complaints and over 13,000 deaths that have been associated with the vaccine, that none of that has actually been confirmed, but then nobody's doing autopsies. There's really no real investigation that's following, this to really see what's going on. So of course the public is frightened. And what's happened early on, it was decided, and I have to put it this way, it was decided that there would really be no other therapy that would be allowed to exist to actually compete with the vaccines. So everything that came up was both debunked, as well as the practitioners themselves actually being attacked, ostracized, etc. And the two major big pharma, well, not big pharma, well, actually they are, big pharma drugs with a long history of being on the World Health Organization's list as essential drugs to humanity, right? Hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. And I remember reporting on those last June. I did a workshop and I talked about them. I mean, first it was hydroxychloroquine that was discredited in the literature with falsified information being presented, which was eventually discredited, but the damage was done in terms of studies being stopped, and the mainstream media continued to more or less puppet the line that these drugs are dangerous and they don't work. And now recently, ivermectin, which was inevitable, it's come under attack. If you would just Google, like ivermectin scholarly articles, and you'll see like 4 out of 6 articles are favorable relative to scientific studies that have been done and have shown that the medication is helpful, but yet, it's really being scoffed at by mainstream media, and people in desperation to actually get assistance have, done things that are probably aren't useful in terms of how they've actually taken medication. When the NIH authorized that the medication could be used for patients with COVID-19 back in January, I immediately started using it. Prior to that, I had used supplements and homeopathy and Chinese herbs, and I never lost any patients, and that's still the case. But I wanted to use this therapy because this was the thing that most Americans have access to through their doctors, the ivermectin, right? And I even posted a couple of testimonials on my site where people have really, they respond to it. No drug is 100%, but everybody that I've taken care of and I've used the medication with has actually responded. What was interesting to me, and speaking to pharmacists, they're like, you're like the only one that's prescribing this, which was amazing to me because what really came out of last year's story and even this year's is what you constantly hear on the media is that the hospitals are being filled up. The ICUs are filled up. Now, if you think about it from a client standpoint, if you're basically told that you're COVID positive, most people in surveys that have been done feel like there's a 50% chance that they're going to end up in the hospital. The reality is it's only 1 to 5%, but you would never know that given the way everything is presented in the mainstream media. So now if you're home and you have a fever for 3 or 4 days and you're not feeling right, what are you going to do? You're going to go back to that hospital, and try to get whatever care that can be offered. So there's a Dr. McCullough, blocking on his first name, really internationally known cardiologist, intensive. He's any number of regular medical degrees and certifications, right? He published 2 papers and basically demonstrated that there's an 85% chance of not ending up in the hospital if somebody is offered outpatient therapy. Now, of course, there's really been no outpatient therapy that's actually been improved. So that was part of the problem. So within regular medicine, vitamins and nutrients are kind of poo-pooed, even though there have been multiple studies showing that vitamin D3, which of course is really deficient in people of color, that's really key in minimizing the severity of COVID and keeping people out the hospital. But you don't hear that being advertised every minute on the radio to make sure you're taking your vitamin D3. You don't hear about that. So basically, to get into the virus and what's happened with the variants is that you have you can't call it a vaccine because they're trying to extend the definition of what a vaccine is to include basically gene therapy. So you're actually giving genetic material that causes your body to make a foreign protein that then you make antibodies to, right? But the problem is that particular foreign protein, the spike protein, there are 2 things. One, it's only one particular protein group in the virus. So immunity is going to be incomplete, but it does explain, at least initially or up to this point, why more people that are in the hospital or in ICUs are people that are vaccinated, because they do have some protection with that, right? And the other piece, though, is that the antibodies, the immune memory that gets generated, because that spike protein circulates around the body, it goes to other tissues. So when your immune system may be activated again by coronavirus and stuff, the problem is you can have antibody dependent enhancement where your body is now going to viciously attack, wherever that spike protein is in your body, which can make things more difficult for you. So the way the storyline continues is that if we look at countries that were vaccinated ahead of the United States, for instance, if we look at Israel, we find that the vaccinated people, we're not talking about breakthroughs, right? We're talking about the vaccine just ain't working. It's down to under 40% in preventing serious illness, right? But remember, it was never designed to stop infection, right? So this whole thing with mandates on one level is really ludicrous, because the vaccine wasn't designed to do that, right? And then on the other hand, if you really don't have the comorbidities, and I'll go over that in a minute, your chance of getting seriously ill is we're talking about a few points in 1,000, up to about 60 years of age. That's not the case. Probably 82% of people, and I'm pulling that figure from somewhere in my memory relative to stuff that I've read, barely even know that they have the virus. So you got to make a distinction between case fatality rate, which is shown to be under 2 in this country, and that's for everybody. And the reality is, of course, if you're at a certain age or have certain comorbidities, it's going to be higher. But for younger people, I know Fauci's been asked that directly, this whole thing with this guy, Joe Rogan or something, Fauci was asked, well, he said that younger people shouldn't take it. And of course, Fauci is saying that they should. But the question is the risk benefit ratio. Now, I have spoken to other doctors that dealing with people that are critically ill, and it's clear that you know, so let's say like heart disease, people worry about myocarditis, right? Well, there are more people that get myocarditis from getting COVID than there are from people taking the vaccine, right? So that's something to keep in mind. But by the same token, what are your chances of even getting seriously ill from the virus? So that's the point. You can make these relative comparisons, but if the chance of you getting seriously ill from the virus is like 1 in 500 or 1 in 1,000, why the hell do you want to even take that risk for something now? You're moving into a whole nother range of therapy, which is genetics. So this is where we get into somebody got a God complex because you're creating something that you don't even know. You're working on a molecular level where you're trying to manipulate life forms on another level that you can't really fully comprehend any larger plan or understanding about how all of these things are supposed to work together, especially when you consider that each one of us, if you think about your human body, you have more cells, you have more viruses and bacteria in your body than you have human cells. You know, the body learns to live with the whole environment, and yet you want to take this technology, which you have developed, which is limited in scope because it's not really granting full immunity as with the old type of immunization, something that really started, you know, with African people, right? You're going to take something that's really limited in nature. And I mean, last year, doctors, scientists like myself were saying, well, they're going to have boosters. It's like you got a flu virus every year, you're going to have a shot. So, and the virus, because it wants to live, right? It doesn't want you to mess with it. That's not your divine right, right? What happens is it mutates, there are variants, right? It's just a virus trying to shift its form because every time you inject it into somebody's body, especially if it's not sterilizing, it doesn't knock out the virus. The virus is like, oh shoot, somebody's trying to mess over us. We got to figure out a way out of here. So the viruses that are going to rise to the top of the food chain are going to be the ones that are more infectious. Right? They're more infectious so that the virus itself can survive. So if you remember when there was the SARS and there was the MERS epidemic involved coronavirus, you didn't have any variants or mutations. Why? There was no, you weren't vaccinating everybody, right? The virus runs its course. So what we have now is something that creates a perpetually green situation for vaccine companies, in that you have a constant new wave of variants and pandemics. So you're going to have more and more boosters. And the concern from doctors and other scientists that are looking at this is that what are you going to create at some point? Because Fauci has even said publicly that we're really running the risk of the vaccines that we have now no longer working. No longer working. Right. And yet we're supposed to mandate that everybody, you know, should lose their job, should lose their opportunity to be educated if they don't want to take this injection that, you know, who else knows what else is involved with that? Right. So doctors, you know, I mean, I'm assuming doctors like myself, they're trying to muzzle, right? They don't want information to really be shared with the public. So this, you know, I was commenting on another listserv of doctors, is that when you look at what humanity, what man does to man, whether you're talking about white folks or black folks, you're talking about Africans on Africans, you look at Asians, Khmer Rouge, you can go on and on, right? is that we are willing, we're functioning at such a low vibrational state that it doesn't matter if we kill millions, right? As long as there can be a certain level of dominance and control. So what really occurred to me, this is a new state of warfare, right? And it's a warfare because it's no longer about small kingdoms where people, or even just, killing, 70 million, 80 million Indians in the Western Hemisphere. This is at a level of having dominance and control over what can be done to somebody's body. It's that level. This is like, and eventually that leads to a whole nother kind. And I would use the word slavery and I would use the word genocide, right? In the context of the fact that you would use something that's so experimental that when you've done this kind of mRNA vaccines before with animals, the animals died, right? Two, the level of control, like I've had patients like in other countries where that vaccine piece that goes on a cell phone or whatever, if their little alarm goes off because they've been around somebody that hasn't been vaccinated, right? Or around somebody that has an infection, which means that they have 24, 48 hours to show up at a clinic to be tested. And if it's not, it's linked to their passport number, right? And they can then be picked up and arrested and stuff, right? Or if you don't have your vaccine pass on you, you're fined $500 and stuff. So this is stuff that's actually in place in other parts of the world. So I bring this up to look at the direction that this is going. I think it's clear to most people that there are other ways to treat this drug. And if you think about it, we're really doing all of the stuff that we're doing to ensure the 2% that are really susceptible, 2% or less, because that's the case fatality rate. But a case fatality rate is much less than an infection fatality rate, because the infection fatality rate includes people that don't actually become cases. People that actually become infected don't report themselves or whatever, and you can really magnify that number. So all this lockdown and social control is occurring to protect that less than 2% of people that are susceptible. That 2% has been thoroughly identified, in a study where they looked at who actually died from COVID. They looked at over 500,000 cases over a year from like March to March. And they found that the highest risk categories, and I'll list them, one was obesity, two was anxiety and fear. People that suffer from that, and they dishing that out, right? Three, they had chronic kidney disease, complications from diabetes, people with a disease called aplastic anemia, people with COPD, and people with significant heart pathology, right? Those are the ones that are most prone. And so I can say within that, there are a lot of people that they don't have much choice relative to what types of therapies and things. They're not going to lose the 100 pounds that they need to lose, in just a few months or something, where maybe they have to consider that. But for the rest of folks, and I can't tell you the amount of calls I've had, is Dr. Kokayi giving medical exemptions. This isn't like something I can give out or pass out, because doctors are being monitored and being checked at all different levels. So this is really degenerated into a whole different state of affairs. So one, we can expect more variants. We can expect more boosters. Pharmaceuticals might come up with a drug, to actually use, but I think big pharma that's basically controlling or heavily influencing the FDA and the CDC in government is actually, you know, that they're going to push for more boosters. You know, they're going to push for more control. So this isn't a left-right situation, because you find that it's the whole democratic machine that is really pushing like the vaccine mandates and stuff. You'll find more truth coming from like a Tucker Carlson on Fox to actually talk about gain of function research and the fact that why aren't they looking at ivermectin? And yet you see where the media is going with the ivermectin and anything else that becomes a serious threat to their profit. So I'm trying to think if I've covered most of the areas that people have questions about. Right, I do hope to do a workshop at some point to really talk about natural immunity. I know a lot of y'all have expertise in this area, which I think is just really important, because unless you see yourself, you know, getting boosted every year, I think some of what's going to be happening, the viruses in terms of their mutations, even though the Delta virus is not supposed to be as dangerous as the original virus, because that would defeat the virus's purpose, which is to live and commune with a host. You know, I do think that they run the risk of creating something really serious that is going to be hard for a lot of people to escape. So probably y'all have some questions and we can go from there.
I had a question. First of all, I just want to thank you for being a voice of reason during this time of insanity and all that they're doing, trying to coerce. The question that I have is, for those who are not going along with their program, that they're, you know, as you know, they're trying to make it more and more challenging. In New York City, you know, it's like, oh, if you, you know, work for different parts of the city, you can no longer work if you don't be vaccinated. And as you said, it's not even safe to get medical exemptions right now because of what's going on. What's the best strategy, I guess, for us to do during this time to navigate all that's going on to
So here's the thing. At one point, I was a priest in a spiritual society, so a Sept society. And within that, you realize that whatever society or community that you're a part of also imparts you with certain rights and privileges and is responsible for supplying your needs. Okay, so you realize that there are societies that you can be a part of that you choose to that aren't able to do that. And then you're also a part of larger communities and networks. So, whoa, okay. So the community that we're a part of in terms of being citizens, being here in the state, it's like you get caught up in the machinations and the miseducation, you know, of politicians and other people that are still laboring under the illusion that somehow getting a vaccine is protecting you from actually getting COVID, which is not. It might minimize the chance of you dying, but so does taking vitamin D3. So does eating healthy, getting enough sleep, and not really subjecting yourself to a lot of stress. So the idea that that people are really stuck in difficult, I mean, I've had to really work with a lot of people in dealing with that. I think there's a lot of room for religious exemption. I think on the educational level, I think institutions are really trying to cover themselves. So for the few letters I was able to write for people that have autoimmune conditions and neurologic conditions or severe allergies, they just wanted to know that a doctor was saying that they shouldn't get the vaccine. It was more to cover the university than them like, you got to have the vaccine, which is, I think, a little bit different than employers in terms of how they're dealing with people. But in terms of them participating in the larger, like for instance, at my office, so the other doctor in my office, he's gotten vaccinated, but he has as many criticisms of the whole process as I do. But what we did, we said this office is going to deal with universal precautions, right? Meaning if you come in, if you have a fever, you know, we're going to send you away or say, look, do telemed, don't come in here sick. So it's universal precautions as opposed to everybody here has to be vaccinated, right? Because it doesn't, you can have the variant. And the point I wanted to make, what they're finding in Israel is that people that have had vaccinations are actually prone to get sicker. And that reality is slowly going to come out more as the virus becomes less susceptible to the spike protein. But the fact that you have been vaccinated is actually may have some impact on impairing your immune system response. So I'll leave that question at that.
The other part was, what is your stance on wearing masks? I know that's the other big thing that's been going on.
Right. So I have seen dozens of studies that say the mask has no effect. I've seen fewer studies that say that it's helpful. But for me, when I see like something like that, I have to go back to my own common sense. And common sense tells me that it makes sense to have a mask on if you're in a high density area of people, right? If I'm walking down the street and like I'm looking at other people, why would I put a mask on? You know, I don't see any benefit in actually doing that, you know? So no, I'm just trying to, you know, what I think is interesting is that because of the amount of travel that I do, I've had to stay up on my own health even more, right? Because I can't afford to get sick, right? So I think masking in some ways, just like they figured out in Asia, you're going to be less prone to flu, less prone to respiratory tract infections. So I haven't been sick this whole time, you know, and usually I would get a cold once a year. So I have to attribute taking extra nutrients, wearing the mask when appropriate, that all that has helped to protect me. So I think common sense has to rule because there's so much conflicting information. And I use something called the 4 Ds that I saw someone talk about. It's duration, density, drafts, and dimensions. And what that means is that the duration, the amount of time that you're with people or people that are infected, that can make you more prone to getting it. The dimensions of the space. If you're in a big hall, a big museum and stuff, you know, there's less chance of you getting enough of that viral matter in yourself. If they're drafts, I keep fans going on my office. I keep the window open. I keep the air flowing, you know, so that moves. What was the other one? I said dimensions, drafts, duration, and I mentioned density, right? So that's those 4 Ds, I think, are useful in you assessing your risk. Like, oh, I need to put my mask on, you know, like a little elevator. So a little elevator, yeah, you can wear your mask, but the duration is very short. You know, if the person comes in, God forbid, they're coughing and everything, you know. But again, this, you kind of have to use common sense.
Thank you.
I can't hear.
I've been wanting to ask someone of African descent who is professional what they think about the low COVID rate in Africa.
Vitamin D and hydroxychloroquine. Sunshine, open space, hydroxychloroquine. In any indigenous country, you find that there are less people that are getting sick. I mean, yeah. Now let me frame that. The actual death rate, you'll find that in other countries, people are using botanical medicines. There's already some sense of an infrastructure of something you can do to keep yourself from getting seriously ill because they haven't been relying on mainstream medicine. I don't know what this thing is with mainstream medicine. The most popular medical system in the world is botanical medicine. Then comes homeopathy. Well, it's like botanical medicine, homeopathy, Chinese medicine, and Western medicine, right? People know how to use other forms of therapy. It's only here that we're basically captive to big pharma unless there's somebody in your family or somebody that you know that's really investigating botanical medicines. I can look up scholarly articles on andrographis or any number of things on COVID. You can look up any plant medicines you put in scholarly articles and you'll see all this information. People are studying plants around the world. It's just here we kept dumb and ignorant, kept in the dark, kept, under the hand of a big pharma that we have to do stuff. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because I had to look at that too. So those are the first two things that came to my mind: hydroxychloroquine and vitamin D, plus whatever botanical medicines they're already using. And one word about ivermectin, if you go to COVID-19criticalcare.com and you look under ivermectin, under epidemiology, you can see every country where it's been added, from Slovakia, Brazil, India, Peru, Argentina. They introduce ivermectin, the virus, the prevalence goes down and the death count goes down. That's just epidemiology. And then all the back and forth with all the articles, there's not enough evidence. It's like over a year later and they're still saying there's not enough evidence. There's not enough evidence. It's ridiculous.
One last question. If you were going to put a percentage on being very well dosed up with vitamin D in terms of how much that would lead to you being healthy or not, what type of percentage would you put that on?
I would say that's at least probably 30 to 40% of what you need to do. There's some doctors, a Dr. Ryan Cole, and you can look him up. At this latitude, people don't make vitamin D3 when we go into the winter. And Black and brown people, those levels plummet. So the study that I looked at, I think people should be getting their vitamin D3 levels measured, right? So vitamin D3 at the normal range is between 30 to 100. It's like, I think it's nanograms per ml, whatever it is, but it's 30 to 100 is the range. So they found that if you have a number over 40, they said for Black folks, there's 2.64 times less chance of you ending up in the hospital, right? That was a study done with vitamin D3. Other naturopaths and people have said that if your level is over 55, then it's really near impossible for you to get COVID at this level. Now, when they try to test people, there was one study where people got sick with COVID, they put them in a hospital, they gave them 100,000 units. I'm like, were you trying to kill them or what? They'll do studies that don't make sense, right? The best way to get the vitamin D3 is either daily or 2 or 3 times a week to actually take it in, to give it a chance to really integrate into your body and work with all the different systems in your body, So I, as a doctor, have had to really step back from all these randomized controlled studies and really look at like basic cell physiology and metabolism, to look at how nutrients and how botanicals work at that level, because that's not something that, one, the information was already out there, and two, that data is not going to be manipulated, right? So if I want to really understand about vitamin C, and viruses, I'm going to go back and look at previous, literature all before COVID. Same thing with vitamin D3 and zinc with viruses. I'm going to look at literature prior to COVID. So, and the only thing I can say is that the patients that I've taken care of, I haven't lost anyone to COVID, knock on wood, not that that can't happen, but I'm just saying, that doctors like myself that practice this kind of medicine would say something very similar. So, but again, it's more about politics and medicine and money.
Yeah, Dr. Kamau, I want to thank you very much, like Sister KaRaa, to say that we really appreciate you taking a principled stand. I have definitely posted your articles to my newsletter, and I've quoted you talking about, I have, building the system, because, doctors and practitioners are really being silenced. And for you to stand and write and continue to speak, it does put you at a target, and I want to thank you very much.
I would add, as you post, just say the doctors that you know and trust are saying this. Yes. you don't have to direct it back to me.
I apologize. I put your name all out there, your email and your telephone number and all of that, because I really wanted to acknowledge you.
That's all right. Just acknowledge God. Just acknowledge God, please.
Right.
This is like
I should have protected you a little bit more, but I apologize. I put you all out there, and I sent it out to 2,500 people. But I want to say one thing that's important, because I'm doing the same thing. I'm talking a lot about the mask, and there's a lot of research about how previous epidemics, and even Dr. Fauci admitted in an article about the last big flu epidemic, about how the masking had really affected more people and taken more people out. And it's also medically logical that if your breath is compromised by wearing a mask all day long, how
the oxygen goes down, right?
Yeah. Yo, Dr. Fauci went on record. Here's a whole article on Google. Look him up about Dr. Fauci. Talks about how the mask had taken more people's lives because they were masked in that last big flu epidemic. I guess it was so many years ago. I can't cite.
Well, that Fauci thing, you should send that to every politician.
Yeah, I need to.
Because people reading it, I just say for myself politically, I would not try to attack masking. I would not try to attack masking. I would attack, why are you calling a drug a veterinarian drug when it's considered one of the 100 essential drugs for humanity? Why aren't you also talking about that? But the masking piece, I wouldn't attack, because there's part of it that's a common sense thing for folks. If people are coughing in a room, you want to have a mask on given these times. So I'm not going to suggest that people don't do that. Yeah. But I think it's crazy to be walking down the street with a mask on.
I think
or in the gym even trying to work out with a mask on, please.
Work out with a mask on.
Yeah.
We're encouraging people to do what Sister Zakiyyah said, is put some essential oils in the mask that helps to open up the lungs. We've also been telling people that they should not necessarily constantly try to breathe through their nose with their mask on. Go ahead and breathe through your mouth. Your mouth is a bigger cavity. It enables you to bring a little more oxygen in with the mask covering your face. And then don't try to wear it, like you said, all day long, every day. Find places where you can breathe and take that mask off. And but yeah, I really appreciate you. But I do want to ask you a question about this thing called monoclonal antibodies, right? And then I want to ask you about Paximune.
Okay, so I would say that I've had any number of patients that I feel like have benefited from the monoclonal antibodies. It's a treatment that you can quickly get. Side effects, I haven't studied it, so I don't even want to speak to like side effects, but I can just say from in practice, I've had a lot of patients that have done it and it seems like it's been helpful for them. Okay, I haven't done it because it's not a therapy that I'm offering or that I'm involved with.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. You know about Paximune too?
Paximune, I can't say that I do.
Okay, Paximune was very, very helpful with HIV and AIDS. And
Okay.
yeah, and Dr. Ali Muhammad has been really prolific and has done quite a bit of presentations about Paximune. It's a bovine product, so it's not vegan, but it has been showing itself as another proven remedy that has helped a lot of people. We've seen it happening in the—
Is this a type of colostrum formula or?
Yes.
Right, so colostrum I'm familiar with in terms of its effect with IgA and protecting mucosal surfaces. And that's certainly something I've recommended from some folks, but I think one that people should get blood tests done where if you've had COVID or even if you were thinking about taking the vaccine, you do a D-dimer test. A D-dimer looks at your potential for clotting, and you find a lot of people either after COVID or the vaccine, they have an elevation in the D-dimer level, and that means they're more prone to clotting. And there are any number of supplements, botanicals, and things that can be done to minimize that chance.
Wow.
Right.
Yes, Thank you very much. They showed
Sure.
a video on they showed a video the other day of their clotting factor of people who had the vaccination.
Look, things that increase nitric oxide, endothelial lining of the blood vessel. You can use something called tanchone. You can use beets. You can use other vegetable nitrates. Beets, tanchone, which is a compound, it's in a botanical compound called Salvia mytazori. The Chinese thing is called danshin. I mentioned hibiscus, resveratrol. Resveratrol decreases that, will increase the nitric oxide released by the endothelial lining of the blood cells, which is protective. So nattokinase helps to prevent abnormal clotting. So there are a lot of things that people can do and, get some guidance around that. So I realize that this is recorded and this will go out to everybody. But when I use the terms like, I think what I say, genocide or whatever very strong terms, I really try to modify my language so that it's not taken in a particular way. I think, so I'm going to clarify that. I think the direction that humanity is heading is genocidal, right? And I'm talking about humanity. I'm not talking about just Black people, because we're dealing in areas that we don't have a level of consciousness to really be messing with. We're dealing in areas that are part of a larger problem to deal with the climate crisis, to deal with environmental toxicity, to deal with loss of species. And this way of dealing with it within a capitalist framework where all the money is going to this one kind of therapy is not going to address all of these problems. So I want to put my comment about, what's happening to humanity in that larger framework, right? And I think the narrow focus of the public health community and how this is being dealt with, it's actually shameful because there's nothing, people aren't being given any hope other than the vaccine, right? And that's just wrong because there are other things, other messaging that could be given. So the whole anxiety and fear and kind of mass hysteria that's being created, that's not really serving anybody. But there's an axiom called POSWID. The purpose of a system is what it does. So there's whatever reason, there's something behind the crazy design that's being set up in terms of how people are being moved and corralled.
Any more questions? We got one final speaker and then we'll be done.
When you were talking about botanicals, were there any particular botanicals in general that you?
Well, I mentioned hibiscus and resveratrol. Hibiscus is sorrel with respect to vegetable nitrates, but there are a lot of andrographis is a really big one in terms of COVID and SARS. So I use a lot of Chinese herbal formulations. I have a formula I put together that has 3 botanicals that are shown to, interface with COVID. And I just use different formulas. So I know there are any number of botanical herbs outside of Chinese medicine that can actually be used. And, and this research is available,
Would herbals like echinacea, golden seal?
So I wouldn't think so much about echinacea relative to how it works, that it's going to be that useful for this. That's really more for bacterial. And golden seal, again, I would not think of that as something that I would focus on or use for this. So I'm just drawing a blank right this second to list the Chinese herbs that I can think about. I mean, list the other herbs, but I'm sure somebody can put that in the chat line.
Would there be particular essential oils? Because I know Zakiyyah was mentioning before of hyssop and was it inulin?
Inula.
Yeah, I think I'm aware that hyssop would be appropriate. I've seen people use food grade hydrogen peroxide and nebulizers. I've had other doctors talk to me about that. But I mean, these are things that are of interest, but I can't really speak on them from experiential standpoint.
In your Chinese medicine formula, what are the 3 you use?
Well, one I mentioned was the andrographis, and I'm just trying to remember the other one that comes up for me, if it's Lonicera. So to be frank, I can't even tell you those 3 herbs off the top of my head. This is like research I did over a year ago. I put the formula together and I just kind of left it there and stuff. So I would have to look that up to actually be able to tell you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not remembering the names right now to share. If not, I would just tell you. Right.
What about colloidal silver?
I don't see colloidal silver as being helpful for this kind of problem in terms of the virus. So that's not on my list of things to try to use. Right. And again, it's my opinion. So, all right. Well,
thank you, Doc.
I'm gonna sign off, guys. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for all your sharing and your commitment.
Sure. All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Kokayi.
Sister Mist, you ready? You're our final presentation of the evening.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
Greetings, everyone. I'm honored to be here this evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so I know I don't have much time, so I'm gonna keep it short. And I'm here to explain and to speak about my spiritual baths that I make. I call them Mami Sewa sacred libation baths. And these baths were introduced to me actually back in the 90s when I was under the tutelage of one of my spiritual teachers named Dolores, who was teaching me about cleansing my aura, raising my vibration through using herbs and crystals and affirmations and, even rainwater, ocean water. So through, learning under her and other spiritual teachers, throughout the years, I would do spiritual baths for my loved ones, for my friends, my family. And it was just recently this summer through a channeling that I had with a good friend of mine, which most of you know, Ariola. And, you know, the ancestors came through and said that it's time for me to introduce my sacred baths to the world. So this is actually my second time actually speaking on a platform about my baths. So, okay. I call it Sacred Mommy. I call it Mommy Sewa Sacred Lavation Bath because Mommy Sewa is a water deity that was introduced to me that I spiritually connected with in Ghana through an initiation that I had a couple of years ago while I was there. And Mommy Sewa is a water deity, and she channels through me when I make the baths. She's the one that actually tells me what to put in the baths for anyone that I'm making a bath for as well. This bath can assist you to cleansing your aura, raising your vibration, attracting all the things that you may want to add into your life. Right now, we're living in a lot of fear. There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of pain that's happening within our community due to COVID and the vaccinations, all the things that the brother was just speaking about. And, that's energy that we're attracting to us, whether we realize it or not. And we can do our own, also, other cleansing with our aura through, sage and frankincense and myrrh and walking on the earth, hugging a tree. But, one of the ways that I found to be, very, very, very on point is the baths. There's something about that connection with the water, with the herbs, with the crystals. The baths that I make, I put them out in the sunlight. I put them under the moonlight. I say positive affirmations throughout the day over the baths. I use crystallized rainwater and ocean water. There's different herbs and floral essences that I use to imbue the bath with. So, these baths are very sacred. And what I tell the client is that it's not just my energy that goes into the baths, it's your energy as well. I do my part and then I pass it on to you, and then you will do your part with doing your own affirmations, setting your intention, putting your prayers over the baths. I believe that this is a time that it's so needed because of the energies that we are connecting with, knowing and unknowingly, being on transit, catching the trains, the buses, just even walking into the stores. You have a lot of people who are not consciously aware of energy and how it manifests on us and through us, and how we're attracting different vibrations that are not good, that are very low, so I feel like a spiritual hygiene with through taking a bath is something that a lot of us could use. So, I just wanted to keep it short. I told Sista Shai that I wanted to come on and speak about it because I think it's some things that we sometimes forget. Sage and frankincense and myrrh is our go-to, to quickly cleanse us, but to actually, as melanated people, to actually get back into the ritualistic way of life, of what we know that's deep within our roots and in our DNA, that we have the power within to raise our vibration. Because if once we raise our vibration, no matter what it's through, even if it's just through meditation, then, none of these negative forces and energies and all this propaganda, the fear-based things that are coming across the news, and even within our families and our friends that don't get it, all of that is weighing down on our spirit, and we have to do something to raise our vibration. You know, we won't be in alignment with it if our vibration is higher. You know, I want to speak really quickly on just being connected to nature, even just going by the water. You know, if we spend more time in water, if we spend, and I know we don't live in the Caribbean, we're not in Florida, you know, most of us are in the Bronx or in Brooklyn, and, you know, we have the Hudson River and we have Orchard Beach, but it's still water, it's still nature, you know, and we also have trees that we can go to and hug, you know, and to release. Sometimes when I get headaches, I'll go hug a tree and that will just go. My headache is gone, you know, so using nature to help us, heal us, I think it's very, very beneficial. And sometimes we forget. And, you know, the brother was talking about the herbs and what else, the essential oils that we use, even putting it on our mask. I know I'm a hairstylist. I'm constantly touching people's hair and, you know, listening to people, all their problems and their issues. You know, we're like the therapist, you know, for like the therapists are the barbers and the hairstylists, most of us. And, you know, people leave feeling lighter and they leave us feeling heavy, you know, so that is one of the reasons why my spiritual teacher was telling me, you know, introduced me to spiritual baths, because she said, even though I have positive vibes about me, I'm a pretty good person, but I'm taking on a lot of other people's energies that needs to be washed away. So I just wanted to speak lightly on that. And, you know, I do sell my baths. I have a blog page that I set up as a website that you can go to. It's called Mommy Say Why. Wait 1 second, I'm sorry. I have it right here.
You can type it in the chat, sis, if you want.
Oh, okay.
You can type
Okay.
it right in so people can go and purchase their stuff.
Okay. And it's a lot of information on it. I'm sure most of you all are pretty aware of spiritual baths and have taken a major own, you know, but I just wanted to introduce mine because it's my calling this go around. I was pretty much told to leave the salon and to focus on making my spiritual baths, which I was shocked because I love doing hair, but I know there's a reason why, you know, I was called to do this now, to take this walk. So it's me stepping out on faith, and it's me just listening to what spirit is telling me to do, you know, so I'm starting to listen now. And just my intuition is increasing more, and I'm just tapping in, and I believe these baths will help people do the same, you know, so I will tap in my blog page that you all can check out, and you can read it, and, you know, it's a lot to learn from as well.
Is there a lot of flavors? What flavors you have, sis?
Oh, so I have different herbs I can't even pronounce that I've received from, that I brought back from Ghana. I was working with an herbalist. We call him Tugby. He's a spiritual man, and he take me to different places and show me what herbs do what. So I have some of these herbs that I don't know the name, but I do know the use. And there's love baths. There's baths that will attract your needs, wants, and desires. There's baths that release and let go of what no longer is serving a purpose. You know, there's just a overall, like a universal bath. So whatever you want to put your intention into, you can put it into it. I believe that, you know, anything that you put your intention to can manifest for you, you know, so there's different ones. And also I custom them as well. If you want to talk to me personally, and we can talk about, you know, any specific bath that you feel you may need.
Do you sell them in bundles? Like if you want a bundle of 3 or a bundle of 12, do you sell them like that? Or
I can.
Like an assortment?
Yes, I can definitely do that. Yes. Yes.
Any other questions? Did you put your stuff in the chat, sis? Why am I not seeing it?
Oh, okay. I was talking. Let me do it right now. Sorry.
Miss, I just wanted to say to you that follow your calling. I left the salon after being in the salon for almost 30 years.
Wow.
And Spirit said, close up. And I had just moved to a new location, spent all this money putting it together. And for a year, I resisted the Spirit. And then things started happening. And I knew that Spirit was telling me that, and it was saying all the while, it's going to be okay, going to be okay. I just want to pass that on to you, that what you're doing and releasing that and going forth is going to be okay.
Thank you, sister. I really needed to hear that. Because I left a very busy salon, and right in the midst of, I just came back from Ghana, and I got the message just before I even spoke to Oriola. And I just needed confirmation because I couldn't believe what I was feeling. And it was just like, yeah, it's time to walk your path. So I'm a little shy. So it's, me just being up here is a big deal. But I am following my calling. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm going to put and I'm not good with computers either. So I'm trying to.
You want me to type it in for you, Mama?
Yeah, I wanted to copy and paste. So because it's kind of long.
Okay. If you see
also include your phone number and email address.
Huh? I'm sorry.
Phone number and email address.
Okay.
If you see where it says chat, you just click on that little box that says chat, and everything should open up. And you can see where you could type your information on the right side. You see it?
I pressed chat. Okay. Got it.
How you doing, Miss? I haven't seen you in the month of years of Sundays.
Yes. I'm doing wonderful.
Good.
Oh my God. I saw your name up there. I said, oh my God, Sister Zakiyyah. How have you been?
Good. As great as you, and we got to keep on our paths. That's the bottom line.
Ashe.
Miss, do you want to tell us about your beautiful space? I heard you got a beautiful space in Harlem.
Who, me?
Yeah, don't you have a beautiful space
in Harlem?
Yeah, I thought you had a new wellness event space. No, that wasn't you?
No.
Okay, I thought it was you.
No, maybe it will be me. I don't know.
It's a beautiful tour coming up. I know that. In Ghana, a beautiful space in Ghana.
This is true. I'm giving a tour to Ghana next year in February. It's a 10-day tour to Ghana, and we're going to be going to at least 10 different amazing places. I'll put that on the chat as well. And I have a home, I have family there. My mother and my brother resides there. My mom, she transitioned several years ago, but it was her dream for me to do tours to Ghana. So that's what I'm going to be doing. If anyone that's interested in going to Ghana, it's going to be amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll put everything in the chat as well. Yeah. Thank you, Ariola, for reminding me.
You're welcome.
Your trips to Ghana. Okay, perfect. Okay, well, I think this will probably conclude our 8-hour chapter meeting for today. And I'm not going to add another word onto this. I'll email you whatever I need you to read later. And if anyone have any more questions, you can ask, but I think we're going to get ready to hit the stop recording and everybody go eat them some dinner. Checking your emails or whatever.
Wait, what happened to the rest of the raffles?
Oh, I was just thinking y'all was going to sleep that one away. Let me see.
No, not after you dangle those carrots.
Okay, so we got a chapter membership as a part of the raffle. Someone's gonna win a free membership to the chapter. Let's see. See, I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating. Let's see who's getting this free membership. And if they're not here on this call, they don't get it.
So you're gonna send us our cards in the mail?
Yeah, send you gift cards.
Don't forget your phone number, miss.
Okay.
Jeff Noble, should I give Jeff a free membership? I don't think he should get it. Let's do somebody else. He's already good already. Let's see somebody who's doesn't. Let's see someone who didn't. Not John Gray. He's got a membership already.
Maybe they can pass the membership on to someone else. Because everybody's here is a member. So
You know, I can pass that along.
Too.
I can pass that along.
We should just have it so that when it's time to renew, that's their renewal.
That's true too.
You want to do that, John? You want to just use it as your renewal for next year?
That sounds fair. I love it. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
Excellent
You got
idea.
all these chapter people conniving to get you a membership. Look at that. Jeez. Okay. Okay, the next one is a laptop table, a portable laptop table.
Not the laptop, huh?
No, I didn't get no sponsorship for that yet, Mama. Mut Marie. A portable laptop table.
Thank you.
Okay. Table. Okay. Okay, the next one is a bakeware set, glass bakeware set. Unless you want the metal one, but I think the glass is probably not safer. Okay, who's getting the bakeware? And then hopefully they're going to use it. Baba Shem, you want the bakeware set? Still there?
Oh, I didn't know he was here.
Uh-oh, did he just like not, if he's not here, you know what that means. Let me see. Oh, well, he's not here. So, I just want to warn the people who stay to the end. I think you deserve that, don't you?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
He's not here either. Dottie's not here.
It's been a long 8 hours.
No, that's why I said, listen, I just have to, we just.
And we learned so much. This has been the richest 8 hours.
Yeah.
It really went fast because everybody has such wonderful information to share. And most grateful. And I appreciate all that you've done, Shai, to help pull this all together and get us all together.
Absolutely.
Make it look easy, but I know it's a lot of work.
A lot of people ain't here, guys, so it's simmering down to who's getting this bakeware set. Let's see.
I'm willing to take a double prize.
Leslie's not here. Leslie would have had her bakeware set. She's gone. All right. Let's see who's left. Lord have mercy. Joanne Bass, are you still here? No,
she's here for a while. She's there.
Yeah, she's there.
I'm still here.
Got the bakeware set, girl.
What did I win?
You won this bakeware set, glass bakeware set.
Oh, wow.
Coming to your house for muffins.
Okay, I never won nothing in my life. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going for the stainless steel cookware set. Complete stainless steel cookware set. Let's see. Hope y'all liking the prizes.
Yeah, we love them.
Manifa, are you still here? Wow, she left.
She was here all day. There she go.
Manifa, you here, Ma?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you won the cookware, stainless steel cookware set.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
We coming to your house for veggie dumplings.
Cool, that's cool. I thank y'all so much.
Joanne's house for muffins.
Yes, yes, come. I'd love to see you.
3 more prizes. The next one is an air fryer.
Oh boy.
And if you don't want it, I guess you can always trade it to somebody else if you
You
already
can trade
got
it for
one.
my $50 card.
Let's see. Deirdre's still here?
Deidre?
Lovell? No. Oh well.
No.
Goodbye. This is the best rap. Oh, Bobby said he's still here.
Bobby Shem?
He's still here. But you here? Bob, I'll get you another gift. Now I forgot what you're supposed to get. I already gave it to somebody else, but we'll get you something else, Bob. Don't worry about it. Okay, the air fryer goes to come on. Yvonne Stafford, are you still here?
Yes, she is. You see
Where's
her
she at?
I'm right here. I'm still here.
So you won the air fryer, Ma.
Oh boy. Thank you.
Yes.
We coming to your house with fried zucchini.
I'm gonna change with you.
Okay, the next prize is a Blend Tech blender.
Ah, that's
I need one of them.
Yeah.
Okay, Ayo, it's up to you now. She needs one, she said.
I need
Yes.
I have one, but I need a new one.
Well, she's not here, Khadija. She's not here, the chapter manager.
And see what's here.
Oh. Well. Blend Tech. Let's get in this Blend Tech, and it's an amazing blender. That's what they use in Smoothie King.
Yes.
Ayo Handy-Kendi.
Yay! You called it out. Excellent.
You got it.
Hey, you didn't just put my name in there because
Oh.
wow. I'm like, I've never won anything either my whole life. But wow, yay!
You're a winner.
And
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the final thing is a Breville juicer.
Oh boy.
Oh,
That's an amazing juicer.
All right.
Mine is broken.
That's an amazing machine. I've had mine for about 10 years. It's wonderful.
Really?
Yes.
Breville, it's strong. It lasts.
Yeah, I got one. Raffle and stuff I have because I want to make sure they're good, you know.
Wow.
Miss, oh my God.
What?
Miss.
I want some.
A Breville juicer.
What? Oh my God. I didn't even know it was part of the raffle. Woo!
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm happy.
Great machine.
Fantastic.
Okay. Can I come pick it up?
Yeah, I'll ship it to you guys.
Oh, nice.
It'll be one day where I just get everything and ship the gift cards out and all the prizes. So
Oh, wow.
Cool.
that's my thanks for you to hang in with us and help us build and help us self-correct and fix stuff and get a real chapter going. I appreciate you guys just hanging. It's been 13 years you've been hanging with me. And it wouldn't be no chapter without you guys. With just me here, that ain't a chapter. All of the whole collective, and now we got the mental health thing going on. And John's doing the chair massage team, so we're growing. And I thank everybody for attending.
Much love to
And
everyone.
It was excellent, excellent.
It's a blessing
Thank
to
you.
share.
It was excellent.
It's a blessing
Thank
to
you,
share the
Sister
family.
Mayu.
Thanks to
see you.
everybody for their contributions.
And thank you so much, Sister
Good
Shai.
to see you, Miss.
Thanks,
Good to see
everyone.
you too. Thank you.
Awesome
Blessings.
information given out today.
you're welcome. I'm gonna
Grace
stop
and
the,
fortune.
I'm gonna stop the recording, big guys, so that maybe we're gonna stop the recording, right?